wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? Welcome back. Of course, it's Trade the Pool. Excited to get to the action. Excited to see if the SPY can continue its little drive that we got here. Of course, you can see in the after hours and 4 a.m., we were pretty much not going anywhere, but we're starting to get a little hold here in the SPY. Let's take a look at the Qs, of course, because that's way more down than, of course, the SPY. So I think today the drive could come to the Qs here off of this, especially if the SPY can hold here towards the open. We'll find out, of course. All eyes are open for what? For the FOMC Minutes. That's the big major event of the week, right? We'll keep an eye out to see what happens there. But looking into the action right now, and I can see the Qs already starting to show a little bit of that tweak. It's trying to push above here. We'll set an alert for the 717 break here. If we get above that, we'll take a look back into the index. But we got a lot to talk about. We'll get to our playbook action where we give you guys trades and ideas to look into the market. Let's go to that right now and take a look at the playbook. Then we got the sunrise, of course. But first up, let's get some trades. All right, guys, let's talk about some trading action. This is a name that I've been looking at for a long time. I've talked about how it would be a winner in the governance space for AI agents, and I'm talking Okta. Have you seen the major breakout that has happened on this stock in the last couple of weeks? And this all really started with the breakout that first started with what? It started with CrowdStrike and PanW. We were talking about it here as cybersecurity starts making this big push. But Agent AI really kind of plays into this. And you can see how Okta made a nice little big drive and pulled back right on the 9 EMA. And ever since this liftoff at 120, it's just been hot, hot, hot. Up there now towards 150.80. Trading in the pre-market there. We'll see if it's able to hold up there. Was looking to see if this would pull back below the 147. It might just already be gone here, so it's going to be hard to grab this, but definitely a post-earnings flag breakout featured in beautiful daily charts. So keep your eyes on the cybersecurity to see if it can continue that breakout. Let's go to another trade idea, a trade that just started to get going yesterday and has multiple bottoms. Let's go to a potential long in HPQ. This is a stock that recently had made a nice drive up there to the 29s, has pulled back to the 23s, but take a look at the multiple bottoms here. And it's always about kind of understanding where you can make a really nice risk decision, right? So sometimes it's not always just about like finding strength. In this case, this just looks like a nice risk decision to me, right? 22s have been beautifully kind of attacked, right? So you know probably where your best buyer is. Let's just put it that way. It's in this 22 area and below. So now you look for any dips that get you close to that you can risk underneath that and look for a drive back up. Can we get a move back there towards 24, 25, maybe 26? It doesn't even need to go all the way back to 30. I mean, 30 is still an 8-point run, which is a pretty good run there for HPQ. This is a multiple bottom rebound. Daily chart looking good here, revealing a textbook multiple bottom structure forming down into the 22s. We'll see what happens if this starts to climb. Let's go to another play here. A play that was looking good yesterday and continued the action was solar, as solar started to get moving, but it really shows up as a blimp on the action as it's pulled back recently. This was SEDG that had a nice pullback from the 80s back down into the 50s, has been chopping around here, but now it looks like it's trying to get going. If you take a look at the weekly chart, you can see more and more how this seems just really measured, right? You came back to a prior resistance that is acting as a support now. You've created some undercuts there towards $50. Now $50 seems to be holding really well. And this recent recut today and the recent day really show me more and more how, yes, you're seeing that kind of hold in that area. So now at this point, you'd look for a continued break to the upside. Right? Any undercut towards 55 will be a good look there for me. I'll even set an alert there for me. But I think this ends up maybe making a break right towards the 5750s and above. I'll be watching for some upside potential in some solar plays. 8.65% gain yesterday. but aggressively clearing out its prior consolidation zone, the solar group is catching a sneaky bid. We'll see if this theme can continue. Let's talk about the theme today. The market pistons have violently reversed, right? Thursday's stagflation favored the defensive bid was completely wiped out on Monday as capital aggressively rotated back into growth and cyclicals. We also saw the financials up big. The NASDAQ 100 bounced off its 707 floor, and the S&P 500 clearly reclaimed kind of the top end of the range of the symmetrical triangle. Financials, capital markets, and technology were leading the charge, while defensive and healthcare staples and real estate faded in the background. With a light economic calendar today, stay focused on managing your technical levels and prepare for tomorrow's afternoon release of the first whoosh FOMC minutes. We'll definitely be keeping our eyes out for that, as plenty of traders will be watching to see what happens from those FOMC. Where can you guys catch a stream on that? Right here, of course. You don't got to go anywhere. We're covering it all. And don't miss out on our special Friday streams. We're doing a stream on Friday. It's really kind of going into an encompassing action. You will get trade reviews. You will get different kind of perspectives on what happened this week, right? You'll get webinars where you'll be able to learn from the action. Don't miss it, of course, every Friday. I'll see you there this Friday. All right, let's continue going. Let's go to the sunrise report. Let's keep the party going along. And if you stick around, I'll let you know on how you can be getting a giveaway out there. So let's keep to the action. Let's go to the sunrise. Samsung dropped the loudest single quarter number the tech has ever printed and got sold in 7% for the effort. A sell the news event right now, and we're looking to see, will that kind of trigger things actually back to the upside? At least that's what I'm looking for. We'll see what happens. Right now, of course, in the overnight action, you saw Micron take the hit. You saw SanDisk take the hit down. We'll see. I mean, this is really interesting. And I'm going to be digging deep into SK Hynix and doing a report for us. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up, guys. But sell the news verdict that pushed, of course, the Kospi down nearly 5% and sent the Asian memory complex into a rout. We'll see what happens now. Can we get out of this choppy overnight trading? The AI supplier trade, definitely something to watch. Of course, which Kramer just kind of canalized on Monday as rewarding suppliers and punishing buyers. This, of course, facing its first real gut check since the rotation began. SpaceX, though, joining the NASDAQ 100 today, and the 9:30 open is the verdict on whether supplier thesis absorbs a record print or gets caught wrong-footed by the valuation math. We'll see what happens there. Will they be hitting these stocks because of valuations, or will we get that continued push higher after it was a really good print in the long run? All right, let's continue go to the action out there. Of course, the wash into tomorrow. Wash era Fed is on pause, but we'll have to see what happens in those FOMC minutes. It's going to be something that will definitely drive the markets, and you could see a little bit of some choppiness continue. Staying within the symmetrical triangle is kind of what I'm talking about. And if you look at the SPY overall here, and I can even make it like really big here for us to kind of take a look into it. You can see here on the SPY how we're kind of holding in on this 750 level. Right now, it could continue to hold and then make a move back towards 752, but I think somehow we end up back into this 748, 747. If we do start clearing back to 755, that's when you can really start to look to see if the Qs can make a bigger drive back to the upside. If the Qs don't start to leak back towards 710, that's easily how you turn around the SPY and you start to see that little trickle start to come in. All right, let's continue talking about the action out there. Let's go to the smaller index. Let's go to the micro actions. Let's go to the moves out there. Of course, everyone's going to be watching SPCX today as it NASDAQ 100 debut today. And you can already see it getting a little bit of a lift, a little bit of a drive, and definitely a little bit of a drive going into the close. That was people trying to buy the close and sell the open. We'll look to see if they sell the rip here, and it's already ripped above 161. So you can see how they ran into some selling there. We'll see what happens with this trade. This is a fast-track conclusion. It goes live, of course, before the open, dragging roughly 800 billion of NDX tracking assets into forced participation. But the mechanic caps the pop with less than 5% of the float public. Initial index weight is small, and the day's headlines of billions in forced buying runs into the reality that most of the shares are locked. Watch the print, not the narrative. This is the mechanic event, right? And not a fundamental event. Look to see what happens here. A prior mega day ads see any index rebalance since 2023 have taught traders to fade the first hour spike, not a kind of a big push just rocketing, right? So they usually get a quick little spike and then they start to kind of fade down. So we'll see what happens with that action today. Can it continue? Will it be a rocket? We'll have to find out, right? All right, let's continue going in the market. Of course, the semiconductor complex is shaking up after, of course, a lot of action in the overnight action with the Cosby and the spillover with that. We'll keep an eye out to see what happens with Samsung. Of course, SK Hynix going to be out there, going to be talked about. So I think this is something definitely to keep your eyes out for. Let's go to the NVIDIA. Let's talk a little bit about that action here. The NVIDIA, of course, the supplier getting the anchored and getting stress tested with this morning. You're seeing some action definitely starting to hit here and seeing some downside on the tape already. You can see it just kind of bleeding out. And NVIDIA really hasn't been going anywhere since that recent push there to 230s. Will it start to break the 190s and then start harding back there towards the 180s? This is how you see kind of tech break today, right? So I'd be using NVIDIA as a good indicator to show the strength or the relative weakness. All right, let's continue in the action, guys. The focus today is going to be into, of course, the verdict of the action, the Samsung verdict, we're calling it, as Samsung, of course, released Q2 preliminary guidance overnight, operating profit of 89.4 trillion won and a 19-fold year-over-year increase, the largest single quarter profit ever recorded by a technology company. So I think this is something just to note. It was a really good report. So in this case, I think that what we have here is that the print did not clear that high bar. And so in this case, the bar was just too high. But the question comes in now that these stocks are getting hit overnight. Has that bar come down enough to start to see these stocks push? I think what we need to be looking into is also to look at what's going on. The company also did disclose an HBM4 shipments beginning commercial volumes this quarter, which is also a positive sign. The yield qualification milestone that closes the gap versus SK Hynix and NVIDIA supply lead also shows that Samsung is catching up, right? But I think this shows that the space overall is looking good. So I'd be looking to see what happens today. I'm looking for some rebounds in these names. Even though a lot of people are seeing these names down right now, I think they could wash out maybe even the first 15, 20 minutes of the market, and then we see some reversal action. So let's say like SanDisk, can we get some quick down action back through the 1620s, back to the 1600s, and then actually see a reversal on this name? That's the kind of action that I'll be looking for in these memory names today. All right, let's see what happens in the market there. We still got more to talk about. We'll get to the market open in just a little bit. If you guys have some stock tickers, this is a little bit of some ticker time here for you guys. And so throw up some tickers in the chat. I'll take a look at some stocks that you guys are taking a look at. And of course, don't miss, we do have our predictions. And our predictions right now are getting hot as the World Cup gets hot. And it's sad to say, of course, the United States last night just definitely just ruining their chances of continuing. Just an overall bad game, poorly played on the defensive side, and that's what happens sometimes. But hey, not going to hit them either. Everyone can lose. I mean, Germany lost to Paraguay, which did give France a little bit of a run for their money. But Argentina versus Egypt, get it right and walk away with a free eval. So predict right now, guys. You guys can see the link right there in the chat. Click the link, get over to it, and you could be winning. You could watch a soccer match and end up trading. You heard that right. So get your predictions on, guys. Go ahead and hit that link there in the chat. All right, I'm looking for some tickers out there. Good morning to you guys. What stocks are you watching? Nigel, how we doing? SPCX bringing down the Qs? Yeah. Are we seeing a little bit of some what they call ETF effects? So I have to buy when you have to buy something in the Qs a lot, right? What ends up happening? Usually they sell off a certain portion of the Qs to buy something, right? So will we see some selling off of some mega caps to try to get more of SPCX? Will we see also some value in the Qs, because there's actually value in the Qs that sometimes gets sold off also. So I think we got to just really be paying attention to see what leads in the Qs today, to see what's in the green and what's not, right? Like Microsoft isn't doing too bad. Let me take a look here at Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft is up today, right? So it's not just all of the names that are going to get hit, right? You're seeing the Microsoft pushing right now and actually trying to break the 390-350s, right? So it's not just all going to be that downside action. Let's go. Let's get those actions. Let's get it. How we doing out there? Dan, it's good to see you guys. It's good to see all you guys out there. Let me say hello to some names out there. Snowman in the house. What's up out there? How we doing? Who else we got out there? Ron. And if you're new out there for some reason, and you maybe be one of those people that hide in the background, just say hello and hit that subscribe button while you're at it. Let's see who else is out there and what stocks we're covering today. Let's go to Robert here, throwing in some stocks there. Marvell and CrowdStrike. Let's go to those actions. Right now, you're seeing Microsoft holding well. I'm looking to see if we get a little Qs move back up after a quick downside action move. Let's go to some of these. Let's go to Marvell here. First one up, as we're seeing it down there to the 235s, kind of really washing out yesterday's bouncing action and really showing you more of a fade, right? So at this point, I think you really need to give it some time to kind of get down here, but it could be washing through the 230s and kind of giving you that scare out the gates if you're long. So if you look at the daily chart, where we can go to, right? Well, we can fill this gap and try to go to the next resistance. The next resistance could be a kind of an area back in towards the 226 to 220 areas. We could be seeing that pull back into there, right? So it looks like we're seeing further time pullbacks on this name, where the 9 EMA is over here and you're starting to break, right? So the 9 EMA broke this support, and this is the concerning area. Once you start to break that concerning area, you can go to the next layer. The next layer is down towards those 220s, 230s, right? So right now you're kind of stuck in the middle here and looking to see if you get that down hard action out the gates. So I would like red to green if it comes back there through 235 and 240s. But right now, it does look like it's on a little bit of a declining action. All right, I know you threw up CoreWeave too. That one has been doing well. So let's take a look at that one. It's recently had a nice little bounce back after really getting hit hard. A lot of this got hit hard because of OpenAI mentions and things like that. But right now, CoreWeave is kind of hanging in on this 85. This 85 recovery is going to be very important here. You can see how it's kind of tried to get back up there multiple times on the 4-hour chart. So I think at this point, you really need to start seeing the stock start to approach back up in here towards the 88s if you're going to get that positive action. If not, you could get an attempt back into this area, which brings you back towards the 8250s. And then you could see a little bit more of that kind of chopping action where you're just kind of chopping in between here and seeing down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, and then you could see potentially that next fall, right? So right now it looks like we're starting to set up for a little bit of a down action, and then you could see a little bit of a bounce. So for the time being, I think you kind of wait to see this thing break out of the range, right? Because it's stuck within this range right now, and we'll see if it breaks above or below. All right, let's get to the action there. There's other trades out there. Palantir long above 136. I appreciate the ideas. I appreciate you throwing things up. And I think rotation will be in semis, will be from semis to Microsoft, Palantir, and Meta. Well, I definitely do agree with Meta. Palantir has definitely gotten a nice approval from Trump. And then Microsoft has been in the dumpster fire, right, Robert? So, hey, good mentions there. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. SNDK down again. Let's take a look there if we're seeing some further downside action in SNDK. Did we break the low? That's what I'm going to be focusing on. I'm looking for hard down action out the gates. I'm actually looking for the red, and then I'm going to look to buy the dip there. We'll look to see what happens if we can get that red towards the gates. All right, let's go ahead. We'll continue taking a look at some trade ideas. I love the action in the chat today. A lot of trade ideas being thrown up, a lot of stocks being thrown up. You know what? I'll cover one more. I haven't seen this name, the alt rig here, so I got you. You want to take a look at Rocket Labs? Let's take a look at Rocket Labs before we get my man Rocket Michael Noss. No worries. Let's keep it rocking here. Rocket Labs looking for the move back above the 100s, right? We were looking at this yesterday to see if we'd start to clear back and getting above that. Instead, we got a rejection from that 100 level. So you were trying to climb back. Now you're in more of a declining stage. And the question is, do you start to head back into the 80s, right? So you could be heading back into a little bit further of a test back where it brings you back into this area. I think it's going to be more dependent on to see what happens to kind of SpaceX and the defense areas overall. Planet Labs, of course, you can see it also doing the same kind of declining action as of late. So the space names are kind of pulling back, and they're just pretty much not going with SPCX, right? I mean, SPCX kind of slowed down the action right now. So unless we start to see maybe SpaceX ripping towards 170, it's going to be kind of hard to get these other names to kind of keep rocking and rolling. So right now they are on that declining action, and they were just looking good, just like, let's say, two or 3 days ago. But that's how quickly the turn can come. Right now, I'd be looking to see if it recovers 100, it starts to be a watch for me. Right now, it looks more like a short for the short term, back down into the lower 90s. We'll see what happens on that action with the Rocket Lab. Let's go ahead. Let's kick the party off. I still see more stocks being mentioned. I see Palantir app. I see Johnson & Johnson. Oof, that's been hot, hot, hot. We'll talk more about some healthcare, I'm sure. I'm sure Michael Noss will be loving this. We got MRK. Hey, guys, you guys keep the stocks flowing. I'll make sure that we go into some more ticker time. It's always good to see you guys out there, and good to see traders like Day Trade Tony that's been in a part of our family here at Trade the Pool for so long, keeping the party going. Day Trade with Tony. When are you going to come join us on for a stream? You're always welcome, my friend, as a nice little guest stream. You can just literally rock with us in the morning. Let us know about some trades and come trade with us. The door is always open to all you guys out there. It's good to see some new faces in the chat. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's take a look into the market. Let's take a look at what the quant is looking at today.
Got some cool seasonality stuff too. So you'll probably like this after your June swoon. So now this is just going to be what, there's like 100 people or so. So this is going to be between us, 100 people. I don't know how much of just this is public. So I'm on an email list with Larry Williams and John Boilinger and Jeffrey Hirsch. And if you guys don't know that name, again, I feel like he won't mind because I've told people to buy this book so much. He is the creator. His dad actually was the creator of the Stock Traders Almanac, and he took over that business kind of later. So this has been going on for, I think he said 60 years now, right? And now again, he's
Get
doing
your
this same
almanac
thing
now. What are you waiting for?
So go do it now. Let's just go over here. So this is the first one, and this actually was a chart that Larry Williams shared, and I know this is the same thing that you've been talking about, Mitch. This nice, ascending triangle that's been going on for some time. And if you don't know Larry Williams, he wrote a great book ages ago about how he turned a couple thousand into $1 million. He's been doing this since like the 70s. You probably have a handful of indicators that were on your chart or in your charting platform that was created by him. Like there's the Williams percent R.
What I call the trading legends, right? Yeah. Literally legends.
Started all like with him and John Boilinger, which John Boilinger is always hilarious because I've been to a bunch of speaking events with him, and his wife always comes along, and she still to this day, she doesn't care about any of this. She doesn't know that her husband's like a legend. So she's like in the back, like knitting and reading a book, and we're like, oh, people will come up to, oh, your husband and his indicators have made me so much money, and I'm so thankful. And she's like, oh, that's nice, dear, and just like,
That's nice.
leave me alone.
Nice.
Leave me alone. Let me go knit. But yeah, so this was the kind of chart that he shared, which I think a lot of people saw that, we had a little breakout yesterday, a little, poked our head out, not a huge breakout, but a little bit. But then Jeffrey Hirsch emailed back with this. So this is the NASDAQ's rally of just the, taking out not just the midterm year, which I talk about all the time, but all the years. And you can see how pretty good we've been tracking the seasonality. And, you have February, March, April. Those are kind of weaker years. Anytime the line is flat here, that means that there was some dramatic sell-offs that would have had to happen at that time, because most months and most years, the market's up. So if this green line, which is kind of the aggregate, the average, think of it as like a moving average of stock prices for 30 years, 40 years, 1985 to 2025, then if that line is flat, then that means there had to have been some kind of dramatic drips, because most years are going to be up. So the years that are down have to be kind of dramatic. And it makes sense if you think about what happened last April. We had that. If you think about what happened in March of 2020, that kind of thing, the year 2000, all of that kind of stuff would have happened in this period. And then we have kind of a rally into April, May, and you can see the line is tracking there. And like we talked about, June is historically kind of flat-ish, but that would mean, again, that because most years are up, if it's flattish, then that means a lot of years have to be kind of dramatically down. And we had, I wouldn't say dramatically, but we had a more pronounced down year than kind of normal. And then this is what happens next, right? So we have this, he calls it the Christmas in July for the NASDAQ. So if you go back, right, the 12-day kind of midterm year rally. So this is our mid-year rally. So we have this kind of surge at the beginning of July. So that's kind of the question that he was proposing, is that maybe this breakout that you're seeing right here, and this is why even he, who's like the seasonality expert, he combines seasonality, he's a big fan of the MACD, with the price action. He's not just going to buy on a positive year because the year is positive. He's going to, or month, he's going to buy on that month because he sees some bullish action take place. So combining this technicals with the fact that, that first, 15 days, 12 days, the first half of the month, you get that rally. Maybe that's potentially what we're seeing here, right? We've got that little breakout. So this red chart is probably a couple days behind, but we're getting that breakout, could see continuation. Looking at the percentage change here, it looks like it's like 5 or 6% that we could expect up on the NASDAQ just in this short period of time. And then sideways chop into, again, November, December. This lines up with seasonality when it comes to midterms as well, because you have that midterm year where no one knows who's going to run the country and blah blah blah, and everything goes sideways. And then that end of the year is historically when you have that big rally. So you can see why the end of the year and the beginning of this year is so important, right? So January we had a nice up year this year, and we should have, right? February was a little bit misaligned. March and April were pretty much perfect. And if that's going to be the case, then it's like we've got one more potential big up thrust this year. And then after that happens, then maybe we go into the chop. So I don't know, right? No one knows for sure, but this potential breakout could be the start of this move right here that we're seeing that could get us like 5% on the NASDAQ. It's not a monstrous move, but it just means everything under the hood should be really interesting and potentially moving with that as well.
And aligns with the earnings, right? And coming in. So I think that is another thing to look for. Right.
Well, yeah, and that's, I don't think, and again, I'm not one of those, I'll say this all the time with seasonality, I'm not one of those like sell in May and go away and like all of these like random, but the the woo-woo mysticism stuff. But I don't think it's a coincidence that the end of June is halfway through the year. There's a lot of accounting. There's a lot of reporting that has to happen by institutions and funds where people will look at their broker statement and say, okay, how are you making me money? How are things going? So there's that window dressing. There's that, we need to buy these particular stocks. We need to take profits. We need to do everything that we need to do to kind of shuffle our positions. Well, we kind of have to do that at the end of June so that when we send the statements off to people, it's like, this is the stuff that you hold, this is the money we're making, all that kind of stuff. So I don't think this, just like the beginning of the year and the end of the year, I don't think it's magic. I think it's like the one thing. And the beauty of this is that there's a lot of systems that you can kind of arbitrage out of the market, like small cap shorting. The more I read this Market Wizards book, I just finished chapter 5 this morning, everyone's shorting small caps. So that's something that I look at and I say, well, if everybody's doing it, eventually, at least for a short period of time, that edge is getting kind of sucked out of the market. And I'm hearing that from some of my friends that do it. But this can never be sucked out of the market because it's taxes. So unless they change the tax code so that, quarter end reporting or year end reporting no longer matters, then this is just a persistent thing, a persistent edge that's happening in the market. You can't avoid it. So I'm all for it.
We will be watching to see what happens there. Let's go to some more trade ideas out there. Traders were throwing up some stocks out there. It's always good to see some more traders in the chat. So, of course, if you guys got some trade ideas, of course, let's keep throwing it up out there. We'll be looking for rotation out there. The Crow mentioning something. What we got here?
About the yen. So, yes, there are... Again, and this was one of the best trades I had in years. So, Crow, I am looking for this. We can go here and just grab it. And I talked about this when someone was asking about my interview there with the fivers. It was, I forget where it was, but it would have been, I think here. Yes, it was this one right here in 2024, where the yen just kind of, or the US dollars collapsed versus the yen. So the yen went up in price, another way to look at it. You could do that with the futures. It'd just be a flip chart. And that was because the government just said enough bullying our currency. We're not dealing with this anymore, right? So they're now kind of saying the same thing. So we're back up to that price, and the government is saying the same thing, where they say, listen, we're not going to let you bully our price around anymore. There may be some interventions, which are, raising rates, buying back their own currency, things like that. So it's like we talk about all the time, like the whole saying, don't fight the Fed. Well, do you know what's more important than not fighting the Fed is don't fight a large, rich government. So I am watching this, Crow, and I am watching for a potential US yen kind of trade in which you could buy the yen futures. You could take a short here. I think there's a couple trades that you could make based off of that, but I'm waiting for some price confirmation. So I just have alerts set, kind of right here. So this is the day that they started to talk about it. But yeah, the government said enough. and I don't want to be on the other side of that, because there's like 10 big things that the government can do to really bully their currency around. And I'm not going to stay on the other side of that. So if that's what people are going to do, if that's what they're going to do, I'm going to take the other side of that. I'd rather be on the side of the government than against them. But yeah, that's something to watch. And I know people say, right, I don't trade in Japan, who cares? Well, you can trade Japanese ETFs, but you also got to remember this whole yen carry trade. I've talked about this a bunch. Maybe we'll do an education segment on it. It is hugely important to the overall market because it's how a lot of leverage takes place in the market, where they are borrowing in yen and they're using that yen if they're responsible to buy T-bills in the US, but usually it's buy some T-bills in the US and then buy like growth stocks and NVDA and all of that, because you can borrow for near zero rates. And if you use that, if you can generate, a couple % return a year. So if all of a sudden that switches and the yen rates start to increase, you generally, and you could see it happened, it was October or August sometime last year, where we had like this 4% down gap in the market. I think, it was this one right here. We recovered quickly, but we had this kind of collapse down in the market in 2024. And this was all the US versus the yen. Again, we recovered quickly, so a lot of people don't remember it, but this was really ugly at the time. And that's exactly what was happening, is they were saying enough we're not going to let you bully us anymore. We're going to step down. And then that just requires people to repay and to unwind this trade and to repay their debt in Japanese yen. And to do so, they have to sell assets here in America. So this isn't, when you hear us talk about the yen, just don't go, well, I don't trade Japan. No, it will definitely affect what's happening here in the U.S. stock market for sure.
We will keep an eye out on that with also of things that I'm watching, right? Like the 10-year is one of my biggest focus. I think that's what I think that's a good way to kind of keep an eye out on what's going on out there. TLT back down to the 84s, 85s, right? We were just up there to the 87s. We were starting to climb, and then we start to backtrack now and are starting to fall. So just to kind of mention that, that's when the market usually gets into a rut, right? When the bond market starts to come down. So keep an eye out to see if we get back above the 4.5s on the 10-year is something that I'm just looking at. SPY, though, was right near to the top of that kind of symmetrical triangle. Let's see what happens today. Can we break out of it? We'll see what happens there. I know that some trade ideas were being mentioned in the chat. Let's go to some of these out there, and I'll mention some of them that are showing up on my scanners. I did see that we saw MRK mentioned on in the chat there. I have to scroll up there. The chat is buzzing. I love it. I love it. Keep the chat buzzing, man. Make me search, chat. Make me search for these things. I enjoy it. Let's keep it going out there, guys. Definitely some more trades to talk about. So let's go into a little bit of some ticker time. We'll talk about some quick setups there. Something that you see, Michael, if you'd like to mention, go ahead, right? MRK is one name definitely. That is one name to watch. We talked about this when it was starting to get this drive. It's up there to 130. It's on my scanner, actually, my swing scanner for kind of the 90 MA, right? Because it's above the 90 MA and it's gone sideways. But it looks good there. How do you like it here, Michael?
Yeah, so I just finished I did 2 of the hangover kind of trades, and there's 3 on the list, so I'll just go through them. So SDOT, again, worked amazingly yesterday, so that's 2 in a row for that one. We're just shorting the opening range break. You didn't have to get cute with it at all. That ended up working, right? Closing there at the low of the day, or at the close of the day. And then that's off the list now, right? So 2 days in a row, this thing has kind of dropped. So that's enough for that one. And this was the other one, CLRO, was one that took and lost, which again, I'll take all day long.
I saw in the chat that I think I saw that one being mentioned there.
Yeah, so this one's still on the list for today for, again, another kind of breakdown there.
Here it is.
And then yeah, there you go. So moving again after announce a merger. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. LHSW, it's another one that's popping up here on the list. This one was crazy yesterday. I think this is a reverse split that's taken place. I don't think it went from 14 cents up. Let me take a look here on.
It didn't just rip 1,000%. Come on, man.
No, I think that's, so it did a reverse split. But still, right, it went from 160 to $6 on that reverse split. So a huge move on that one. And then the kids, we talked about this yesterday, but right, the kids went up and kind of closed strong. Both of these things are gapping down pretty significantly, which kind of sucks. But we'll take a look there just to see if they continue. Again, we're testing the strategy, so there's no reason to kind of leave things off of a list. We'll continue to do them, so we'll see if there's any kind of gap down things that we can play against. But so far, that's what we're looking at. And then just wanted to show how I'm programming the spot. Like there was ALGS that was up huge yesterday. Nope, it wasn't. Never mind. Oh, huge volume yesterday. But there's some of these that are just getting left off because I had someone ask and say, well, why aren't we trading all these things when there's gap ups? Is I'm specifically trying to filter out good news, right? If a stock goes up 50%, but they have a positive phase 3 trial or their earnings blew things out of the water or something like that. Well, I'm not interested in that. That's not an interesting trade for me because it's actually good news. So I'm less likely to potentially fade it. So we're specifically hunting for stocks up a lot on just like mediocre, if best news. Like one of those things like, oh, we have a partnership with Google, and it turns out that they're just buying like Google Drive for all of their clients, like that type of thing. That's the kind of stuff that I'm really into, and that's the stuff that I'm looking for. So yeah, we need to not only look at the large gaps, which I think was the problem that I came in last time, is I was just shorting everything that was up over 3 days, 3 or 5 days. In this case, I'm going through and I'm pushing and I'm saying using AI, because I'm not going to read the news, and saying, go and take a look at kind of what's actually happening after there, right? Why is it gapping up? And there's so many of these just junky kind of stocks that gap up for absolutely no reason at all. Those seem to be the best ones to take a little bit of short on. Someone's asked about AMD. Well, so when you're talking about, right, do you buy the AMD and GEV dip? It's just these are market components, right? So a lot of it's going to have to do with headwinds or tailwinds. If there's no fresh news on this, like if you look at AMD as a 30-minute chart, it's really gone nowhere for a while. So if you like to buy it near its support, if it can get around $500, it makes sense. But AMD is such a huge market component that you're generally not going to get a huge move in AMD with the market kind of gapping down today. So you have to take a look at that, right? If the market starts to recover and the Qs kind of go green on the day, then AMD is going to be pulled up with it and everything's going to be great. But one thing that's just was fascinating to me is just more of the same, right? We're seeing the Qs down 1%, IWM's up. It's just this is the place you want to be hunting in, and it's not new, right? This isn't a new event that happened yesterday. This has been going on for weeks. IWM's been making a new all-time high over and over again, where everything else just kind of been getting started. So again, if you want to buy these semis, that's fine. They might get hot eventually. Again, they might start going crazy. I just think there's better fishing grounds out there, and I love down days like this because RSP, so your average large cap stock, is doing great today. So you can see this is just specifically focused. We're actually at a new all-time high in your average large cap stock. So this is specifically happening inside of these tech type names. So if you want to bottom fish them, that's fine. I just look at it and I say there's a whole other world of stocks that are doing just fine. And that's where I'm going to spend my time and attention, right? Things that are moving up as opposed to trying to, pick the ones that are relatively weak and that they're selling. But to each your own, right? To each your own.
All right, let's take a look at more trades in the chat. You guys keep the trades going there. We'll keep taking a look to see what other trades are being mentioned out in the chat. And let's take a look there to see what else that we can find here. Can't see what ticker that is. Let me get it bigger here.
SNDQ.
I can see
heard that one.
There you go. SNDQ.
Is that SanDisk? So that's going to be like my same rant, right? It's inverse SanDisk, right? So again, I look at these things. They're not really down too much, and not really up too much.
Inverse SanDisk.
Yeah. So you're taking the other side. I don't know. There's better playgrounds for me personally.
I think they're going to be dips and rips to the upside. We'll see what happens. That Samsung report was a really good one. Really wasn't a bad report. If you really look underneath the hood, we'll see what happens there. Showing you that the memory complex is still alive. I mean, I think it's just a matter more about the Qs being in a rut than necessarily SanDisk being in a rut, right? So I think it's all about the overall sector. Technology is in a rut, right? It's in a kind of a sideways action time, right? And when that happens, you're going to get some pullback, especially in high beta names, right? Google looking strong. Let's go and take a look at that one. Robert Walker coming in with that one. And yes, it is looking strong. Of course, Google's been holding in here. I like Google. I like Amazon. I like a lot of the mega caps are actually looking good this morning. Shop was on my list also, and that's why I'm also looking at Amazon, see if that could get the lift there. But Google on the watch there. Microsoft was getting a little lift this morning. So the mags doesn't look really bad, speaking that, SPCX is going to get that inclusion, right? Will we see some type of run in this stock? Well, I think we'll be keeping our eyes open for it. But right now, this SPCX kind of fading off here, and yesterday also fading off. So we'll look to see if we start to get some climb back in this name, or will we get the takedown through, let's say, the 155 area. I think it'll be interesting definitely to watch. We'll see what happens there in SPCX. Let's keep it going with some
Yeah.
tickers and some names that are being mentioned. What do you got?
I was just good. Like software over hardware is kind of the easiest thing I think to look at today so far when it comes to strength, right? We have IVG that's up 1.6%, and we have SMH down 3.5%. So again, the question is, do you want to do a mean reversion trade? Do you want to buy the laggards, in which case you're looking at buying semiconductor plays? It's a perfectly fine setup if you want to do it. Or do you want to buy the leaders, which have been IVG, and just look at these over, say the past year, or even look at them just even over the past handful of days. Right? So IVG doing fantastic, and then down here SMH on the way down. And this is just one of those things that just flips back and forth. Like some days it seems like it's the semiconductors that are whooping, and then some days it's software. And in the last week or so, if you had bought semiconductors, you're down money, and if you had bought software, you're up money. And the question is, are you someone to buy relative strength, or are you someone to buy relative weakness? And right, no judgment either way. If you got a trading style with edge and that's tested, then fill your boots. That's just the undeniable truth, right? Some things have been going up, some things have been going down.
All right, we'll see what's going on. We'll see if we get some more action in healthcare. That's what the Black Mamba trader is talking about in the chat there. It's called a rotation. It's pretty clear. It's tech going to healthcare. We'll see what happens in that. I mean, I don't think it's only healthcare because we've seen multiple sectors go higher, but definitely you're not wrong in healthcare.
There.
Yeah.
Well, and
I
so
wouldn't
now
necessarily say software either, because I mean the IGV's gone nowhere either. So I would focus on the sector rotation, right? Go into some more XLV and
if you're
XLI or even XLF, right? Those are real sector rotations, right? This is just within the industries, and it's a tug of war because there's days where IGV's down big, and then the hardware trades up big.
Yeah, so, it's all time frame. So if you're talking about so far this month, IVG's been up every single day. Green candles all across. It's obviously been one of the strongest performing sectors. If your time frame is more than that of a swing trader, XLV has been great, and you guys know how long I am it. But if anything, I'm looking at that and saying that's for a short-term trade, I'm not buying it up here. Right, I was buying down the 148s. So I'm looking for things that are just getting started, and that's where I'm going to try to hunt is what's just turning, and it's been up like the last couple days, but not like a rocket ship up for ages. Why I still have my IVG, but I got out of my Oscar, right? Is because Oscar was like a 5-bagger. It was just insane, but it's just everything's slowing down out here with this kind of stuff. So I'm looking, for me, when it comes to healthcare, I'm just looking for what's next. And I have no idea yet. I've not seen a chart where I'm like, oh, this is one that could be, beaten down and pulled up with everything. So I'm still hunting. That's just part of it. Hopefully I find it, but I haven't gotten anything that I got like super excited to buy recently at all. Except software, right? I told you guys I bought more of this kind of in this area right here. So I picked up some of that name. I still have my financials. That was another place that I was looking at. But that's kind of having the same thing, right? Where I bought financials, I remember, is this day right here. And that's been a great trade. But now we're getting back to all-time highs in the market.
No, it's just SoFi. SoFi took a major hit down. I don't know what happened there.
Bad news?
Something.
It must be bad news.
That does not look bueno.
Let us see.
It did give me my down trigger. So it's washing out some traders right before the open. Of course, the XLF has been up massive the last couple of days. We'll look to see what happens with that, if it can continue to hold XLF, and see if the technology trade reverses. See what happens there. MasterCard's a name that I'd be kind of keeping an eye out for in tech, in healthcare. In financials, I think this is one to kind of keep an eye out. It has been holding in, pulled back just recently. We'll look to see if this keeps pushing. Visa, names like that are just really doing well.
All I'm seeing for news is I'm launching SoFi expands ETF lineup with social 50 income. seeking income and pursuing growth. Well, you can't do both of those.
Yeah, you can. What are you talking about?
But
No, you can't.
so that's all I see for news on SoFi. I don't know why it kind of might be a little
See
more
what's going
breaking
on
news
out
than
there. 1 minute before the open. Let's get after it, traders. Good luck to all you guys out there. Stay safe. Get after the market. Stick to your strategies. And like always, liking the dip on the natty, says the crow. Get some natty.
huh?
Some natty light. Get some natty light while you're at it. You might need
Good
it.
luck to you, brother. Right? That's it's a good trader. Just be careful. All right.
All right, guys. Let's have some fun. Let's get after it. Let's see what we can come up with.
Something nasty happened to CMPS there. Whew. Oh, their phase 3 trials came in. Not good. Now, is that bringing down my guy? This is the only time I'll look today. Nope.
FSIL out the gates.
Okay.
FSIL already rebounding. The one name that I'll keep an eye out for. Fig also on my watch. Figma. That's a software name there for you, Michael.
I was looking at that one. I'm actually
Just
building an
gapping.
ETF trading system now. It's going to be a longer term system, but there is some interesting data there.
Toast is another one that I give you. I like that trade, but it's too far from the 9. That's why I can't take this. Like, they're showing up on my scanners because they're hot, but they're just a little bit too extended. But Toast looking really good today, and that's a software infrastructure trade. I actually really like this one. I think this one could be a nice long-term bet around here, Michael. I don't know if you ever thought about investing in Toast. It's a payment software. Yeah, a lot cheaper
or something.
A lot cheaper than your PayPal and mentions out there. Shop giving me an alert, so let's go to Shop as a stock that I am looking to trade here today. Let's see it here. It's already getting a nice little lift here. Let's see if it can hold the 123 pullbacks right now. I'll take a shot there and then risk off the 122s here. GLW recovering. That's a good sign there for me. I want to see if tech can get green here. Out the gates there, I'm seeing defensive lead the action. Healthcare right at the top also. So healthcare, defensive, energy, communication services, real estate. Healthcare, of course, bouncing back in the majors. That's where you're seeing the strength right out the gates here. Your PFS, your NVS is one that I like. But there's the action there in Shop pushing there through the 124s. So I do like the Shopify right now. It's looking good here. I'm going to try to get in on a pullback here, but looking good on that push there to 124.67. Shop going to the upside. That might help a name like Amazon push to the upside, and you're seeing Amazon hold up right now. This is what I mean by relationship trading. I'll take the moment here instead of trading to show you guys the build and show you the education moment. This is why I trade so like the correlation between this Amazon and Shop. Look how Shop is leading here, right, on the day, but watch how Amazon follows. Right. And so in this case, watch how the algos and then they start to buy up Amazon. So I'm going to look for Amazon to rip through the kind of the 248.80s and look for Shop to continue flying high, right? So that's what you would just do, that relationship style trade, and you'd look to see if that can continue pushing. Shop below 124s. I don't mind if I can get it there on the bid. So let's see if I can get some bid action here on the 124s. There you go, trying to get the bid action there on the 124s. Let's see if we get the fill, and then I'll hold off the 123s.
SPY attempted to go positive there and then just kind of failed entirely and crapped back down. So just
defensive names, right? I talked about you're right on the top end of that symmetrical triangle. It can easily just come right back to 745s, right? So I think that, that's the one thing that I think we need to be on alert here, out the gates here, is the Qs to go red back down into the trouble zone, which it's doing right now, right? It's doing it as we speak. That's why I cut my trade right there. You saw me cancel. Why? The Qs just broke the lows. As much as I want some tech trades and software is okay in tech right now, it is up, right? It's up 1.48, but seeing the Qs really break down there, that's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, so that's, they took a good shot at the open and they failed. Now, important to note, it's an inside day, right? So we need to see.
I'm looking for reversals. see what happens.
Right? Do we come down, challenge lows, and then start to move higher? I don't know, but it's so far not exactly what you want to see here by any means. You'd like to see a little bit of a little more oomph off the open, maybe a little excitement out there.
MRK hanging in there, looking in to see if some healthcare names can move today.
What
Tempest is one name I like here. I like this Tempest chart. That's
I don't know what an SNAM. Oh, SANM. Savannah Corp.
I need a pullback in Tempest here, guys. Back towards 6150s. 6150s, and I'll take a shot here in Tempest. I'm just going to try to be patient there. Saw an alert show up there. Let me grab that alert. That's SanDisk on the breakdown to the downside there, just to mention. And then I also got an alert for SEDG on the downside. So showing me that solar and tech is still dropping there. Defensive's doing really well, man, and they're pushing strong. Household personal products just ripping here, guys. A name that's been really hot, getting another lift here. Elf Beauty has been hanging in there. And then another one like Hims. I like Hims because it's in both of those areas. It's in actually the defensive area, also in healthcare. Let's see if Hims can recover today, 38, and drive.
Yeah, and we're getting a nice little reversal here. So we were about even. We've come down. Now the next level to watch is the pre-market low at 748.50. See if we can dig in and hold on there. That's a bit far away, right? It's got a bit to go to get there, but we can see if we can dig in if and when we get there. Remember, it's still early. Could be a little dip and rip, but we need more evidence of that, right? The opening kind of 2 minutes here has been great when, especially you ripped off the open and then your next move was to reverse that rip. So Rivian stock offering. Well, if they don't make any money, it doesn't surprise. That's ugly. And they did it right after a rip. Well, that's unfortunate. SpaceX down 2.5% here. So getting close to this area that I want. Do I go back to the well again and sell these puts again? It's been twice. There's no way it works a third time, right? That's way too easy. No shot. I might. I don't know, Tack. What do you think? It's this has been, just for those who, every time it's kind of been down this area, I've been selling these 140 puts, and then it bounced, and then when it came back here, it did it again, and then it gapped up, and I did it again and made less money this time, but just took a quick hit on it. Tempted to look at it again. I'll look at like a 30-minute chart or something, give it some time to chill. One trade short here, so CLRO triggered to the short side, an opening range breakdown, stop over the high of the day. This one's the one that cost me yesterday. See if it costs me again today. Who knows?
Job continuing now, 125. So that 124 pullback wasn't a bad look there. That's continuing to push higher, so that's going to help some of your software names go higher. I'm looking for certain names in there. Of course, I like also the cybersecurity names. Let's look to see what's going on.
So going here, going to FinViz, we're still a overall bullish day, like we've been talking about, even though the market is down. The market is a hugely cap weighted thing, and everything else seems to be doing okay. We got 52% advancing, right? The Russell is holding around even. The Dow is quite positive. And then it's, again, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Those are the ones that are down, right? RSP cranking to new all-time highs as we speak. Congratulations. Average large cap stock is doing great. So more of the same, like we've been talking about now. We were mentioning how IVG was up and SMH was down. Well, continues to be the case. SMH bleeding here from the open below its opening price. See if it can dig in. That's what we would need to get a little dip and rip. You're going to see it in the laggards first, starting to kind of dig in and hold.
Energy takeoff.
Then you can get a move from. Oh, there goes SMH trying to dig in. So let's watch this one, just because if the weakest guy stops being weak, then potentially you can get a nice move after that.
Looking at Charter right now. I'm going into telecoms. That's how much of a ugly day it's opening right now.
I don't know, like AT&T? Is that?
Charter for the SpaceX mentioned. So I'm trying to go like catalyst in this space, right? So that's essentially the play. Just need a little pullback to the 138s and below, and then I can take that shot. Tempest giving me that alert. That's one I don't mind, especially with healthcare strong, coming back into the area that I want to take a shot in. So I'm going to start trying to dip buy into this. This one's spready, so be careful out there. I will mention that. It is spready. So there you go. I'm going to put some there, put some out there and towards the 61s. Now, let's put some closer towards 6190s. All right, there you go. Put a ladder approach out there for Tempest. Let's see if I can get a fill.
Really nothing from Walter this morning. So a light news day to begin with. I don't think we have anything here for the economic stuff. Where's the calendar? There it is. That's not today. That's tomorrow, right? We care about. Yeah, nothing today. Nothing today is interesting. But you can see just along the top here, this is what I look for. Right, we've got the NASDAQ trying to perk back up. We got the SPY trying to perk back up. And you can see 52% advancing, 44 declining, and the rest are roughly unchanged. So, these bars are just breadth indicators. These two are long-term. These two are short-term. And you can see short-term breadth is doing great. And that's just mirrored by a quick way to look at it. If you don't want to look at breadth indicators, just look at the RSP and the IWM. Those are, small kind of equally weighted names, and there's 2,500 of them. So with 2,500 of them, then you can get a pretty good understanding of what's going on, right? So we will see if we can dig in there. There's SpaceX news just came out. What's this? Bank of America Global Research initiates coverage with buy rating objective 235 on SpaceX. Well, that's actually shocking. Usually they do the opposite, right? Usually they're doing buy recommendations when the thing's going up, not when the thing's going down. But that makes me interested. Maybe I should, I don't know, maybe I should do the call. Let's see if we can actually dig in. If this starts to react on news, I'll sell some puts. Go back to that well maybe for a third time.
I'm starting to see some text starting to play back in, guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're getting, if you look at the Qs, it's trying to dig in here. Looking at SMH, it was down like 4.5% there at one point, trying to dig in there as well. And yeah, if we do get a little dip and rip, then great. But let's see, get a little more evidence before we get too excited, right? SPY, this would be a good time. Let me add, this is a good use for, VWAP. Right, you can put VWAP on your chart, and you can say, okay, what happens if and when we can get above this VWAP? Oh, there it is. All right, so this is VWAP for the day, right above us at kind of 750. You can see we hit that, rejected, hit that, rejected. If we can make it through that, that could be the first thing we need to really start kind of lifting all these boats, right? Yeah, let's
It buys in there, and Tempest might get washed out. This is a quick one. We'll see what happens.
USO hitting new highs there as well.
I'm liking Micron as it starts to come back a little bit.
SPY is potentially trying again. And yeah, so this thing with VWAP is not, it's just saying this is the average price of the day for those, I guess, who don't know. And it's a simple way to say, is the day bullish or bearish? Well, from the open, is more action happening above the average price for the day or below the average price for the day. Right now, we are right at the average price for the day. So there's not a whole lot to be gained there. But as we start to break through, if we start to pull up and push up from it, you could say, okay, well, that's maybe more evidence that I need that things are doing potentially this red to green shift. And maybe that's when you start, pulling triggers or doing whatever, if you're looking for those potential dip buys here. Funny enough, the MAGS, that dug in pretty well and is actually looking to start to potentially move higher here. Still, the only trade for me again is this CLRO, and it's just been kind of chopping around. My entry price, no real gain or loss here. I think it's like $10 in either direction. Yeah, nothing to write home about. See if we break the lows here.
All right, starting to see some tech really starting to hold in here. I like the action there. I'm gonna start maybe taking some shots here. GLW, looking at Micron, names like that. Starting to see tech coming back. I'm wondering if we're going to just have like an everything rally, because everything's kind of pushing. You got communication, energy, defensive, but you got also other areas kind of pushing and holding here. So thinking about jumping into GLW right now, not jumped in right yet. Tempest is pulled back, might cut me out in here at the bottom here. We'll look to see if it starts to come back though. Healthcare did pull back, and then you're seeing that pullback come right back up. Let's see if we get another drive there. AWK, my waterworks, doing well. I'm thinking about taking a shot on this bad boy. Yes, I'm talking water stocks here on trade to pull. Pun intended. AWK looks amazing though. I am just thinking, how much can I get out of it today as a kind of a trade there, but not a bad name, American Waterworks. All right, let's look around out there. Definitely communication services still continuing to climb higher. Your Verizon trade, your T-Mobile trade, that's your dividend search, right? This Charter trade doing really well. I've seen it from 130 now up there towards 141. So that's doing well there. There you go, chart. There you go, Tempest right back up, trying to reverse right back in here. Let's see if this can reverse and make a move to the upside here. All right, probably going to downsize a little bit here and just try to get some out on the offer. Let's see if I can downsize a little bit on the offer here. Trade was getting a little bit big, and on that ad maybe a little bit too big than I want, so I don't mind sizing down, taking a little bit of a haircut there if I can get off on the offer.
Yeah, just watching SPY here, rejected that VWAP so far. Not looking, see if now we need to see if it digs in under, right? If it can get above that pre-market low, we can find support there and then get back through VWAP again. Maybe that's what we need, but so far came up to VWAP, struggled with it for a while, slowly rejecting it there. So this would potentially be a higher low if we can dig in and start to push up there, but no evidence of that just yet. We're just still sitting and waiting. But yeah, so you see it came right back up, and you watch it just tag VWAP again and then just reject from it. So this is the zone we need to dig in here in order to get some sustained move higher. And we're just kind of not. So right, you take this level and you push down to that low. Oh, now we're moving a bit. That's good.
Tech lifting a little bit there.
In. That's good.
Go.
Yeah, see, and it's funny, you can do this for relative strength and weakness as well. You can see how the Qs never got above VWAP. And then if you look at IWM, how when it broke, it kind of get let loose. So it's really kind of the SPY here that's doing the best of the three so far, at least from the open. And if we can get through this price, maybe again, that's a continuation. We try again to go green on the day. Make people feel a little bit better, I guess. But nothing from the news front. And Tak was saying any economic news today, nothing we care about. Tomorrow's FOMC minutes, so that'll be a little more interesting. But nothing today we care about.
I'm already in GLW trying to get a little bit of some tech names here as I start to dip buy in. I'm going to go slow. I see Micron not holding on as well, so that's really not the name to go after right now. The thing is, do the Qs hold in here, right? Do we get this turn off the bottom end of the triangle? We're now at that bottom end, and that's what I talked about. So I'll fix my focus here, but Cannon, wake up. All right, there it goes. But we're right on the bottom end, and a lot of times we'll wick down into here and then kind of come back. So today's a big day. If we can make this candle go green, I think it's important to kind of keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, I did see that tack, the
pullback there.
Walmart news. And the chart looks actually pretty good. It's getting right up to the pre-market high, and it's been grinding up all morning. That's Trump bullied them, I guess, is the connotation there, to potentially lower their prices. So great for Walmart people. So yeah, that's an interesting, right up to this high. We'll see if it can dig in. I think it's rallying more because it's just a very defensive type name, and with the market looking a little shifty today, people move over to those names in which they're feeling a little bit better about, right? And feeling a little stronger about their Walmart than a lot of the other stuff out there.
Yeah, Shop started to give up, and the IGV straight down out the gates. So that's like, that's the thing, right? It's not always going to hang on when the Q's kind of dropping the way it is, and that's the hard part right there, right? And that's why we have to be focusing sector wise, and waiting for the sector rotation to kind of hold in there.
Yeah, SMH new lows there, so broke down, stayed down. You can see again the VWAP, right? Tried to hit VWAP for the day, failed, right back down. And so just not digging in there at all.
Yeah, I took a stop out there in GLW, and that was faster than my Tempest stop out, right? So that just goes to show you, tech I tried to buy the dip there at least once. It just didn't hold in there. Q's kind of coming right back down. Still hanging out on the bottom end, though. We'll see if it starts to turn. Do we get the undercut and rally type of look? The SPY, though, is going down. That's going to cause some action there. Like I talked about it, we could see the SPY even come down there. So the VIX is starting to pick up. That's a scary sign. So just be careful out there, traders.
Yeah, and it could be a rejection. We get that little tiny breakthrough, a little push through, and then, today's a reversal. But again, to level set everyone, it's an inside day. So most stocks are doing just fine. Right? We got the RSP up 0.26%, down from the open, but gapped up. So if you're a swing trader, a lot of your names should still be doing okay from that initial gap. And if not, you're focusing on tech, and tech's the one, especially semiconductors, that are just getting popped. And semiconductors being a proxy for this whole AI trade, gap down. Now it's down from the open. It's just everything's looking like continuing potentially lower here for SMH, right? And again, a lot of day to go. We're only
Charter
30 minutes in, but
Charter was the move, at least for me. One name that I mentioned earlier that just continuing to rise. The communication services leading the market, and it's pushing well. Defensive's also doing well, continuing. Coca-Cola doing well. Procter & Gamble, names like that.
Yeah, so SPY new low of the day just ticked there, broke down that prior low, and same with SMH, now down almost 5% on SMH. So a pretty ugly move there for semiconductors as a whole. So then now is when you go and you look and you say, okay, which ones are holding, right, from the close, and then hopefully also a little bit from the open as well. Everything's going to get dragged down. But like, look at MAGS here. It's right up near highs of the day. It didn't give back that gap. In fact, MAGS is gapped up. And again, this is the equally weighted Mag 7. Meta. So it gives, right, they're right. And we got some Meta, which is a big software related name. We got some Google. Is that still holding?
It's the cloud. The cloud mention, right? The cloud mention from Meta.
Name. So these big software names, these have been guys holding up. So it's what? Is Hack has enough liquidity to even look at intraday? No, it does not. Never mind. I was going to bring that up. But yeah, so it's very much these bigger kind of software names that are doing okay. And then we'll also look at XLF. This is a good, right? Relative strength is not rocket science. Going into the day, we're like, this is hardware in tech is getting smoked. So if you want to try to buy that dip, fine. The trade's a trade. Take your trade. But there's other areas of the market that are holding on a little bit better, right? XLV is up 1.9% today. So 2% up on healthcare. We've got 0.5% up on financials. If you go look at the
Amazon's
breadth indicator,
pushing.
we're just shifting a little bit, right? Berk B, yeah, is a good one, right? It's going to be basically a financial, right? He has a lot of financial exposures, but you could do Berk B holding well. XLV we already talked about. IAK, never heard of that one. What's that one? IAK. Oh, insurance, yeah. There's KIE, just FYI, if you're looking for insurance. I know you're looking at ETFs there. KIE is also insurance. A lot more liquidity in that one. Communications and XLP, consumer staples. I kind of just look at that as like that's just where people go when the market sells off. So defensive names being up isn't really a signal. It's a byproduct, if that makes sense. Whereas, when you look at things like healthcare and financials, well, financials can go down when the market goes down. But yeah, check out KIE if you're into insurance names. This chart is dope, right? But your Berk B, you got to be careful of redundancy there. Your Berk B, your XLF, your KIE is all the same thing, right? Berkshire Hathaway is going to own a lot of those names. So the question is, if you're looking for a turn in the market, that's where you go look at this ugly mess here in SMH.
I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback here in SPXS.
Oh, God. He's ranting about Greenland again.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Trump, Greenland should be control under the U.S. And now he's done with one war. Oh, good. Oh, good. We're back. You ready? You ready to do the whole thing over again?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready. No,
but yes,
it's too much size.
So yeah, someone's mentioning GEV's down 9%. This is the dispersion in this market is a lot, and it should be great for a trader. You just need to expand your focus away from the AI trade and look because if you look at the SPY still holding well above yesterday's low. It's doing all right. It's not the end of the world here, right? It's we haven't even had one lower low here in the SPY so far. It's just these specific names in these specific areas are getting smoked. And if you want to focus on those names in those areas, it's fine. You just got to be good at playing both sides of them. You got to be good at buying and selling the same thing at the same time. Just because, right? There's going to be times like this where there's tons of stocks that are looking great and moving higher and sunshines and rainbows and puppies. And then, Crow's talking about SNDQ, which is the opposite of SNDK. That's up 20%. So if you're okay taking both sides of them, that's fine. If you are married to this sector as a long-only bet, again, maybe you're going to be right. And maybe the things are going to kind of double and triple and quadruple again from here. You're going to take a lot of big hits along the way.
Breaking the lows. We'll see if it keeps going down. Jesse's in the house. Come on in, buddy. Come on in.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
What up, dude?
Hey.
What are you seeing?
Well, SpaceX continues to fall. I took a short on that a little while ago, but as someone pointed out in the chat about an hour ago, hello, Google. Google hitting a high of 370 today, looking pretty nice. So I am. That's on my watch list. I'm watching that right now. And one of my swings for Viking is continuing to go up. Viking Therapeutics. It touched 40 today, $40.
Nice.
Up over 3%, liking that one. But my DRAM swing is not looking so good. Overnight, Korea got hit with SK Hynix and Samsung, and those fell.
Yep.
And as a result, just the whole semiconductor, market, as you guys have been saying this morning, it is continuing to plummet and fall. But I'm watching it for short opportunities, and if we do have some mean reversion opportunity as well. So definitely keeping my eye out for it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is that this is a great trading vehicle right now. You just have to there's a lot of people out there that have made a whole lot of money, and I'm very happy for them buying semiconductors, because it just seemed like there was a moment there where you just chase the next, right, from SanDisk to Microsoft or Micron to Marvell to all you had to do, right? It was easy. You just jump from one to the other. And I'm not saying that that's all over forever, but it's all over for now. So if that's your whole, you think you figured out the market and that's your whole trading style, then I think you might be in for some problems. And you just need to know that the bull market's not over, right? You just shift into other things, right? The bull market in what's XLV is great. This kind of looks like a semiconductor a while ago, but just it's less interesting and sexy, and they're not doing AIs and robots and space stuff and whatever. So you just gotta, again, and it's the same thing I said this morning. Yeah, it's great that it's up, but I'm not buying any more up here. In fact, I'm probably going to look to trail some off, especially if we fail this gap. And I got to figure out what's next.
Sure.
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
I haven't found the thing.
Yeah. Good to see you, Crow Trades, Nigel, Tack, and then day trade with Tony, my great and worthy opponent. You say, hey, Jesse, last time we
That's
spoke,
your adversary.
Shouting the USMNT was going all the way. What happened, dude? Maybe I'm ignorant here. USMNT, guys, can you enlighten me? I don't know. What am I missing?
That's the World Cup. That's the soccer team.
Oh, the U.S. was going all the way. Actually, Tony, that was not really me. That was our good friend Josh. Josh was going all in on the USA winning the World Cup. I was there along to nod my head, but you're going to need to take that up with him in about half an hour.
Don't worry, we can do that. Just save that good rant for the J&J show, and
There you go.
tell Josh to go beat up that goalie. Because
It's your goal.
Well, first tell him where's my 400 on SpaceX, and then we'll talk soccer.
Yes.
Where's
I've been asking.
What really matters?
We've been asking about that, right?
I am filling out the order right now on SpaceX to go back to this well.
Are you?
I haven't hit the button yet, but yeah, I've just been selling at these 140 puts. Every time it gets down there, I sell the 140 puts.
Sure.
It's happened twice, so I figure if I lose money on the third one, then net it will still be a good trade.
Yeah.
But it's like if
you're in at 135, right? You got the IPO price.
I still got right, and then again, I'm up on that. It's 170 shares, or no, it's 200 shares because I bought that extra 30 shares. But yeah, this is just a selling basically for the sake of just generating this income. It's just something I've been doing more and more recently, and I've been really liking it. So it takes a lot of buying power for small gains. So percentage return, it's not like really capital efficient, but I don't know if it's just that I'm getting older and my account's getting larger, things like that, that like I'm okay with, I'll sell it. It will cost like $100,000 in buying power. If I'm right, I'll make $2-3 grand and I'll be fine. And I know there's like a 70%, 80% chance that will happen. And I'm just okay with that. It's not,
Those are good odds.
Yeah, not looking for the moon in these things, but because you can only make 100%, right?
That's right.
It was funny. The Market Wizards one that I read today, that guy was the same way. He was a low float, crazy penny stock trader.
Mm-hmm.
And then it seems like it's funny. It's like with all of them, their accounts get large enough and they say that's just not a good way to trade anymore. And they all move on to something else. And in this case, that's what this guy moved on to. He moved on to selling options and generating good. One guy became like a value investor. And this is what he does. He shorts options. Now, obviously, caveats with shorting options, be very careful, right? You can get absolutely obliterated if you're sizing them up too much. You have to ask yourself, the question is, right, are you okay owning SpaceX at 140 less whatever you're selling the options for, which is, let me actually bring this up here, refresh the page and see what are the 140 puts trading at. $7. So you're basically buying it at 133 would be your entry price if you got filled out. You got to just be comfortable doing that and kind of dealing with the trade when and if that happens, for the rare time, the 1 in 3 times that it will happen. So
do you recall reading, or you do the audiobooks, do you recall Chris Camillo, the Neither trader?
The social arbitrage guy.
Yes. I'm going to be doing a little book segment today for the J&J show. I'm going to be highlighting that book, but specifically Chris Camillo and his trading strategy. Fascinating.
Yeah, it's just a super great strategy where he just said, it was really cool to see someone who never like looked at a chart really. You know, he used some for like timing of entry and exits, but it was just simply, this is what all the popular kids are doing, so let me buy that. And having his finger more on the pulse of culture and that type of thing, as opposed to looking at actual markets,
thesis
right?
Trading.
So
it's thesis trading. That's just mainly what it is. I mean, it's been going around for a long time. He just did it in a social arbitrage style, right?
Right.
So it's something that exists, and you can be doing the same thing. Why do you think I trade themes, guys? Because themes are the same thing. That's that same style. It's just not maybe socially, but it's like, let's say AI, right? And understanding that and buying the AI infrastructure, things like that. That's how you make wealth, not a trade. That's how you generate wealth. So that's why I trade in that style, right? It's literally why I think it works. It's because it works to generate a lot of money, not necessarily just a little bit. So you should be able to find ways to make money if you're playing in a theme that's gaining that type of lift, right? He's all about the AI agents. So who knows? Maybe the AI agents coming in here, and it could still be a trade. Okta was a name that I gave you guys about that plenty of times, and Okta's been on a straight takeoff. But we'll look to see right here, guys. I'm looking around to see if the SPY wants to break again. I'm seeing pretty much every sector is kind of like wishy-washy at this moment right now. So let's see if we start to see a little bit of a turn in the market. We could see a turn here. It's just chopping around at the bottom end of the range of the SPY. I'm actually shorting the SPY essentially right now by going long on SPXS. Of course, this is leverage SPY to the downside. The Baron coming out of me, So we'll see what happens here, guys. Will we see some up action in the SPXS, which means down in the SPY? Let's see if the SPY gets the punch right here.
Service now and Palantir as well.
I want to beat it down today. I want to put the SPY in a noogie right here. Just put it in a noogie. Just get it going here.
There's
and
this is just no news on this at all. It's just kind of, this is what's happening. Just a fallout from what we saw there last night. That's just the nature of her.
Haven't heard that name in a while.
Oh, underrated workout stuff, man.
That's true.
Yeah, man.
Hey, if you're lifting, put on some good lifting music.
Yeah.
And,
good music
is
essential.
The VXX was also an option for me today. The VIX is starting to rise there. That's a tell sign there to me to take this type of trade, right? So the VIX is looking like it wants to break out. I'm going to take the shot, either the VXX or the SPXX, right? It's pretty much going to roll in line here. Let's see if we get the action. Now we're getting a little bit more breakdown. I can go for the add here and then go for the win. Let's see if we get it here. Boom, just got the last add there. Now I can leave it, let it rock and roll. If it wants to rock, it has the chance to rock, and I got the size for the win. Let's see what happens.
All right, Dak. So let's chat. So why this time a bull call spread? Because when I've been saying selling puts, I have been buying protective puts against them. So I've been doing put spreads, but like just why a call spread this time? So essentially for unoption nerds, right? What Tak's doing is you buy a call usually around the strike price, and then you sell
trades
one.
Options.
Everyone, 10x the amount of capital.
I don't.
That it's and if you look at it, always remember
I'd like to learn more. So continue.
The equity market is the smallest of the markets, right? It goes equities, derivatives, fixed incomes, and forex, right?
Options,
and it all multiplies generally by a factor of 10. So the options market is 10x that, the equity market, and then the bond market is roughly 10x the options market, and then currencies I think are like 100x all of them, right? Because you're countries that are trading. So it's always little guys trade stocks, small guys trade options, medium guys trade fixed income, and then your big boys trade currencies, like countries trade currencies, right? But yeah, the idea is that so what I've been doing is basically simply put, I've been making a bet that SpaceX will not get under 140 a share, and I've been doing it for like every week, right? It's just this week, SpaceX won't. It doesn't matter if it goes to 1 million. Doesn't matter if it goes to 140, 141. If it doesn't get under 140, I make my money.
FSLR breaking down.
And then if it bounces, you can cover it. Now, what Tak's making is a kind of a different bet where it has to actually move up from this price. So it's more of a directional bet as opposed to just it won't get to this price bet. So I was just asking him why the change, because I know last time he was selling puts, right? I like the idea of selling puts more just because this kind of looks a little bit downtrendy to me, right? A bounce and then a potential move lower. If I were to take a directional bet, I'd probably just take the stock, because the way I look at it is that then I don't have the time component. So if I liked it here, I'd probably just buy it here. And I get the logic there. You've got a clear support zone. You are definitely oversold on kind of every metric here on like the intraday chart and what's happened. It's gone from 160 to 150 in pretty much a straight line. Remember, I don't know if it's a component right now or if it happens at the end of the day, but this is now a Dow component or a Q's component. So yeah, it's just one of those. For me, I just like selling. I like selling the juice. I like getting the premium if I'm going to make these bets, right? Instead of just trying to.
I like the buying power. Forget the options. I like the buying power. I'm going all in here. Buying power used up here. Jumped in to CHTR, looking to see if this can get back up there. That would be, of course, defensive action. But the dip buy was perfect on the dip right there. I literally just left it out there. It just dip bought right there. So for those that asked us about fills, well, that was a pretty one, right? That's a fill at 139.51 with a low of 140. Well, with a low of 139.41. So 10 cents off the low. Pretty good fill there. And able to just put the stop right behind it, right? Because if it triggers out, that's fine too right here. We could see everything down day. The SPY is just crumbling here. It's down to 747 now. And the exact action that I was a little bit concerned about in the pre-market, we're seeing it, which is the reversal off the top end of the triangle, right? So then that's causing the down action. And I thought that maybe the Qs would go up to kind of hold this SPY action down. But if these Qs are doing this, guess what? It's going to open the door for the free fall, right? Am I saying that it's going to do it? No, but it's definitely there, has the potential. The technicals are showing that. So I'm going to be trading to the downside right now until I see some type of turn.
Yeah, service now as well. It's below VWAP, below the 9, the 20, and that has been falling for the last several minutes. It's still up over 1% today, but
IGV just kind of just getting crushed at the gates, right? So it's not that the tug of war trade of, I can go buying software because hardware is down. Now they're hitting software and hardware. The tug of war is done. They all fell, So at this point, no one's pulling on the rope. We need someone to pull on the rope if this is going to come back. What it was it was the mags, right? But the mags even lost altitude in the last kind of 10, 15 minutes, right? So the mags started to pull back. You need this back through the highs if we're going to rebound.
Well, yeah, and again, to put everything in context, we are just at yesterday's low on the SPY, right? So
we haven't seen lows like this since
we haven't seen this. I haven't seen prices since yesterday, right? So if you're sweating real hard now, there's kind of a condescending, I guess, saying in systems trading where these are the moments where you find out if your alpha is really just leveraged beta, which is a very nerdy way of saying, does your system actually find edge or do you just take extra risk? And, if you
take off, baby, let's go.
Right. If your SPY is down 0.5% and you look down and your account's down 10% today, you're just leveraged up in a bull market. You know what I mean? This is the SPY. This is yesterday. This is the day before yesterday, right? This is, and it's the important
just a turnaround, but it's a clear turnaround there. It's a clear turnaround there, man. It could be expected. I think you might be making it a little bit light than what it is, but we'll see at the end of the day.
Well, it's just mathematically down 0.5%, and at yesterday's low.
Just structurally, the structure is breaking down here. So we'll look to see if we get continued breakdown.
It would be the first down day in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, if you count this one, this was kind of, I guess, barely. But 1, 2, 3, 4, barely 5. So this would be the first down day in 6 days. It's it's again, if you're hurting right now, it just means you're in the stuff that's really leveraged up and in the sector that's getting killed. Now, if you want to know where the real damage is done, you just take a look at this. The SMH down 5.5%. And this is where kind of the blood in the streets are going. If you look at something like XLV, well, you're up 1.7%, right? If you look at XLF, you're up 0.5%, right? If you're looking at oil or energy names, you're up. So it's just very much the markets are not moving or down 0.5%, which is, again, just random noise, because you're getting these big sectors that are large weights in the SPYs really, really down, and then you're getting the rest of it up, right? The RSP, your average large cap stock, is still positive today. So that's why I'm just saying, look at your account, and if your account's getting smoked, you're in a lot of semiconductor. You're just concentrated in that AI trade, and maybe it's time to reevaluate that and saying, if your thesis is still there and you think this is just a blip in the road, that's fine. But just know the average stock, like most names out there, they're having slight downticks from the open. Most of them are up to even. And, again, you can look at the breadth numbers. It's like 50-50. Half stocks are up today, half are down. 68% of stocks are making new highs versus 31% making new lows. It's just, so it's this one of those where you're focused. So the saying that we quote all the time about pull the weeds, water the flowers, is take a look at your account. Should be real easy to see those today, right? Which ones are doing fantastic and which ones are just getting kind of completely slapped around.
Yeah, I'm looking at Qs. They're down over 2% now. Much.
Tech.
Education coming up in just 2 minutes, guys. We'll be touching into SK Hynix, covering, you guys know I like to give you guys the information before everybody else talks about it. So today we'll be talking about SK Hynix as they approach their ADR, and you might want to be watching this action, because if there's anything that's going to turn around the Qs, when that maybe comes out, maybe that's the thing. But right now, the Qs do look like they're on a downside turn, and we're seeing some further downside action. We'll see if we get some further breakdown here. But hey, man, it's a interesting day. Let's say that much.
And MU looking like it could break the $900 barrier. It's touched down to 907 for low of day. So we could be dropping out of the 9s and into the 8s for MU.
Tack, we don't talk about the Sharpe ratio in this chat. I have great issues with the Sharpe ratio. I think the Sharpe ratio is one of the worst inventions in all of finance. So I implore you, if you're doing Sharpe ratio related trading, just consider, not going to tell you what to do, but just consider switching that over to Sortino ratio. Because yes, the Sharpe ratio, I do not like. I just don't. No one could ever give me a solid answer of why punishing upside volatility in finance made sense. I want the upside volatility. Please give me as much upside volatility as you can, and then punish the downside volatility, which is what the Sortino ratio does. So yes, that's I won't rant entirely like I did, but just
even Jack Schwager,
think about it.
Even he says that it's mathematically incorrect. Like it's not a good ratio to do.
It would be a good ratio for some things. If you didn't want volatility at all, and I'm blanking on.
That's what it is designed for, right? It's to get around volatility, guys. It's not designed to bring you volatility. That's the thing, right?
Right. So it's like other non-finance related things, I could see someone making an argument to say yes. For other non-finance related things, fine. But
It's for finance, if you're managing like billions, right?
But
if you're managing billions, you're trying to take that away. You're not trying to add that into the portfolio.
But they should still want the upside volatility, right? They should still want the right.
That's like not at least not the way to design it. Not the way to design it.
It's dumb. I have yet to hear, and I've asked a lot of people an intelligent, why when it's just math, right? So it was very quickly after the Sharpe ratio, someone just invented the Sortino ratio. I'm like, just why not use that? That's what. So from all of my trading and investing and all of that kind of stuff, I use the Sortino ratio just because I don't want to get punished if I buy a stock and it triples. Like that would actually hurt your Sharpe ratio, which again makes no sense, right?
All right, guys. Well, let's go into our education segment today. Today, we're learning all about SK Hynix. We're learning all about the memory space, and we'll learn to hear about this because it is coming on as an ADR, right, to our market here. Of course, everyone's been kind of jumping on the kind of the drams and the different ways of playing this. Let's take a look at the action. Let's see what you can learn about this as it comes to the markets.
In the first quarter of 2026, SK Hynix generated a 72% operating margin. That translates to 37.6 trillion won, meaning this single memory manufacturer generated more operating profit in 3 months than they did in all of 2024. This South Korean manufacturer is the undisputed global kingpin of AI memory, producing the exact hardware bottlenecking the world's data centers.
Look at that place.
They currently capture roughly 57% of global high-bandwidth memory revenue. Through the entire NVIDIA Blackwell cycle, they were the exclusive supplier of HBM3E. Their primary U.S. competitor, Micron, is also posting blowout quarters, but they hold only about 21% of that HBM market. Look at this valuation gap. SK Hynix has superior margins and... In the first quarter of 2026, SK Hynix generated a 72% operating margin. That translates to 37.6 trillion won, meaning the single memory manufacturer generated more operating profit in 3 months than they did in all of 2024. This South Korean manufacturer is the undisputed global kingpin of AI memory, producing the exact hardware bottlenecking the world's data centers. They currently capture roughly 57% of global high-bandwidth memory revenue. Through the entire NVIDIA Blackwell cycle, they were the exclusive supplier of HBM3E. Their primary U.S. competitor, Micron, is also posting blowout quarters, but they hold only about 21% of that HBM market. Look at this valuation gap. SK Hynix has superior margins and nearly triple the market share, yet it trades at roughly 6.2 times forward earnings. Meanwhile, Micron commands a multiple between 7 and 9 times. This misalignment is a textbook example of the Korea discount. Equities listed on the KOSPI index are systemically penalized by global markets due to heavy retail concentration and the opaque governance structures of the Korean chaebol system. To break this discount, SK Hynix is launching a $29 billion sponsored ADR listing on the NASDAQ on July 10, 2026. Listing in New York is a deliberate mechanism to bypass the Kospi constraints, unlock massive passive U.S. index capital, and force a valuation convergence with Micron. This is a weaponized financial maneuver designed to arbitrage the AI memory supercycle on Wall Street. To understand how a cyclical commodity manufacturer achieved that 72% margin, we have to look at the underlying hardware economics. There has been a violent structural shift in global silicon output. Foundries are aggressively reallocating standard DRAM wafer capacity toward AI-optimized memory. From 2019 to 2025, HBM grew from 3% of SK Hynix's DRAM mix to 42%, pulling in $20.7 billion. That revenue shift granted them the pricing power to hit a 72% operating margin in Q1 2026. The primary engine behind this demand is NVIDIA, specifically their upcoming Vera Rubin architecture and its reliance on next-generation HBM4. SK Hynix builds HBM4 by stacking mature 1B DRAM dies on a TSMC 12nm logic base. Samsung instead uses an ambitious 4nm base with 1C DRAM, but packing advanced nodes together drastically reduces functional chip yields. SK Hynix deliberately sacrificed total vertical integration, choosing to outsource the logic base to TSMC to guarantee maximum production yield. That specific engineering decision secured SK Hynix an estimated 60 to 70% of NVIDIA's total HBM4 allocation for the Rubin platform. Software-like margins and hardware rely entirely on maintaining yield supremacy against the physical constraints of advanced silicon manufacturing. Generating hardware supremacy is step one. Monetizing it for U.S. institutions requires an entirely different architecture. 10 Sky ADRs now represent one common share in Seoul. Previously, U.S. access was restricted to thinly traded over-the-counter shares. The new NASDAQ listing opens the floodgates, as eventual inclusion in the NASDAQ 100 and SOX indices will force automatic dollar inflows. This playbook works.
So
TSMC's New York ADR historically trades at a 10 to 26% premium over its Taipei shares, driven entirely by this U.S. liquidity pool.
The hood,
SK Group Chairman Che Tae-won has made it clear that the $29 billion raised will not be used for general corporate purposes. Every dollar is cordoned off for capital expenditure, specifically the massive Yongin Y1 cluster, the Chungju packaging facility, and next-generation EUV lithography tools. The ADR operates with a dual mandate, acting as a financial bridge to U.S. Intex capital while simultaneously functioning as a war chest to outspend Micron and Samsung in physical hardware development. Wall Street is currently pricing this memory supercycle as if it will never end, but the semiconductor market remains violently cyclical. Look at the fragility of this trade. On June 23, 2026, SK Hynix plummeted 12.5%, based solely on unconfirmed reports of an NVIDIA production trim. That drop exposes their extreme customer concentration. NVIDIA alone accounts for roughly 27% of SK Hynix's total revenue. Simultaneously, Samsung is pushing to recover its market footing, targeting 28% HBM bit share by the end of 2026 and threatening to flood the market. At the lower end of the market, the Chinese manufacturer CXMT is expanding its capacity to flood the world with commodity DDR4 and DDR5. CXMT has rapidly grown its market share from 3% to 8%. That oversupply threatens the baseline commodity DRAM pricing that underpins the rest of SK Hynix's revenue outside of AI. And then there is the geopolitical choke point. Approximately 40% of SK Hynix's total DRAM production sits inside their fab in Wuxi, China. Operating that facility requires annual export control site licenses from the U.S. Bureau of Industry and Security. The U.S. has frozen technology upgrades at these fabs. The entire AI supercycle rests on a razor's edge. It is delicately balanced between a single customer's hardware roadmap and the stroke of a U.S. regulator's pen. The ultimate test for the July 10th NASDAQ debut is not whether the ADR pops on day one. It is whether the underlying Korean shares achieve genuine forward PE convergence toward Micron. Institutional investors will be monitoring 3 critical metrics post-listing to determine if the thesis holds. This first panel tracks the DRAM average selling price trajectory. The mid 60% quarterly price gains we saw in Q1 are mathematically unsustainable. Any deceleration in that pricing power marks the top of the cycle. Second is HBM revenue share. SK Hynix must defend a baseline above 50% to repel Samsung's HBM4 comeback. Third is the arbitrage spread between the ADR and the Seoul exchange. If the US ADR trades at a massive premium but fails to drag the underlying Korean equity up with it, the structural re-rating has failed. The explicit signal to exit the trade is any confirmed NVIDIA allocation shift away from SK Hynix, or the very first sign of sequential margin compression. Make no mistake, SK Hynix has proven its physical engineering supremacy in the AI era. Their silicon currently runs the world's most advanced data centers. The NASDAQ debut will ultimately prove whether Wall Street's financial engineering can align global enterprise value with physical reality, effectively hacking the Korea discount once and for all.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens there, but definitely kind of focus in because I think this is what's driving the memory stocks down because you could be having profit taking and eventually thinking of, hey, well, I want to get in on this SK Hynix. Do I front run the ADR, the out right of this? Do I sell off some of my positions in Micron and SanDisk and take some of that money for rotation? Could that be what we're seeing?
We saw that with SpaceX, right? Everyone sold Rocket Lab and ASTS and all that stuff, and it was money just being sucked from one area to be allocated and re-put into another area. But yeah, like you mentioned, the market's looking like it might be trying to dig in. I'm looking here at the leaders. These are the areas to have been focused on today with healthcare, right? Never really broke the low. It kind of flirted with it back and forth. XLF, the same kind of thing. This is the low of the day right here. Kept kind of bouncing above it. And then even Mag 7, it broke the low, but just a little bit, and then kind of came right back through. So positive on the day, not up from its open, but up from its low price. And then you compare that to like the SPY and the Qs. Right? They broke the lows and just gave. So there are pockets of strength out there, and that's what I'm watching. For the Mag 7, you were talking about Amazon. I actually like the look of that one because right, good relative strength. Again, I'm just tagging everything to lows. Like instead of, it's one thing to kind of blanket say a high day or is it up from its open, but right from and just look at it and say, okay, when it got to the lows, did it just give way in the way the indexes is? So Shop's another good example here, right? Came and tagged its low and dug in. So this could be a very simple, buy it back through VWAP and see if it gets a run there because it did a much better job holding on than semis and like a lot of the other market did. Yeah.
MU broke the 900s, tapped the 899 and started to reverse a little bit, but it might be coming back down. So we did get out of the 900s temporarily down into the 800s. So that's an interesting psychological number to fall into.
I would love a big flush on this kind of stuff. I'm sitting on a bunch of cash, so I'm biased here for sure. But
sure.
I would love sorry for anyone who's holding it, but I'd love like a 30% just rip down in like Micron or semis or something, because then that's probably the time that it's time to start stepping in and doing stuff, right? It was one of those markets that if you were in, you just kind of held and let it go for a long time and hopefully didn't do too much other than maybe trail to stop or something. But now that we're getting some action, it might actually be time to take a look to see if there's a trade to be taken on some of this stuff.
Are you still holding your MU from last week?
No, that was that was a one day. That one didn't work out too well. Yeah, but I'm working on some stats about, semiconductors are definitely reaching, if we close kind of down here, historical oversolds that are showing some good statistics of when this occurs. It's a good time to be kind of buying the dip. When this occurs, very specifically above like a 200-day moving average, not in a bear market, but when big sell-offs like this happen, you generally want to be the guy looking to with your hands out looking to catch them as opposed to the other side. But I just need to run those statistics kind of tonight after the close.
Do you know or have a price point that you're looking at for entry or a roundabout for an entry price to actually look
No,
at it?
because it's more velocity than specific price too, right?
Sure.
Like, if we were meandering down like slowly over time, this pullback took a month instead of like a week, right? That would be less interesting to me because I always looked at mean reversion, like a rubber band, right? It gets stretched too far and then it snaps. If it's just going down and stair stepping down over time, I'm way less interested. That's why, again, I'd love a flush. Like if today we broke down and, got into
I won't be mad at you.
This area,
I won't be mad.
I'd be just sitting there saying,
my DRAM will look really sad, but whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jesse.
I'll average in at some point. I'll just look at it and be like, all right, I'm just going to buy some more.
You got a discount.
and that
you went to Bed Bath and Beyond today, 40% off, baby.
Sometimes you gotta do it that way.
And to talk about the stock versus options thing, that to me would be a better use of stock, right? Because you don't the liquidity and B, the 24-hour market, especially with something with SMH. I bet you can always trade that thing, especially trade the pool. We got, if you guys don't know, 24-hour 5-day-a-week market. So Dude, if you got worried in the middle of the night, you can do that. And then with options, obviously you don't. So you gotta have to be holding it. So anytime you're nervous like that, again, it's a great thing to do with stock. And then from there, it kind of limits that time constraint of, I don't know when this thing's going to bounce. I just know that if we flush, then I should be able to buy it and get in a couple days to a couple weeks that snapback rally at some point.
SPY now holding here, looking like we're going to break towards new lows here. I held in on the SPXS trade right off the 9 EMA. 9 EMA holding well, showing me that momentum to the downside, holding well in the SPY there as we start to push right back down on the break of the 646. Will we see a break here as I continue to ride on my SPXS trade? Let's go. This is a way that you guys could be trading. Let's say if you were long tech names, right, Michael? You could still be trading down, right, and hedge, right? So there's other ways, right? Or maybe long only traders, right? They like to go long only. Well, if you only like to go long only, why not know the inverse names to kind of play your long strategy just on those names, right? And so SPXS would be a perfect example.
Yeah, and it's super common. Like say you owned all these names that are just getting smoked today. Right. What Mitch is basically saying is that you need 1/3 the capital to take a short. So say you have a $100,000 account and it's all in these names and you just want to take, you think this is just a flash in the pan dip, you could buy your SPXX and not have to use a ton of capital to do so. And as that comes down, so do all your names, but then hopefully, right, when it reverses, you cover your SPXX, you make money on that side of things. That gives you more capital to maybe buy the stocks that you like at a lower price. That's the whole kind of trade around thing, right?
Yeah, you're going to put some protection on, and then at some point you're going to take it off, because that's what it's about, right? You're going to have to, at some point, you're going to take it off. But if you can make some money in the meantime and at least cushion your loss, right? What I mean by that is, let's say, hey, you see yourself down, you're down towards like $100, right? Well, if I take this trade, can I make 60 or 70 of it back, right? Can I downsize on some of these longs and then maybe make some on the short side too? That's also another option, right? Not getting completely out, but just downsizing. Right? Like let's say in Jesse's situation that he wants to buy some at a cheaper price. Well, one of the ways that I think about that all the time is if I can get it even close to my break even, I'll downsize and say, okay, I'm willing to add these shares back, but let's say through the low of the day or something like that. Sure. But I'm going to take some off here and lose, let's say $17 or $20 versus holding on to it all day and then losing like $60 or $80, right? So downsizing is also an option. I think too often we hear all the time about upsides, like taking risk on, but there's also a way of just taking risk off and just downsizing on a position.
Yeah, that makes sense.
trade arounds, right, is the way I was always taught with it. If you like, I could use Oscar as a perfect example here. Well, and even SpaceX is probably a more apt example. Where, right, I've got these SpaceX shares. I'm just going to hold them for 90 days at this point. But, when we came back down here, I essentially took a long trade by selling these put options. And we bounced and I got back out. And then we came down. I did it again. We bounced and I got out. Now I'm contemplating doing it all again. And, by doing this over and over and over again, it keeps me, A, engaged on the position that I have, but B, any loss that I would incur is going to be lessened by kind of the income that you made. And it's another advantage of maybe you got your brokerage account and then also a trade the pool account, where you could be long these names in your real kind of brokerage account, and you could be taking shots at shorts in your trade the pool account, and then withdraw from your traded pool account, buy the stocks you liked at a discount because you're able to take a short there. That type of thing you can start to play with and do as well, right? If you like a name, it's not a all or nothing thing. You want to potentially trade around that position, and if you can do it successfully and generate any amount of income on a position, then that's great. Same reason people will do, like, they'll sell calls, right? So they have a stock and they really like it. It's one thing I regret that I didn't do on SpaceX when it was up here. I was like, man, I should just sell some calls. And then you would have, right, generated calls,
right? Maybe.
Yeah, you would have. And it's a way to kind of make money around a position without potentially selling it. So if you're selling them up there enough, you're just saying, generate a profit for me for something that I own, and make a little bit of cash going on there. So trade arounds, right? It's not always all in, all out. You want to have some sort of, and you can do that by just saying maybe your initial purchase is only half or a third of what you actually want, and that allows you to kind of trade in and around it, right?
Absolutely. Now I'm wondering for MU, is 900 going to become resistance? We've broken down to 894, and now it's having a tough time getting back over the 900. So, going to be watching that.
Geez, the New York Times just published nearly 1 million investors lost a total of $3.8 billion on the Trump crypto coin.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
No, buy now.
Yeah.
Buy now.
I was about to say, now that they're publishing this article, let's take a look.
Yeah.
Let's go and Trump. There she is.
Ooh.
That looks good.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
Maybe if you go upside down.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a hotkey for that.
If you look at it like this, it doesn't look too bad.
There you go. There's the inverted chart. That looks great.
There you go. Thank you, dude.
Yeah.
If only it looked like that.
Is this the one that when around he was elected went massively up? 2020.
Yeah, this is the one that got you, if you invested, I think, like 50,000 or 20,000, you got the shoes.
Okay, yes. So I have a friend of mine. I have a friend of mine who's been trading for about 10 years, mainly crypto, Bitcoin, all this stuff. He invested
new lows
and went in like 50, 60K and made multiple millions from after the Trump election that night. So that was good for him.
Yeah, well, you got to get out. That's the thing, right?
Yep.
It's like with all these meme coins, right? They have their moment, and you just gotta move on. And right, it's the same thing we're seeing with semis. Right? Yep. Could they go back? Yeah, but if you took the moment and you took the profits and you had a good time and you moved on, great. If you're holding them forever, maybe, right? But I always bring back. Well, I always bring back this chart. So Microsoft, let's go to a 1 month chart. This is Microsoft all the way back out to 1987, right? A long-term chart of Microsoft. If you bought during the dot-com bubble in 1998, it took you all the way to 2016 to get your money back, right? If you bought near these highs. So this is Microsoft,
no bueno.
Right? This is the one that for every Microsoft, there are hundreds or thousands of pets.com and like junky companies that went to zero. This is the one that you're like using Microsoft on the machine that you're looking to buy Microsoft on, and it took them 16 years to recover. So it's like the same, I'm not saying this is happening to these semis now, but at some point they will reach a top, and they might not go down an amazing amount, but it could just take an insane amount of time to get your money back, and then it ends up just being a question of opportunity cost, right? This didn't if you held on to Microsoft for those 16 years, congratulations, you made your money back, and you made a whole bunch of money since then. But what did you leave on the table? You probably actually underperformed just buying an index, which is essentially a rotation strategy or some sort of trading, just because for so long, you can see how sideways this went forever. So there is an absolute cost of buying things and having them sell off against you. But that's not even, to me, the biggest thing. It's the opportunity cost, where you just had your money tied up in this thing forever. And then eventually, right, it ended up going for you, and that's great. And so that's why when I'm looking at these things, I bought XLV, right? I bought XLV down here. I bought XLF because I'm like, okay, could semis keep ripping? It's like, yeah, but how big is NVIDIA going to get? Like 10 trillion? Maybe, but that's a 3x versus something else. But if they come down, the move, hindsight being 2020 on Microsoft, was just mean reversion. As this thing was cranking, if you were able to time dips, the person that did that probably made a ton of money just playing this mean reversion over and over again. Might be the same as these. They might be great trading vehicles, which is what we're here for. They just might not be the whole, I'm just going to buy Micron and hold it forever, right? If it comes down pretty harshly, maybe you buy it and it goes back to 1,000. And then maybe, right? So there's money to be made on all times. You can't marry these things. Most stocks, it's like 80% of stocks have an 80% drawdown they never recover from. I could have butchered that statistic, but most stocks suck. Like most of them do. It's just a handful of ones that hold on. There's like a big survivorship bias in it, which is the beauty of the S&P 500, right? The S&P 500 works and works really well because it's a rotation strategy. They're constantly adding to the best stocks, and then they're kind of removing everything else, and it's just not it's just not working. So you just understand most stocks suck. So just they don't like you. So don't like them. Just take your trade. Make your money,
SPY turning around a little bit there now. We could see a little bit of reversal there. It did take the money and ran in the SPXS trade, which puts me into the green just slightly on the day, but it's that type of day, right? So even though I took some losses there and some tech dip buys, went short, was able to make some money. And back into the green, and we keep the party alive.
Where's my 400 on SpaceX, Josh?
Josh.
Where's my 400 on SpaceX, bud?
Josh.
Come on, bud.
Hey, listen, by the year 2053, you will see SpaceX minimum.
Oh.
I didn't give you the year. I kind of forget to give that to you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all we worth. So that's what $10 trillion will be worth then, and buying a slice of bread will be $1,500,000. And but what's going on, bud?
Good day. Yes, it's been slower in the small caps. We had one good runner with CLRO. It's been relatively a lot, in the micro cap area. It's just been, yesterday was great. Today has been a really lackluster day, honestly. It has been moving over to looking at mega caps for myself. And this beautiful move down on SPY. Your SpaceX play, man. I'm sorry. I was just hoping for big things. It's like, hey, it's like the World Cup and the U.S. squad. The U.S. squad. I was hoping we'd go further. You got big expectations, and then they falter.
I'll survive. I don't know if the kids will, because I eat first, and then they get the scraps. But I'll be all right. I think.
Hey, listen, it's going to be probably what the sub 150 here looks like it's going to break, go down to 135. Maybe we see 100 or a little bit lower, and then it's then the time we go up, you know? It's a pop, lock, and drop them, and then we go up.
Well, and that's the thing, right? I got to remember, I'm still in from 135, so I'm still up 15 points, right?
Right?
Yes. You're doing
That's
good.
The privileged.
Hanging in there.
The privileged of...
The only question is, do we go to the double digits now? Looks like my call for the takedown of the opening price is coming into play now. Do we go to the double digits? The classic IPO move. That's where I'm pushing at. That's when I'm going to buy it.
I'll show you guys. I'm working on this. Where is it? I've got it over here. I'm working on this IPO system.
To me, it's always been like buy them after the consolidation on the downside.
Well, that's kind of what this is. I'm not going to give away all the
GE, Caterpillar definitely taking a big hit there today. We're seeing some real hard downside action around the industrials. That's all energy really lifting off today. I don't know what happened there. Trump, whatever you did, you sparked the oil market. So
they're taking pot shots at tankers. That's what's going on.
Oh, they're taking pot shots at tankers. That sounds great.
This is the IPO system I'm working on. You can see long periods of times at nothing, which kind of makes sense because there's long periods of time with no IPOs. And then these kind of insane pops after that. And without giving away the whole thing, it's essentially just you're buying, it's doing traditional trend following, but just specifically on IPOs. So instead of buying it when it breaks out, you wait for like a 30-day high and you're buying them there. So you're talking about FIG, right? So this would just be and we went over the kind of Donchian channel things. It would probably just be a buy over this price right here. So you just say, if it gets above 27.50, I'll buy it. And then they use an ATR trailing stop. And it nailed like things like SanDisk kind of in through, make sure we're getting the right price here. SNDK. Yeah, so it got through, let's do a weekly chart. This is a couple of the winners it got, right? So this is why that most recent craziness that you're seeing right here is actually SanDisk on the equity curve because it got it as it broke right to this prior high and then put in a trailing stop. So like most things, it's got like a 30-something% win rate, but because you're waiting for that dip and then retake, it's performed pretty good. It wouldn't be like a standalone system, like it wouldn't be something that would make you a living by itself, but you take that, you combine it with 20 or 30 other systems, and all of a sudden you're having a great time.
All right, we'll see what happens, guys. 10:51, continuing to look at the market, seeing a little bit of a bounce there in the market right now. Real estate kind of hanging in there. Defensives hanging in there. Pretty much nothing going to the highs right now, just kind of hanging out, right? So I think at this point we got to be also in the hangout mode, right? So I think that's what we'll be doing. We'll be looking to see what happens. Will we see it break down further? The SPY bounced there, but it really wasn't a strong bounce. So we need to see what happens. It just seems to me like it's just kind of on a fade on the day right now. What's another tell sign is also, I think, what you're seeing in some of these other areas like this communications pulling back now, defensives pulling back, real estate pulling back. The only area that's trying to get the bounce right now, and that's the area you got to watch, it's tech. And then we got to watch to see what's starting to bounce there, right? So keep your eyes on tech to see if we get some type of bounce in certain areas. Like Micron is up to 909. Can 900 be that hold right now of support? Could be, right? Maybe an undercut and rally on 900 today. We'll find out.
Yeah, so this is a pretty clean kind of 15-minute chart there on the SPY, right? Just down, down, down. This would be, I know one guy who trades a system where he's looking for just the consecutive amount of candles and just basically, let me buy. If the things stretch, let me buy on the break of a 15-minute candle high, stop below the low, see if that ends up tagging a higher low of the day. That's that's interesting. It'd be an interesting kind of shot to take here.
SOX L down about 20% today. Wow.
Made some really good money on Dow yesterday, 2 times. So we'll look to see if Dow comes back today. It just popped above 400s. Dow.
Well, get them to tweet as soon as you get in. Get another. Everyone should invest in Dell.
I didn't realize we owe Snowman some money. He says J&J show better have my money, baby. So
better have
money, Snowman.
Better have my money.
Don't worry about me. Worry about the kids. Josh is starving out there.
Hey, I know, right? I am messing everybody's July up.
Oh man, I think my 2-year-old daughter might be a psychopath, eh? So
that sounds interesting.
Saw a grass snake, and we're all in the grass. We're all like huddled around, like a little tiny, tiny thing. And yeah, that's cool. And they're asking me questions about him or whatever. Then all of a sudden, she comes flying. 2 years old. She grabbed a bat, like a little foam bat that they have for t-ball, over the top rope. Just starts whacking the thing, like completely unprompted. I'm just like, dude, he's not doing anything to you. Leave him alone. She's just like. And a grin on her face at the same time. I'm like, man,
I got that snaky, Dad.
I need to get you on
snaky.
Dr. Phil or something like that.
That snake is done.
You guys fixed up, figured. I'm like, man. Well, at least she's fearless, right? I'll take that. That's a good quality to have, I guess.
One of my sons, he too is fearless. He will when he was 3 or 4 years old, he went to this like opening of a tree, and there was a squirrel family in there. He's reaching in and grabbing like the baby squirrels and stuff. And got his little finger
that will not end well. Those guys are psychos.
Picks up everything. Psychos. He has picked up everything in his life. It's crazy. Kids are fun.
Just another Steve Irwin.
Micron coming back here, guys. It's time to go microning.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing now. It's like it's hard to get excited, but it does kind of feel a little bottoming type action. But I don't really have let me look at the 5. I don't really see like a big, volume swoosh.
Yeah, there's no
or whatever.
bottom. No big volume at the bottom. No showing signs that maybe we just wanted to put a bunch of strength in at this low. I think it's more just the chop, right? I think you and I could both say that this is just playing within the chop. But the Qs did make it down into an area that I wanted to kind of keep an eye out. So now the Qs would need to come back all the way to let's say 712 or 715 by the end of the day if it's going to get back in this symmetrical triangle. And something tells me it does. So I'm going to take bets on that, guys. So I'm taking a little bit of some micron here. We'll see what happens. But definitely looking to see if we can get back into symmetrical triangle for the Qs. That would push us back into, let's say, 715, 712s by the end of the day. We'll look to see if we get there. If we break through 700, see ya, tech.
SpaceX touching that 150.
It's looking cracky.
It is.
Don't do it.
Weak. Looking weak.
I'm close. I haven't re-entered the put game just yet. I haven't done it yet, but I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna give it some time. Don't have to do it this morning. I'll see if we kind of even out here a little bit. What's the price on them now? Let me take a look just to see how much you'd get per put. $7 so $70 per sold, and that's at 140 with 24 days to go, right? So if you're okay with buying, so then essentially you're on the hook to buy 100 shares of SpaceX at 140 minus 7, so 133 net if you do it. So I'm looking at that. I just like, I'm not super interested in the SPY. It'll be the same with SpaceX. Like, show me a base or something, like kind of chill out into the end of the day, just stop the bleeding for a while. Then I'll probably pull the trigger on it, right? Because same with the SPY. The bounce is one thing. You have to have a bounce at some point in the day. I've never seen a day with every kind of 15-minute candle red. And so same with SpaceX. Do you get a bounce and then maybe like a higher low or something? That might be where I kind of pull the trigger, try to get around that $7 one, right? So
All right, nice little lift off here in Micron, back towards 915s, got long there at the 912s, 913s area, looking for this to kind of ride up there. Now I just want it to go, right? I don't want it to let people in, so it should just lift off, right? So at this point, I can go break even, look for the lift off. If I get cut out, I can look to get back in. This is the thing I think a lot of traders sometimes struggle with. On days like today where I'm looking for whipsaws, I need to be as tight on risk as possible, even if it causes me to be 10% accurate on the day. What matters is risk to return. If I can get the return that I'm looking for and keep the risk as small as I can, I'm going to keep doing it, right? It's all about timing on those types of trades. But Micron coming right back up here. I saw it around the 907. I let it build up towards the 912s, 913s. It went sideways at that 910. I said, let's take the shot. Let's go. Let's see what happens here now. 918s and starting to continue to rise and getting a nice little action, almost up triple digits already there on the first push. That's what we wanted to see. That's what I wanted to look at. Now let's look to see if we get that next move. You saw me cancel the stop. Just tell it, hey, I'm not here, but I am here. I'll definitely get out if I need to on break even. I'm just looking for the break at the 920s now. If I can get that, then I can start going up there and securing $100 already on this trade. SPY isn't ripping higher, but I need the Qs to come higher, not the SPY necessarily. So I'd be looking at the Qs as a focus now. And just look for the Qs to stay green on the 1 minute. Hold above the 9 EMA, which is around the 707.16. Here comes pullback opportunity. You're getting your chance there. It's going to probably come back into the 9 and start to test there. I don't mind getting out and then getting back in, so I will set the stop here. We start to head back through that 915. There's this Q's holding on to the 9. We'll see if it goes right back into the green. If not, it triggers out here, and I'm okay with that. That's okay, right? The key is getting out at that point and holding in. By me taking that stop off for a little bit, it gave it the ability to work there a little bit through some of the volume. Now we'll look to see, do we get that liquidity search and then get cut out before the move? We'll see. Qs are trying to make the move right now as we speak.
All right, Josh, I got an easy one for you today. I got an easy task.
Right
just
here.
no new lows. Just make that low hold.
Or maybe don't go long on kids, because I saw someone was short on kids.
Oh, the kids.
I'm short the kids. I'm hoping the kids will pay for the kids, right? That kind of.
Kids at all.
But yeah, no, you don't need to be. You're not short. You're very long kids over there, Jesse.
Date night for me is having 2 or 3 kids around.
You're on leverage. You're leverage children.
Government supplements children.
Don't just keep the low in, and I'll be a happy camper here, right? Because my account's actually I'm fine.
Yeah,
today,
SPY started dropping there.
Good. Well, we'll see.
SPY dropped, lost the altitude. I got out there, break even, guys. We'll look to see if we recover, but the Qs also lost a 9, so things like that. We're gonna keep being a little bit of a chop here. We'll look to see if we recover back. All right, guys, that's it for us at least on the M&M. It's time for the M&Ms to get out of here and the J&Js to take over.
How you doing, bub?
How's that going, bub? Looks good.
Doing good, man. Well, internet issues. Man, I don't know what's going on yesterday into today. I've reset the modem. I've done everything you're supposed to do, right? And I'm only getting like 90 megabits per second on the download side, which is terrible. I should be getting hundreds more than that. 1,000 more than that, honestly, but whatever.
Well, you look good and we can see your beard, man. It's all good.
Yeah, growing it out,
growing out, I like it. That's what I'm saying.
Got the long hair growing. The only reason I don't like it is because this right here starts to show up. The grays,
Okay.
The silvers. It's not gray. It's more silvery.
I'm starting to see a few
white.
in mine when it gets out, when it starts growing thick. I can see little pieces here and there, and
it hurts.
Man,
it hurts.
We're at that age, though, man.
No, we're not. I don't want to be. I don't want it. This is it. Yeah,
we're at that age, brother.
Oh, well, I appreciate the kind words. You're looking good yourself, my man. And SPY, SPY, big line in the sand there that I had myself, just reversed right off of it. Big pivot point there. And I'm going to do my best here, Jesse, to hold up these lows, but I do feel at least a little bit of a channel coming. Maybe we can at least channel until we get into a new segment. We're going to have a little book of the week. Jesse's a book reader. Of course, I know Michael Noss. A lot of you guys are when it comes to the stock trading realm. I myself am more of a talker, I guess, right? I don't like to read. I've never been a reader, even back in the day. I think the most reading every day was Sports Illustrated for kids. Sports Illustrated, that was always a dig for me back in the day. What was the other one? I like getting the Rolling Stone magazine. I'd read some articles there. I had that throughout the years as well. That's about as deep as Josh gets on the reading side. But for stock traders, there's a lot of good books out there. A lot. So Jesse's got a big task force every Tuesday. And man, I just now realized when we go wide shot, check what's behind my shoulder right here, bud.
Let's take a look. Hey, look at those shoes. Whoa.
I was hoping last night those would help us out in the World Cup, pulling out some sweet Jordans that I've literally never worn. Then I even pulled out some Jordan Neymar boots that I have. They're indoor soccer cleats that I thought were so cool because they have the colorway from like the Jordan 3s or 4s. I have them in this closet right here. I've never worn them before, but last night I slid them on. I was like, maybe these will help.
Maybe that'll
Nothing was helping. I'm that kind of like, you try to you think what you're wearing is going to maybe help them out.
I've done it before, man. Especially playoff hockey. I'll wear a certain jersey or a certain thing, and it will make you fall for it if it works once, and then you're like, oh, it worked out.
Or especially if it works like 3 or 4 times. Yeah, you get to like 3 or 4, you're like, okay, I found the magic potion. The magic potion, I have the power. And then they lose like 3 after that, and you're like, I'm never wearing this ever again.
That's right. Man, I see our dram. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do a little later, but I might just wait for later on this week. I might average in if we continue to drop in prices. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Let me know what you're thinking, what you might be doing, but that's what I'm kind of thinking of doing with dram.
Yeah. I like how I'm like the only one that calls it DRAM. Am I like the only one out there that says DRAM?
So I'll say, yeah, whatever. For me, it's DRAM, DRAM, or DRAM. It's just whatever. Like, I've heard it both ways. It's like VWAP, VWAP. You say it one way, I'll say it a different. But I've heard it both. From there's just different ways to say it, I guess.
I'm 100% there when it comes to caramel and caramel. And same thing with Caribbean and Caribbean. I'll go back and forth with that one as well. That's another one I'm back and forth on. I'm like, dang it, I don't have a go-to. Some people do, and I'm like, that's kind of me. Do you want a Coke? You want a soda? You want a pop? I don't think I ever say you want a pop, but I'll say the other ones, and I usually more direct, like, hey, what do you want to drink? That comes from the waiting game, where I waited tables and. They didn't want you to say that. You say, what would you like to drink, right? Because you don't want to say, but yeah, so you don't want to say pop or soda. You want some soda? You want some pop? That's something like your grandparents would say. You want a soda, honey? Yeah. Yes, Granny, I do, please. I'd take a soda from you, honey.
Soda pop.
Yeah, so looking at DRAM, you said you were did you get out of your swing?
No, I'm still in my swing. Still in my swing, and I'm in at $67.
Okay.
So, it tapped up to 80. That's when I probably should have started scaling out. But the way semiconductors had been looking, I mean, that's essentially what that's powered by, right? It's Samsung, SK Hynix, MU. It's these bigger, huge names that if those do turn around, it'll come back up. It'll be nice. But if we're on some sort of rotation here and we're just going to continue to see kind of lower lows for a bit, it could get ugly for a little while.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, brother. Yeah, I thought when I got on earlier, I thought I'd been sharing this whole time.
We also do have a $25K winner to announce, too. So,
sweet cherry power. You gonna have the honors? You got that loaded up?
Yep, I have it loaded up. It should be ready to go.
Rock and roll.
Except for it says that I'm sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. Let me go back in here. I see that it's not. Let's see.
I am definitely. I am sharing mine right now, looking at DRAM, and I will say the DRAM, as a lot of people are calling it, or DRAM. I do feel this coming down. I love this little node right here, man. This is this old resistance becoming new support, anywhere around 57.50 into the 55 handle there. That's a sweet cherry pie. Now I don't know if we can get all the way down to 55. We may only get down to that 56 mark that you're seeing right through there. But this area, I love. So let's see if that comes down a little bit more and then can continue that higher low pattern, which you'd really want to see at that point. If you do crack that, that's kind of that line in the sand for me, for DRAM. Oh, you'd be a little worried, Jesse. Okay, remind me again. Sorry, because of talking World Cup there for a minute, and I know heartbreak for. I'm ready for football now. I'm ready for dun 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 dun. And I'm ready for Monday Night Football. So, and I say Monday Night Football. It's the first game of the year. The Broncos play the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. It's their first game of the year. So Broncos versus. Hey, it's gonna be a big matchup. There you are in Missouri. We know you're a Broncos fan. That's our first game of the year. We play.
Yeah.
We played Chiefs on Monday Night Football. But I love these little areas right here. But if you crack this is where I'd get a little bit worried. But remind me, Jesse, what was your game plan? You said you're going to do what on DRAM here?
Well, I'm in at $67 right now. I don't have that many shares for the swing, but I'm in at $67, and then I want to look at the price action at some point today and figure out, do I want to maybe buy some more at 55, at 52 if we drop that low? So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out where another price point or entry would be to kind of average in at some point coming up here shortly.
Yeah, I'm not too favorite. Yeah, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was just thinking between maybe like 52 and 55 if we continue to fall down. That's where I'm gonna be. That's where I'm gonna be looking at. So.
Yeah, I like that area. And then if it gets any lower, this is really the other sweet area. I love this area. So when you see this consolidation back here from May. Into the first of mid to May. I forgot how far this thing has gone. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot this run has just been the last 2-3 months, Josh. It's crazy to see how much of a run we've had. But I love this area too. So this little 47, AK-47, right? But this little 47 area, 45, 46, whatever, that's another beautiful area. Both of them, I don't see how they wouldn't see support and some consolidation in those areas. And back to holding up the SPY here. We're trying to consolidate, and that's what we're, like I said, maybe we can get some sort of channel starting to form over the next, say, 15, 20 minutes before we get into the awesome book of the week segment, which I'm looking forward to, my man. Honestly, talking books and getting traders in chat to, because it's one of those things where it's been asked so much throughout the years. I'm like, we need to talk more books. We do here and there, but I think it'd be a good little segment to have. This is the line in the sand, though. 4685 area, and it's going to be key. This is the old resistance, new support. This is kind of like, again, a sandwich area, but what I was just showing you on DRAM at that 55.
You're probably maxing out the vocal cords on a daily basis. That's probably what's going on. I mean, you're hitting probably 80 to 90,000 words a day. You may not read books, but if your daily conversation, your daily monologue was a book, you would be a tome. It would be like a Charles Dickens Russian writer, kind of like that thick, or War and Peace with AK-47 here, right?
Shoulder. So there's shoulder, there's head, here's shoulder number 2. I know it's at a 1 minute time frame, so you really need to zoom in to see that. Doesn't mean they always work out, but it does look a little bullish for now. And you can even see here on the 5 minute chart, which I usually like to go to next, starting to form that same look. A little bit of that reverse candle. Now we found a new low, reversing at this former reversal. So back through my line in the sand in 46.85. I like to go long out of that for the move up to 47.50 into that VWAP. And then the other one was, which was looking good here. You called it out for the move below. I was trying to get my internet to get freaking working to see sub. This was at 907s when you called this out and say, hey, watch for a move down to sub 900. And boy, oh, what a great move it's not only made from there, right? So down here, you got some extra 10 points or so. And then from there, now the move up. And Mitch was talking about going long here, and the reversal as MU has made, which is really, really, really nice here. You're going to have some troubles here at the 26 handle. So watch from resistance into this candle. Through that, we're going back up to this area right around here, right around 930. This usually runs in about $5 increments anyway. MU, beautiful mover. I'm still long-term on this to have literally just the 2 shares left at the 630 mark. I figured I'd just hold them, Jesse, until till entry price. Maybe it comes back down to that area that I like a lot, and maybe even add into it and get back up to 10, 20 shares or whatever I feel like getting up to. Nothing too heavy because, again, it's nothing like I'm super... I like MU and SanDisk in these semiconductors, but I know we're on this sort of, phase of we're kind of recycling, so to speak, of what we're trading, and it's having and it should a healthy, nice pullback. But I'm just thinking when we get down to that area again, is that going to be it? Going back to my entry price, we're pulling up here. Let's zoom out, which is not too long ago, which is really crazy. All the way back down here in the 600. So this is where I got in actually on this candle, this day right there. So, when I look at that, I always zoom out and go, boy, if we see that again, it looks great. But also if we crack that, there's like, what's going to hold it up? We have a lot of room to run down. And I just don't know that happens on plays like MU and SanDisk and these semiconductors. I do feel we have some much needed relaxation, some consolidation, whatever, this is much needed. We're not going to just continue to do this. And I'd rather it be healthier than make some crazy move to 2K or something further. And then that would lead to not a car pullback and dump, but it would lead to a more severe. And I think these plays are healthier, obviously. I know than car, but I do feel these plays, even like your DRAM, they're set for a pullback and some consolidation before going up again.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, let's do this. We can pull up a winner for our 25K eval account for the USA World Cup drawing.
Yeah. Let's go to your screen. Then. What do we got? Was this for last night's upset? I'm saying upset. the USA match?
This should be. I'm trying to select match on the screen, and it's not letting me. So I don't know if there's an issue with trying to select the match, Ayush, but it looks like I'm not able to draw. You want me to refresh this? Just let me know, Ayush, and I will. Let's see. So
how about win, lose, or draw? Did you play that one back in the day?
I'm familiar with that. I don't know if I played that or not. Win, lose, or draw.
Yeah, it was a good one. That was a good one back in the day.
Yeah, for some reason I can't actually select the match, so stand by. We will.
You're good. Yeah, it was a TV show. Then there was a board game too as well.
Okay. Nice.
Old school, baby. Old school. Let's go back over to the SPY here. Going back over to my screen for now. Not good. Big sell off there. Right back on down. So this is Nos may come back on the stream and start pulling out the old wood chipper or whatever his name is. Isn't he wood chipper Nos? Isn't that what his name is? Or he's a wood chipper because the Canadian. Or I don't know, something along those lines. Something with cutting wood. And you got Crowbar Steve, and you got Jesse and I, J&J. We're just the simpletons over here. We're not trying to hurt anybody.
That's right. I took. I don't know if did you take any trades today? I took 2 trades. I could briefly highlight those.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure, yeah.
Let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to pull up my screen. I took a couple of shorts today. Imagine that with the kind of day that large caps are having, particularly in the semiconductors and. In the tech world at the moment. So cool. Okay, my screen is on there. Great. So I waited until SpaceX broke the pre-market low to short it, and it was at 155. I averaged in with a few more shares when it got up a little bit higher. We consolidated for a little bit. And then when it broke yesterday's closing price, continued to go down, I started to take some profit off of there. So took a baby trade, right? In SpaceX, it went well, it went good. And this is just one of those things, too, where I look at and I tell myself all the time, like, hey, you didn't actually have to get out. Like, I kept my stop tight once I was making some profits. And so when I started to scale out, I just was like, oh, man, I don't want it to reverse direction. When in reality, it's like, man, it could have just barely tapped above the previous candle. And then look how much room we had to run all the way back down. I mean, I could have stayed in for several dollars more with ease, with it not going above any point of which I would have been in any losing territory at all. So just lesson for next time. It was a fine enough trade. Profit is profit, but it could be far more profitable sometimes if you're patient. So I'm telling myself that in the future. MU, I also took a short in that earlier when it was dropping. Let me just find my spot that I took that trade at. Here we go, right here. So again, this purple line represents pre-market low of day. We're well below VWAP. That's where I like to short, especially early on in the day. This purple line is the 20. Blue line is the 9. We're below that here, so I get in for not very long at all. And again, it's really just a short scalp in MU with a few shares. And yeah, so 2 trades today, 2 shorts, and profitable. So that was nice.
2 for 2, baby.
2 for 2.
Hey, it's Taco Tuesday, and it's got to get you cut.
It's Taco Tuesday.
Second day of the week, you got your 2 trades. Also in the radio, they call it 2 for Tuesday. So there you go, man. You got your 2. I would be, looking for one more possible trade, and then you just call it a day. You say, listen, I don't want to get overzealous on the day. Could have held SpaceX for a long, right? You had some movements there, so so it's
I do have a pretty good swing going on with Viking Therapeutics. And the last several days, it has been just climbing up the charts. Today, also, it's up over 6% today. So, yeah, I like that trade. I've scaled out a little bit of the position, but I still think we have some room to run. So, have a lot of shares left to still get out if it continues to go to the upside. So, yeah, Viking has looked pretty good the last. This is the daily chart, so it's looked pretty good. It's had a good breakout.
Yeah, it definitely has. Yeah, that's definitely how. I think Steve brought that up last week or sometime I know recently on the chart. We looked at it a couple of times. Nice, good chart there. Good move up there. Good swing there, brother. And yeah, good swing. Honestly, you just got a little, like with the DRAM, you could have taken some profit there. It's just one of those things where it just was a little bit maybe toward the top end of its run for the time being. So that was a good swing. I mean, you get 10 points out of a move. You're doing pretty darn good.
Yeah, and it's also so easy when things are in a state of continuation to the upside day after day, especially with stocks like MU. It's so easy to be like, okay, yeah, I know it's not going to go on forever, but today's not going to be the day that it drops, right? Oh no, it did, and then the next day, and then it's like, oh wow, like it really is this sense of, the rotation is real. So I think telling myself that for future swings. To just start taking profits a little bit quicker, scaling out faster. I think that's probably a better way to go in most instances.
Yeah, the thing too, like you said, like I've always said for so long, I mean, everyone's going to have their different trading strategy and style, and that's the thing. You have to figure out what works best for you. There's going to be different strategies for so many different traders, and again, back to that, are you scalping? Are you going long? Are you going short? Within going long or going short, how long are you in your trades? What moving averages are you using? What time frames are you using them in? I'm thinking the people which is crazy, that use, second time frames. I could never, ever, ever use second time frames, but some people go into 10 second, 30 second, even 1 second. I mean, like, how do you 1 second chart? How do you even do that? Like, that's a lot of candles.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Absolutely.
That's a lot of candles. We got Aussie in chat saying BJ, and he's got a brother named DX because he was in DX. So we got a bounce play. She said she's got it at 147. Says thank you. We'll see if we get back. We need to get back through 152. So BJDX here. Need to get back through this little bottom support area. And then through that, you have this downtrend that you'd want to maybe most likely sell into. So start up top here. Go to a drawing tool. I want to put in a trend line, and I want it to be the line. And you can see this overall downtrend we're in. So this would be your main resistance you'd want to sell into. Seeing that we also filled there earlier. So get through 152, 153, and make your way back up to 159, 157, and that would be your main area. And this is just going to consolidate off of this pre-market main area. I mean, that was over 2.5 hours from, let's call it 145-ish down to 138-ish. So we have a lot of demand in that area. She's a slow one. BJDX. The one I really wanted to get filled there is we were talking it up and you're talking about trades. I wanted to get filled on CLRO so bad. Multi-day mover here. This dip buy. I wanted this a little bit lower on the way down here, and it was consolidating into this downtrend. As you can see, we're just downtrend. And this was my main area. I didn't like it up here. I wanted it a little bit lower, more in this volume demand area. And it didn't quite get there. And I took my eye off of it. I was waiting for it to get a bit lower, of course, when the show just started a few minutes ago. So I'm waiting for it to crack down. Didn't get filled there. So that was one trade I was looking to take with you guys here on the live stream. Still like that if we'd reject off of this downtrend and come back on down. And the other one in small caps, that's moving today. It's not great. Is TV, and it's got something called a RD. I bet you didn't know that, did you?
TVRD. Nice.
And this is the one that Crow brought up in chat. It's a slow and steady mover, not as slow and steady as BJDX. And then we have CLRO. So this would be the mid ground. CLRO is the more volatile mover. It has halted today, not only down, but up. And of course, you can see the last few days, how much it's gone up from since it first started moving. What was the move on? 3 on Thursday, all the way up to 1250 today. That's not a bad move, about 300% in 3 days. TVRD, it just started to get off the ground today. Could be a no multi-day runner, but it is up on the day as well, up about 72%. So not too bad, but a good move. I like this area right here, this old flat as I call them, plateau. Boom, ba-dum, 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 and then this quick down into this area. Right around $3.10, $3. That is your bouncy roundsies, and I would love that because I can risk into this demand sandwich area. Everyone knows some sandwiches by now. There's a couple of traders I see them from time to time. I always forget their names. How many traders we have in chat here that came over within a week or two of studying my bounce plays, Jesse, on this lesson. This was back in May, I want to say. Somewhere in May, so it seems like, but within a week they're coming back. Oh, I love it. It makes sense. I see where to take bounce plays now. That's why I love this area, because I could A, risk it into the sandwich, or even B, add in at the sandwich and say, hey, now I've got a good average here of around 285. This is a huge area of consolidation that we're going to see a bounce off of. So good chart on TVRD. If you put into a little grand scheme of things, it is a little wicky. At times, you can tell, but still overall pretty decent chart. So I like TVRD and I like CLRO for the small caps, my friend, for the rest of the day. We'll see if we get something else to pop up. It really has been hey, here is what's running today. This is what's going to continue to run show. Recently, you haven't had that midday pop-up, kind of shower, so to speak, like you're at the beach and all of a sudden you get that pop-up shower. I know you know about that, Jesse.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Know all about the pop-up shower.
We've been getting that here. We've been getting that here.
Yeah.
And like here,
We've been getting that lately in St. Louis, actually. Even on the 4th of July, like it was beautiful. Then all of a sudden some cloud comes and then it just storms for 15, 20 minutes, goes away, little pop shower, and then, sunny skies. And it did that all day on the 4th of July.
Yeah. What's crazy here on the 4th of July, I'll never forget it. From now, this has got to be the coolest, as in cool weather-wise, rainiest 4th of July ever. So it was like that at first when it was sunny. We had a couple pop-ups, but then the pop-ups just became a big blob, and it rained from like noon all the way to around like 3:30. Finally, I was like, and I ended up taking a nap on the 4th of July just because it was rainy and there was just nothing to watch, in the middle of the day. A hot dog eating contest, I didn't watch that. But anyway, so we had to take a nap, wake up. I'm like, hey, I got to get to cooking soon. People are going to be coming over. So I go outside. Lightning had luckily passed. And completely cloudy. I washed my BMW without, I'm like washing the car right. I'm like, this is nice, 4th of July. Then I, just American stuff out there, washing my dream car right. Then I go back in, start cooking. I'll never forget cooking. 4th of July, usually it's 95 degrees, 90 degrees. Heat index is well over 100. I'm sweating my what off my butt, just everywhere sweat. I'm just a big sweat ball at this point. My hands are sweating, literally. No, it was like 75 degrees and it was so gusty. I felt like I was almost, almost at the beach, right? It felt so good. 75 degrees, no heat. And then that night, I love taking a drive, like about 9:30, because all around me, it's just the city I lived in. Like I went through the town because I went over and shot one off for my parents while they got, they had this real nice one. I was like, I'll go over and you go into their neighborhood and all through the city of Cabot. It's like smoke from and now we the Jeep, the top's off, the door, the windows down, whatever. So you can just see everything too, and it's just poof, poof. Everywhere you look, people are just shooting fireworks off. And I had the music up loud at first to where I remember, I had it up loud to where, of course, the air and the heat, you hear the air, so you can't really hear the fireworks. But at one point, I got close enough to one of the shows, it's just all around you. And it kind of scared the shit. It was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I was like, because it's a fireworks, Josh. It's the fireworks. Like, duh. But yeah, and then I just turned it down just to really soak it in. And then when I got further into the city, because there's so many trees too, it was like smog. It was almost like, almost like a fog. You've seen foggy days. You wake up in the morning, it's a real dense fog out. This was like at 1 out of 10, and I've seen some we'll say 10s, whatever is the densest you've ever seen. This was like a 4. No lie. This was like a 3 or 4. Yes. Like the whole city is Yes, just lighting fireworks off to where like you're just driving through the city and you're just like, wow, it's got like a little fog in the air from all of it.
I saw on one of your Twitter videos you almost got shot at by a firework. That looked
yes,
pretty intense.
yeah, they were these old ones that my parents had for years. Like, I'll shoot some off, sure, like me, I'll shoot anything off you give me. And I did at the time I filmed it. I didn't even see it. Literally, until after I watched the video and I was like, that came out so fast and right by me. It was crazy. It's just woof.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Yes, that was and to see that, I need to actually get that video. I should have done it on the post, but put it in slow motion so you actually can just see it trail.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I do want to make mention, look in the description chat. So we have Argentina versus Egypt coming up, and you get a chance to win a free eval account if you predict the score correctly. Correctly. So check out that link in the description for the Argentina versus Egypt game and a chance to win that free eval account.
Smash that like button too. We got so close yesterday. Yeah. It's one of those things where we're giving away 25K every day anyway. We got, I think it was right at 40. I think it was 47. Maybe been 50 likes in the end. So smash the like button. 50 likes. We'll give away another 25K eval. Smash. And yeah, Argentina versus Egypt. I don't know that I'll watch. I'll have it on as background noise, but yeah, I'm done. Watching like full on matches. I've got my soccer fix. Like, I am ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready for my NFL. Ready for my NFL, man. I'm ready for my Broncos.
Absolutely.
That definitely was fun, though. A good little month stretch, or almost, so because it seems like we just almost a month that which will be in a month in the end by the time all the matches are done. But yeah, nice little fun summer run there, a little something to watch throughout the week. When there wasn't maybe a lot on, and especially like I said during like the afternoon when I'm starting to do stuff or when I'm working out, and I can just throw one of those on. It's really fun for sure.
Yeah. I believe we do have a book segment. We have a video that we're going to do, and then we have a presentation real quick that we're going to walk through. Yeah, so whenever producer is ready, let's go ahead and see the video.
And that music right there, because that right there, I felt like I was in... what's that George Clooney movie with all of that's got good soundtrack? It's like
Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yeah. It sounded like some of that right there. It had a little of that southern twang to it.
Nice. That's right. So yeah, this is a Market Wizards book. This is the second Market Wizards book that I have read, and I love to physically read. So I have a physical copy of the book. You can listen to it on audiobook. I know Michael likes audio. I'm sure you can get it as a Kindle edition. It's very easy and accessible to get. Amazon, Thrift Books. You can find a lot of his books online. So Jack Schwager has been writing the Market Wizards books since 1989. I believe he just released, I think it's the 6th book. The book that I'm going to be highlighting today is Unknown Market Wizards. Came out in 2022. And this book is really great because unlike some of his other books where he was talking to, hedge fund managers and people that had worked on, say, like the Chicago floor, in this book, he highlights a lot of very interesting traders who, like us, are trading quote unquote dumb money, as they say, talking to people that are, penny stock traders, people that are kind of like me and you, just the individuals who are quietly building massive wealth through highly personalized approaches. The key themes throughout the book, if you haven't read a Market Wizards book, is risk management, of course, emotional control, stops, position sizing. It's interesting too because a lot of the people that Jack talks to, they don't trade in the exact same way. That's not. One of the wonderful things about coming to the markets is the variance that people have when it comes. Are people doing chart analysis? Are they doing is there a fundamental approach? Are they a systems trader like we have Michael, who's a systems trader? Are they a bounce player like Josh? Bounce trader like Josh? There's all different ways of approaching the market. And then, as of course, we know that copy trading or copying others is never going to work in the long run. We need to build our own strategies. So I find these Market Wizards books really invaluable when it comes to trying to understand the market as a whole and the philosophy that people come to the markets with multiple angles. So one of the chapters that is really, really interesting is Chris Camillo. I'm not going to read the whole chart or anything. I'll just highlight some of the things about Chris. But here's a guy who does not essentially trade charts. He does not trade indicators. He is not looking at the fundamentals necessarily. So even his chapter is called Neither, because he's not focusing on either approach, either charts or the fundamentals. So
he just has a crystal ball, my friends and family. That's it.
And he's not a politician. That needs to be highlighted, right? Because, if you're not doing charts or fundamentals, you're a politician, right? But he's not. So so interesting background with Chris. This chapter was great. I just finished it over the weekend. So I wanted to highlight Chris because he's such a purple squirrel. At 14 years old, he starts essentially going to garage sales. This is before like the days of eBay, before the times where you could just find everything online. And he had people in his life that he knew were like, oh, this is the pocket watch guy, or this guy, he wants some kind of special television set or whatever. So he would go and scour garage sales and essentially do what is retail arbitrage. And then he would buy at a low price and sell higher. He also had an older brother who was in the markets. But for Chris, at the age of 14, he loved the treasure hunt mentality, and that really began his genesis of loving the markets, loving trading when he got into it. So his methodology, one of the things that Chris did was he founded a company called Ticker Tags, and a lot of the information that he collected was through Twitter data. He now pretty much primarily uses TikTok, which is very interesting. He will literally use the search bar to see the social conversations that people are having. What are people talking about? What are they not just buying? Because one thing that Wall Street does is they will look at credit card information. They'll look at the past. They'll say, hey, this guy or this, we had this product, this Apple Watch or Apple phone or whatever product sold this amount of time. So they have like credit card access information and data. So they're relying on the past. The difference with Chris is he is trying to assimilate what are the conversations that people are having right now. What are they going to buy? And that is where he usually times his entry. So how does he trade? Again, he doesn't look at the price charts. He's not looking at stock prices when to enter positions. As an intraday day trader, for me, I'm like, what? I started reading this. I'm like, how in the world? What is he doing? So he is vetting the strength based on the socials, based on the chatter. What are people talking about? One of the interesting trades that he took, it's not highlighted on the slides, is Netflix back several years ago when Stranger Things season 1 came out. He was noticing that particular season and that particular show was being talked about not just a couple of days or a week or two later, but for a much longer period of time. And this is before Netflix at the time was reporting the earnings, before the actual information of Netflix even expanding and growing bigger came to the fore once that show came out. So he actually was able to position in that trade before the true information, the actual metrics came out for Netflix. So I found that to be very interesting. He also exits his position when information reaches when information reaches information parity. So that is after the earnings or even like right before the earnings, he's already selling. That's why he kind of has a leg up or an understanding. He'll spend roughly 4 hours a day just doing research on the internet and talking to people, going to companies. So yeah, he's a really interesting, cool individual. And you can actually find he has a YouTube channel called Dumb Money Live. Cool channel. But one of the things that he talks about is having an edge that fits you. And I Trade the Pool, we talk about this too. You kind of have to trade your personality. Some people are systems traders, some people are bounce traders, momentum, so there's all different kinds of ways, but you have to figure out your edge, how it fits your personality, because we're all different. So he focuses on being hyper observant in the real world. And again, he loves the treasure hunt. So I found this chapter to be really, really great, really entertaining. And Jack, who is the author, was kind of blown away. He said in all of his Market Wizards books, he had not talked to someone like Chris Camillo before. So why you should buy this book, why you should check it out, why you should look at it is, well, it's inspiring, it's practical, And, markets are inefficient. And so for someone like us, people like us that want to become skilled, disciplined traders, we can thrive against the institutions when we have an edge, when we know how to trade with our personalities. So it's sometimes maybe it's the technicals, maybe it's the fundamentals that you need to succeed, or maybe like Chris, maybe you just need to pay really close attention to what's going on in the world and what people are buying, what they're talking about currently. So also, and lastly, I wanted to highlight, we have a Trade the Pool book club. Our very own Joe, he puts together a book club on Tuesday evenings. It's from 4:15 to about 5:30 Eastern time. And so he's got lots of books that he's gone through. It's not for a long period of time. If you're interested in this, we should have a link for our Discord below. But that's definitely something to take a look at. Joe's put a lot of work into it. So wanted to highlight that as well. So if you haven't gotten a chance to see the Market Wizards books, check it out. Lots of cool, great information in there. And I find it applicable to my own trading on a daily basis. So there you go.
Do we how many, so is each chapter a different trader?
Yes, every chapter is a different trader. So you're not just going to get Chris's story, you're going to get like 15 other traders' stories, how they trade, their backgrounds, etc.
When did this book come out?
This book came out 2022. Now what's interesting is he interviews them, and then there's like a 3-year gap of period. Well, he'll re-interview them after 3 years to say, okay, how's it going? So some of this happened before COVID markets. He's interviewing in the first round of interviews. And then 3 years later, it's after COVID. So like the world has changed, the market's changed, so much had changed. So you're getting kind of like a before and after picture, not just a static interview where it's just, okay, that one time, but you're getting essentially 2 interviews per trader.
Love it. Good stuff. Good stuff. And just to answer a couple of questions, day trade with Tony. It's the full match, the whole entire thing, the whole shebang. So just, I know that's for the vote for the prediction for the World Cup, for Egypt and Argentina. It's for extra time, the whole entire thing. What is the final score? And maybe it could be a tied game. You could say 3-3, right? You could say 3-3. You don't know what it's going to be at the very end. And Joe, yes, that's so Eastern time would be 5:15 Eastern tonight to 6. So about 45 minutes long. That's 4:15 Central, 3:15 Mountain Time, 2:15 on the West Coast, and do the math everywhere else. I'm sorry, I can't keep going. But I don't even know the other time zones and what they're named anyway. I have to go through and learn them all. Spy here. Yeah. Here we go. Making maybe possibly. And I literally said, hey, maybe we can consolidate and channel up through the book of the week. And I think that's exactly what we got. And Jesse, thanks for that. Honestly, that's a good book there. That's very intriguing to that guy. That the fact that he never looks at charts, completely just says, hey, here's what's hot. Hey, here's kind of like, hey, here's this like MU, like Micron's hot. I'm just, whatever. Everyone's talking about it.
I'm just going to do it. Yeah. It's a very interesting methodology to how he trades. But again, he's doing massive amounts of research. I mean, 4 or 5 hours a day, and he's not taking so many trades. He's basically looking at something like, hey, SeaWorld, when SeaWorld had really bad publicity after they had this whole whale thing, documentary came out. He watched that for a while, did some research, and realized, hey, this isn't just like a minute problem for SeaWorld. This is going to be a longer term thing. So he knew when to short it, essentially, and he knew how long to short it too.
Yeah, that's very intriguing. Very intriguing. So in that book too, does he actually cover people that trade all the different sectors, so to speak, or the different caps? Something that does he talk to people that essentially trade stocks that cost $10, $20, $5, $3, or does he?
Yeah. I mean, he talked to a guy who was a penny stock trader at first, so he talked to him at length about his strategy and how he got started in the markets, how he went from kind of penny stocks to more just small caps, $2 to $25 range kind of stocks. So yeah, in this particular book, now a lot of his earlier books, like I mentioned, he really was talking to people that are doing, options on a floor in New York City somewhere or something like that. So he's this book is a little bit of an anomaly from some of his earlier works, because he's actually more or less talking to retail day traders, guys that started off on their home computers or whatever, like
Right.
us. And,
Yeah.
you know, we're not working for some massive New York firm, you know, or whatever. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I was wondering. I was making sure they weren't all
He's
just
talking
like
all
these
types.
guys that you're just like, well, that's not me. I could never make his book. I just didn't know if it was, this one seems to be that way where
I
it's
will
like,
say though, because this is the second book that I've read of his, and even the other book that, you know, some of these guys with what they're able to make and how they're even trading, I still found the anecdotal information valuable, that autobiographical sense of, oh, this is how I learned how not to trade, or this is how I learned how to even take, you know, we talk about it here all the time, risk management.
Yeah.
I think like that you can gain or garner more understanding, even if someone doesn't trade like you, when someone at least will start talking about how they learned how to manage risk better.
Yeah.
So I think there's still something to be said for any of his books that he's written, and can really help or aid any of us who are doing this retail day trading thing, or swing trading for that matter.
Love it. Ready to hear more books. We got plenty to talk about. So thank you again for that. And guys, I think that went over their head. Pops Mafia and TAC. Yeah, you can actually end extra time. That's how you do go to PKs. I think that went over your guys' head. So point being, you can say 3-3. I mean, we don't predict the PKs here on the World Cup like the thing that we have here, like where you go predict the match. I was saying you can end extra time. That's how you go to PKs. That's what I meant by that. So someone could say 3-3. They mean they're going to go to PKs. I don't know if anyone's even voted on that or predicted that for any of the matches. Maybe they have. And I don't know how that would work in the end. I think, again, that just comes to the drawing. Because I would imagine we've had matches where we have multiple people who pick the correct score. And that's then what the raffle drawing is for. But yes. Did not with this is essentially what is what is it after 90 minutes? And then what is it which that could be the determination, right? Or what is it after the extra time too, with the 2 extra 15 minutes that they throw in at the end. So what is the final score and regulation before we go to PKs, essentially? And that's the night. Is it the PK winner awarded an extra gold?
Spy's looking good.
Do what, bub?
Spy's looking good. Spy's starting to move back to and trending to the upside.
We're trying here. We're holding the lows.
We're trying to break up.
Right, so
break out.
Tony says 2-2. Tony says we're going to PKs. He's going Argentina. All right, Tony, then 2-2 it is. And, hey, I want to see someone new win it that's never won it before. So I don't want France to win it. I don't want Spain to win it. Although I know we have Detmar Sterling in chat. I was like, I said I'd give him my vote. But I want I think they've only won it like once, maybe twice. But I want someone that's never won it. I'd love for someone that's never won it. So Egypt, let's go Egypt. Let's go one of these teams that have never won the World Cup before. That's where my vote's going. Casting my vote. Maybe Norway, that big blonde ogre looking guy. I don't know if Norway's ever won the World Cup before. They put it to Brazil. That big tall white boy is I don't know. He's a beast though. He is he's scary. I would not want to mess with that guy either. He just looks like he would just beat you down. And Michael Noss is in heaven now. If we can reclaim this pivot point, this is going to be great. Especially if we can move back up into the WAP, this last key reversal area. We have most likely bottom, baby. That's right, double bottom for the day. Says I think
this.
Messi's going to bring it.
Trying to get back to that VWAP. That's for sure. Be nice if it can, and then hold. Maybe make some maybe make some highs for the day. Get us out of the red a little bit. That'd be kind of nice.
Like it. My plays have kind of sputtered out here. I want CLRO. I love this. I like this play from earlier. Small caps. We're hitting that pre-lunch slowdown right now. Starting to slow down and consolidate a little bit, which I anticipated. I just want this back down around 975. It looks like I'll have to put some orders in there to the 950 area. I know everyone would be really, and I'm saying yes. If you ever see 830 again, this area right through here, you're going to get a bounce play. So that's another area that, I'm not kidding you, later today, it's power hour. These will be the ones, Jesse, that I'll look back when I'm going live again to kind of recap the day. Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh my God, it did bounce there. I cannot believe it. And it'll come down at lunch or at some point in the day and come off right off this area and move all the way back up, somewhere mid-nines, give you a $1+ bounce play. So keep an eye on this 830 area. I promise you're going to love it. Norway's high, or whatever his nickname, the Terminator. He kind of looks like the Terminator. He's a beast. I mean, he is. You got Messi, he's the GOAT. Then you got that Mbappe or whatever you call it, the guy from France. He's killing it. And then, yeah, then you got the guy from Norway. You got 3 beasts in this World Cup that are just killers. Killers on the pitch. And, yeah, here goes the SPY. Good ripperoonie right there. And pushing stuff back on up with it. You know, you're going to get your run-of-the-mill nice, good pop. So, MU off that 905 area, moving back on up here. SPY, though, big move here. Michael Noss's Love and Life. That probably also means SpaceX didn't crack 150, did it, Jesse?
It did not. SpaceX is at 151.
Tack. But that's what makes him so good, Tack. That's why Messi's the best there ever was. He can handle the rock so well because he's so little. I'd take Messi over any of them. I mean, he is the best there. I mean, he is the GOAT. I mean, no offense, but he is that Messi. I mean, that dude's but that's what the best soccer players are usually at, that 5'7", 5'8", 5'6". They're just the best. They just can move. They're that low center of gravity. Good luck keeping up with them.
That's my size, baby. That's right.
Yeah, you on the soccer pitch, I would not want to see. You know, I would not listen. The only thing I'm using is my size, you know, against you, and I'm going to try to body you up and just put old school soccer before they call these matches where I could kind of body you up and throw you down on the ground and kind of maybe by 70, 80 minutes in, you're just tired. Like you just keep hitting the dirt. Josh just keeps throwing you down.
I'd tackle you so hard.
Yeah, here came good for you. I'd tackle you so hard. Yeah. You'd be like Ant-Man out there, and I'd just be like, wow, I'd just be getting walloped all over the place and just throwing me around. I'm like, dang it, this little guy is killing me. What in the heck?
Little guy.
He's killing me. He's
You're 6'3", right? Didn't you tell me that? 6'3"?
Yeah, 6'3", yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's funny, growing up, all my friends were taller. My brother's taller. My dad's taller. Just, you know.
How tall is your dad?
Well, my brother's only 5'10", but I'm 5'7", so that's, taller.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
My dad's about that same height. And then friends growing up were well into 6 foot, 6'5", so we'd be walking in the mall or somewhere. I'd have my cowboy boots on for an extra couple inch lift, but I'm still not standing up to their, I'm up to their shoulders. But
there we go. There we go. Hey, you never buy into those. You don't see those commercials where the like slide into your feet. You slide these things in, and now you're 3 inches taller. I've seen like infomercials where you can like slide these things into your shoes or something. I forgot, or maybe they were shoes themselves. Maybe that was it. I forgot exactly what it was, but yeah, you want to be 3 inches taller? I'm like, man, I wonder what men out there are doing that.
I mean, honestly, that's where cowboy boots, which I love to wear, that'll give me an extra 1.5 inch, almost 2 inch lift.
There you go. Now we're talking Chiefs, baby. Now we're talking
any inch helps, baby. Any inch helps.
Now we're talking right there.
Tack. That's funny, Tack.
Okay. All right, Tack. Look at him there. Okay, quick reversal. Still not claiming it. See, this is not still fully bullish. I do feel we found the bottom, at least for the time being. So I will be can come out of here smooth sailing that I did not get any lower on the SPY. But this is still not good. This is the fact that we come back. We could still move our way all the way back down to lows and make even new lows. We need to claim this, bounce off of it. Now, it's such a 1 minute time frame, so I like going to a 5 and further out, and you can see what I'm talking about there. We still haven't candlestick confirmed, open and closed over this area. And until we do, we're still not fully bullish, in my opinion. Once we can claim that line in the sand, so to speak, then we're rocking, then we're rolling. Looking good, though. Nice W shape here. Nice W at the bottom.
Want to highlight Palantir as well today. It's up again. It's over 2% today. So Palantir, which has been, down historically in the past month or so, or a little longer, it's definitely had a couple of really solid, good days of trying to climb back up.
What was the other one? BJDX. How we doing here? Oi. Still just can't get back through that, Aussie. So there we go here. That 152 area still, that sandwich, as I call it. Old resistance, new support. Still having a little issues right there. Over on the small cap sector, today I would say into tomorrow, team, or micro cap, anything under $5, $10, anything in that 5 to 10 area range, even a little bit less than that. Looking slower. We need a little bit of a cool down. We've been really hot from late May into we've had this actually late March into after a very hot winter. We cooled down after TCGLT or H11. Never even heard of that, but at H11. Mostly we hear T12, but at H11, and then we got slow into February and earnings, and into early March, and then late March, hot into early April. Couple week break, slower, then hot late April into May. Little lull down again in May, and then end of May, all the way through now into June, into July. We've been hot. Last week was really our only slow week. We're seeing another slow day today. we're due for a little bit of a slowdown, and we're probably going to see that possibly maybe even through the rest of summer, where we're getting some good runs, but it's nothing like we were getting these crazy supernova moves. Still plenty of trades to profit with, but I do see the rest of this week, though, maybe moving into last week, where today when I got into pre-market, there really wasn't much up over 100%. Working as we are right now, like CLRO's up 47%, TVRD's up 50%. We don't have plays that are up 300% or 500%. I don't think that's coming. If we get it, it's going to be in pre-market. It's going to be in pre-market, and that's when we'll see those moves. That's the only time we're really seeing them here actually recently. Yeah, there she is. Oi!
Day trade with Tony says they're called lifts, and you stick them into your shoes. He says he's never used them because he's 6'3", right? Why would he? But apparently he says they're not very comfortable.
I wouldn't imagine. Listen.
I can't imagine that, right?
Listen. Just stick with the fact that you can just be comfortable with who you are, and you're good. You're beautiful.
My wife loves me for me.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, how was Courtney's day trade today? How was her day trading?
She is actually at our church's VBS and teaching with some kids right now. So she was not able to trade today. She traded yesterday, had a bit of a red day. She pretty much traded INTC. She told me she had a little baby win at the beginning, and then she had 3 losers after that. So, yeah, she wasn't having a great time yesterday.
SPY here, definitely looking like this candle is going to confirm. We got about 1 minute left for this to confirm, and we are looking bully, bully, bully. W shape working on out. Once we confirm candlestick here in the 5 minute, watch for a possible pullback into this area for the dip and pop into the VWAP. And this last reversal right around 47.50. Love it. Uh-oh. Come on! As soon as I say that, it's like Jinx, the announcer's Jinx. Well, he's 9 for 9 at the free throw line tonight. He's 91.
Attack, I'm looking at Marvell. We're down 8% today. I'd like to maybe see come back for Power Hour really and see what these tickers that I trade daily or look at least daily. What are they doing? So Marvell. Maybe SpaceX, I don't know. Are we just going to hover right around 150s today? Are we going to break? If we break 150, I'm looking at maybe continuing to fall to the downside with that. So don't know about that one there. But between Marvell, maybe INTC's down over 10% today. So looking at that as a potential. Can we come back around afternoon, Power Hour? Is it possible to maybe, at least I don't know if we're going to get. I don't know. We probably will not get out of the red completely with these. These are down a lot today, but can we maybe? Split it in half? Maybe.
I don't
know.
I like that. So that's
down 5%.
Yeah, well, you're like, hey, come on, let me just get half. How about you're like trying to work a deal with the guy on the street. You're trying to buy some.
Can I get half?
Come on, yeah. Because this looks bear to me. INTC Intel looks like it's going to crack that bear flag it's in right now. Looking weak, looking pretty weak here, looking pretty darn weak. Unfortunately, I think a lot of these plays, again, like I just said, we've had a good move up from spring into summer, and summer bummer, we'll call it summer bummer. Okay, we're gonna have some pullback. It is what it is. Someone asked earlier too about Marvell or MU. With the with the IPO drop, of course the
SK Hynix, yeah.
Yes, and I do feel that MU does see a little bit more pullback in my opinion before we do see a dip. I love this area right around 875, 880 area. We about got into it today, and if we don't, Margo, we stop. And if we don't stop there, we have this old resistance area to come popping off of and bounce off of. Those flat plats I love. Right here at 812 would be the other area. So I do feel this definitely comes down a little bit more before she sees that upside move again. That's what I was saying earlier with my long-term shares. It's really a play that I feel very comfortable adding in or just getting in again, maybe with a different swing. But where exactly, what's going to be the bottom? I think if you have a massive account, like these long-term investors, the ones that would be doing it and not really caring and looking back, this is area number 1. This is area number 2. And again, I don't think we'll see my entry area. This is number 3.
Yeah, your entry area is still pretty far away. Pretty far away from there. I do see there's a little bit of a gap on the daily with MU that might show some support about 810 to 813. If we were to go all the way down through the 800s, which what I'm wondering today is we've cracked the 800s. and we continue to kind of go up above and then fall back below. We've made some lower lows a few times, so I'm going to be watching that to see, will we continue to just kind of flirt with, say, 890 something to the 9 teens, 910, 915, something like that, and just kind of play in that today, or will we break down even lower? So that is what I'm looking for with MU today.
This one looks like it wants to recover at least a little bit more. So like we talked about earlier, having some issues at that 26 area. We see it happen. Beautiful reversal off of it. We are making that bigger W overall. You can see on the day, which I love, with that higher low pattern coming in, with that right side of the W is based higher than the left side. I would imagine this is going to be the big area, somewhere right around 22. If we get back and move above 22, I would imagine we do make a new high on the day and continue pushing back on up. Yeah, but INTC, but SPY, got to go back to it before we close out for the day. Don't forget, smash that like button. Book of the week. Thank you again, Jesse. That was an awesome presentation. We'll have more of those every Tuesday. And then don't forget our book club tonight, 5:15 Eastern to 6 o'clock. Book of the week. Joe hosts it. We have it every day in the Discord. Tonight, it is One Good Trade by Mike Bellafiore. So Mike Bellafiore, I think I'm saying that name correctly today, from 5:15 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's One Good Trade. Come join us over on the Discord. Of course, Argentina versus Egypt. I'm going Egypt. Messi's great and all, but come on, Messi. It's time to pass the rock up. Let Egypt take the World Cup here by storm. United States.
Do Jesse, it for the pyramids.
Do what?
Do it for the pyramids, Egypt.
Do it for the pyramids. Hey, that's honestly one of my bucket list places to visit. There's a few. I want to go to Greece. Like your Bora Bora Balis of the world would always be cool. Where like you're just like your resort essentially, or where you're staying at is on the water. Where you see those places where like you could just jump right in from your deck or whatever. That would be so cool. Water is clear as the Caribbean. That's always been a bucket list. And that's then one of my Avery's is like wants to go to Australia. That's her main like one she wants to get to, that East Coast. A lot of it, the Great Barrier Reef. She wants to, and maybe even hit the Outback out, but the Outback up. She wants to do Australia. I don't have one set one, but if I had to just go like pick one now, Egypt might be the one. Yeah. Especially like where you saw the second Transformers. They're one of the very few movies to ever be able to film on set there. Just to see that and go, that would be really cool. Just that area, but there's a lot of areas over there.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
I've researched the pyramids for years, and that's my number one place to go to. Is I eventually want to go to the pyramids in Giza for sure.
Nice. Yeah, Pops Mafia. The drawing did the drawing ever end up working for us? Actually, from the USA game,
it did not. But we are working on the back end, so hopefully we can get that out maybe.
Cool.
At some
and then
point.
Steve will announce that possibly later with Alejandro. Steven back at Power Hour today. Tomorrow will be our only earnings coverage. Tomorrow we'll have Levi's. To the Minutes meeting with Warsh tomorrow, so we'll have that covered for you in Power Hour and after hours. Today, regular scheduled programming, Power Hour with Steve and Alejandra. They will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern. Bora Bora is stunning. I bet it is. I've only seen it in video and pictures, and it looks stunning.
Beautiful. Well, as always, it is great to be on the stream. I'll be back on Thursday again for the J&J show.
Look at SPY. Look at SPY.
Look at it. We held it up. You held it up. You brought it back up. So Michael should be happy.
We brought it back to life. The W shape for the W. And where did it go to? Right where we said it would. Candlestick confirm here real quick. Let's end it on that. What did I say? After the candlestick confirm, watch for a sweep back down to 46.80. This is why I was looking to go long here with you guys for a quick move. And there you go. Right into where I said it would get you. The VWAP in that last reversal area. Guys, have a good rest of your day. Stick around, Jesse and not Jesse, Steve. Steve and Alejandro will be back in Power Hour.
Beautiful. Thank you. See everyone in the chat. Good to see you all today.
Here I am. What's up, everybody? It's Steve Tomlin here with Trade the Pool. It is Power Hour. We got some rockin' and a rollin' to talk about SPX, as we were predicting earlier in the day, finally starting to drop off a little bit. Let's talk about it. How we doing, folks? What is shaking? We've had a fun day here. A little bit of a drop, nice double bottom, allowing a nice easy trade long as well. So, pardon me, 2 for 2 here today. I wish breathing was as easy as trading was today. Nice clean moves here. We like to see that. Looking for a potential higher low off this hourly trigger now as I choke on air. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, let's try this again. Woof. Mr. Snowman in the house, Mr. Nigel in the house, 3-0 today. You love to hear it. More than welcome to go over your trades if you want to talk about them. We have some good stuff going on here. Cats? Trading cats? Petting cats? What are we doing with cats here, Snowman? We have, actually my friend is short cat right now. Let's see how he's doing. My friend said, enough is enough. He was calling BS. I said this was the zone to take some profits. I don't know if he did, but we are seeing a little bit of a bounce there. But nice little bit of a distribution after getting a little bit too hot here. Usually when this runs too hot, you get a nice pullback into this 50-day. So we're going to watch and see if it can hold the line. Watch and see if it can hold the line here. Cats make me sick, apparently. Are you telling me? Or some toxoplasmosis there? Yeah, we're missing Cleo. She's around here somewhere, but I'm sure she'll pop up and trade with us here in the cat tree quite shortly. Until then, you just got me, but we got some good stuff to talk about. So I'm going to hop on into it. First off, let's start with the daily chart on SPX. Let's see. So we've been testing the breakout past couple days. We did the peekaboo yesterday, but I didn't see the volume that I'd like to see. So we got really nice volume past couple days, but no real follow through. I mean, we got some follow through off of this one, but no volume here off the trend line break. So I'm starting to wonder, do we need to air out down to the bottom of this trend line? If we look at the Qs, as we've been talking about, the underperformance continues in this one's following our path for now. So we'll have to see if it sweeps out this middle lows and then reclaims the 21. I'm sorry, the 50, this green line here. That is going to be what it takes for me to get a little bit bullish. Let's check in on here. Looks like we got a big trade from Mr. Josh Smith this morning here, CLRO. Wow, rocking and rolling. Daily chart here, absolute expansion candle. Beautiful action. We were watching it, saying if it breaks the 718, it can run. I said through 1275, we can look for up to 18. So we are over this this break point for me. Let's look at it on an hourly. And very, very strong. Let's see what we see. So these smash through the daily targets, obviously very strong move here, but it's notable. If we go to a 15-minute, you'll see that the first push up did interact with our pivot. Where is it? Please hold. Oh, there they are. I was missing my fibs here. So if we drag these across, it should be a little bit clearer, guys. And here we go. Yeah, this 1.27 extension, pretty close to tagging it here on the first morning pump before coming back just a little bit to VWAP. Looks like it's finding extension, but I am seeing 2 top wicks here, so we'll have to be just a little bit careful over the 15 handle, it looks like. We can zoom on in, but it looks like that's roughly resistance. Maybe I'd hone that in just a little bit more over 1525 or so. So we're going to watch the 15-minute chart here as it tries to hold this 9. Otherwise, might be due for a little bit of a dip down to 1250, 1260 or so. This low volume node, that's where I'd like to see a little bounce catch. If it does fade lower, then the VWAP should hold at 1194. Stop under this big shelf here at 1080 or so. We will take a look here. What's up, Joe? What's up, Talk? How we doing, guys? How we doing? So getting on into some more trades, we have some fun stuff. First off, let's talk about my best trade of the day. Bada bing, bada boom. XLV was a big mover for us. We were buying the dip off of the 50% retrace on the hourly candle. So let me pull out here and you can see the prior range. This low on the 30th, Tuesday, up to this high at the close on, what was it, Thursday. Posted a really big expansion candle, and I wanted to see a 50% retrace get absorbed and move higher. So we did get the 50% retrace. You can see that level 161. That was where I was basing my risk off of. I was entering on the reclaim of 161 yesterday. In my server, we took some calls. We took 165 calls for next week for about 65 cents. So $65 gets you one contract. We sold those for $225 this morning into $165. Beautiful, beautiful move there, hitting our bullish targets of the day. So we were done in the first 10 minutes of the day. You'll love to see that. And I've been vibing. I've been chilling for the rest of it. Talk's been adding on lots of dips. I love to see that too. I do think that we are having rotation and not topping, not distribution proper. So let's talk about that just a little bit. Just a little bit. That being said, the leading sectors today a little bit bearish. So I do want to talk about that and look for contingencies, what we might see if we do take a trip downtown. But so far, like I said, we're just kind of hugging this upper trend line, still over our moving averages, but just seeing the weakness, the potential weakness on some of the prior leaders. Qs here, looking a little bit awkward, but it could be a failed breakdown. I do love failed breakdowns if they do reclaim. So we'll be watching for a reclaim of that 50-day, like I mentioned. Gotta check in with semiconductors, though. Gotta check in. Looking kind of like Qs, but just a little bit weaker there. So if you were playing this uptrend line break, well, we better recover pretty soon. Otherwise, this is dire straits here. A little distribution top breaking on down. And let's see how far we can go. AMD tanking, says Pops Mafia. What's up, dude? Let's take a look at AMD as well. Yeah, I mean, actually relatively strong compared to some of the semiconductors. But that being said, pull our fibs out. It's testing the 50 fib, right? Testing that equilibrium. We will see how price responds when it is on sale, when it's under this level. So far, a little bit of a bottom wick there. And I want to check in on SPX intraday because we were getting a pretty good washout. And yes, that is continuing so far. Not enough buyers off of the hourly trigger. We are now playing the game of, hey, are we just here to make a new low? Very well could be. Very well could be. Like I said, on the daily, we're still extended and in kind of no man's land here. We held the 5, but we have not checked back in with the 9-day moving average, let alone the 21. So lots of room down. Okay, nice talk. I bought some Lily today too as well. I am a big, big bull of Lily. I'm moving more and more exposure over into healthcare, also into, I really, really like some energy plays here. I really like some financials plays here. I really like some software as a service, some Bitcoin plays. There's a lot of areas of the market which are showing me reasons to buy. And you know what? Semiconductors ain't one of them. Not yet, at least. Not yet, at least. So very interesting stuff. Talk, I see your comment on SpaceX. We're going to get into that in just a little bit here. CL pops off. SOH incidents. Yes, so CL, the futures contract for oil, absolutely tied, very hand in hand with the Strait of Hormuz, openings, closures, news, hullabaloo, all that good stuff. I believe we have a few ships going through, but not too many. I haven't been keeping track super close in the past 24 hours, so we can look into that together as well. Talks buying Meta, that's interesting to me. Axon, not surprised there. EQIX, is this going to be natural gas? Equinix, I believe this is natural gas. Am I right there, Talk? Let's find out. Take a look here. Interesting spot to buy here. Looks like it got a flush out into previous highs. Just about, at least. No, exactly. So I love buying really strong names on retests of prior highs on high time frames. Love that kind of look there. What's up, Adrian? Good to see you, brother. So liking the EQIX, we'll take a look at this. I did see some big block prints, some big dark pool prints on Devon as well. And wow, okay. Absolutely was a buy yesterday. Shout out Cape Cod Flats on my server. He was hammering the table saying, this is a buy. I said, I don't like the chart. That's all you, baby. Well, he's printing off that. Very, very nice there. And I'm wondering if we see some movement in the natural gas names here. So we can look at the overall NG, Henry Hub Futures. Man, why has this been off my radar, Talk? This looks amazing. This is very tight. Okay, apparently EQIX is a REIT. I'm thinking of EQ something else. Never mind. Okay. Well, sometimes you stumble upon a thesis, right? So I'm looking at natural gas anyway. Adrian says VG doing fine. That's a name I haven't checked in a while since we survived the Strait of Hormuz crisis a month ago. It's hanging out, holding over the 200 is healthy enough. Fleshing out this wedge that I haven't checked in on in a while. We got flags on flags, patterns on patterns. I don't hate this. This reminds me of FLNC or something. It's just going to be a little bit messy, I'd say, but not a bad chart. Oh, Josh calling out CLRO in crack mode. Crack mode, let's see. Crack mode, assuming we're breaking down a little bit here. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, we called out this resistance just a little bit higher. It did fail there, tried to base out. Now it's pushing on down. I always love watching the trend into this 200-minute moving average. If it can't recover this quite fast, then I would expect all dips to be short opportunity. All pops to be short opportunities. Maybe you could look to get involved in the 375 to 14 area on a small pop into these moving averages and look for the VWAP tap. That's where I'd definitely be looking for home base. We got this high volume node, draw it on out, and roughly that's the area where we could have some trouble going down further, or we'd need some volume to smash through. So keep an eye if you're short this bad boy here. Watch that 200-minute. Watch the falling 9, the falling 21. We want to see those act as a wall that just goes like that and guides us down. That's what we're going to be looking for there on CLRO. Good stuff there. All right, guys. I'm going to hop on in to our Around the Horn little fang here. Give you a little taste of what's going on around the market. Just a little bit of an overall view here. You know, I'm liking these because they give a really easy, quick snapshot of what's what in the market. So we talked about red day overall as we expected. We caught the short in the morning. Very nice trade there. SPY, not too bad, though, only down 0.3%. Meanwhile, Qs, they're airing on out. And yesterday was interesting because Qs were actually stronger than SPY, but the chart looked weaker. They couldn't reclaim prior highs like SPY was able to do. SPY looked much more constructive, despite Qs being up almost twice as much. So now we're seeing the chickens kind of coming home to roost here. We're seeing that weakness that we noticed on the chart start to play out in the percentages there. 1.45% down compared to only 0.3 down on SPY. Meanwhile, IWM kind of straddle in the middle there, just hanging out at 0.5. Dow still the strongest of the bunch, and we're still watching this relative strength, looking for dip buys in these names, these ServiceNows, these Microsofts, these Boeings. I think there's a lot of strength in the Dow complex, and we should be leaning into that. So moving on to our cross-asset watch. Some other areas of interest this week, precious metals, starting to get a bid. A little bit red today, but I'm not too worried about it. As you can see, the 5-day trend still nice and bullish, just pulling back a tiny bit here. We'd like to see this progress into a bit more of a flag, and then we can get involved on a higher low off of last week's lows. So I'm liking the gold. I'm liking the silver. I'm not 100% sure they're ready, but we're keeping an eye on them. What does seem to be a lot closer to ready, to various degrees, are Bitcoin and IGV. Software in particular, very, very strong. You can see this trend just cooking along here, currently trading near the high of the day, as well as IBIT here in conjunction or in as opposed to gold, trading near the lows of the day. So interesting action there. We're going to keep checking in throughout the week on these baskets. But the big story today, at least one of the big stories today, oil very strong. Oil very strong, and XLE leading the pack. So we have some risk-off sentiment here in terms of what is leading in the sectors. We're seeing very strong moves in energy, strong moves in utilities and consumer staples. This is a sign for alarm. You know, this is a yellow flag. We're going to call it yellow flag. Nice comments here. I do want to talk about some of these things, but I don't want to lose my track too much. So we're going to power through just a little bit here. Financials, interesting, just kind of holding the line here, treading water. I have thought that they've been very strong in the past couple days. So if we are doing the rotation as opposed to the distribution, then I'd like to see relative strength, money coming back into XLF. It's okay if XLF is being basketed as a risk-on name, and we're seeing relative flatness here on a red day, as long as on the next green day, we see them outperform. That's what we're looking for there in my book. And no surprise here that technology and actually industrials leading the pack down. So this is definitely risk-off sentiment here. Same with the materials there, consumer discretionary. Basically saying, hey, the names that we would like to see all start participating if we're getting the broad breadth rally, we're not 100% seeing that yet. So it'll be interesting to watch this develop here. This GEX snapshot, just a little bit off. The zero gamma is actually sitting right around where the call wall was when I generated this. So 75.25 SPX, that's going to be our big line in the sand. If we can get over there this week, then we start to look at dip buying territory again. Until then, I am not buying dips in SPX quite yet. So we can talk about that in the chart real quick here. So 75.25 is zero gamma. I'll pull that up on my chart. We'll turn this off because it's kind of a big ugly block right now. Still need to edit this. But the important part here, this green zone, zero gamma. As you can see, we lost it. We found a buyer into the bearish targets. See these two bearish targets down here? Just basically looking at ATR targets, looking at cam pivots, stuff like that. This is the expected move down. As you can see, we got the flush 2 here. This is when we monetized into this bottom trigger here. So selling our shorts into 7487, 74, call it 7490. So roughly nice 30-point short that we were watching. We had some people in our server taking this trade. I took a small scalp short just out of the open, and I cashed in big on XLV as well as PayPal calls. So I was done for the day, locked myself out of the account, but we play called the move down, play called the higher low, play called this move up to VWAP. I was saying probably time to get out here, at least risk down. And then we did get the drift up to the next target. That was 75.20 SPX, 75.20, still well below the high volume node where we rejected this morning. So what we were watching for in the afternoon saying, hey, we've been hanging out here for a while. A big move is going to happen. I just was telling some of the guys in there, just bad vibes, just kind of rolling. Gun to my head, I think down. Gun to my head, I think down. So we are getting that flush. Nice rejection from that zero gamma. I'll take this off the screen now. Just wanted to illustrate why that was such a key pivot. So until we could break over that, I could not be bullish. And that is what we're seeing. The nice follow through down there. So hopping on back to our little around the horn here. Just some themes today. Semis, again, the central kind of piece of this puzzle, down 3.76%, the worst performing thing on the board by a mile here. This is off the back of Samsung's earnings fail. So they essentially, it wasn't a massive miss, but I believe it was 2% under the top line. It just wasn't enough to carry this incredibly euphoric momentum that we've had recently, not super recently, but in the past month or two in memory. So QQQ, they paid the price there, took it on the chin, minus 1.5% roughly, with XLK leading the way down almost 2%. So we are going to watch whether SMH can hold its prior swing low or lose it. And as we look here, we'll keep watching for that relative strength or weakness. Personally, I closed the majority of my MUZ, my 2X levered micron short, this morning into 900. It was a good about 15% swing over the course of 2 days. So can't be too greedy there. Still watching these swing lows and seeing if we can hold. The chips actually relatively strong today compared to where I was expecting them to be at this point in the tape. So what I want to note here, nice little pivot action there. Then obviously to the upside, we're boxed in by this range. So until we kind of break this zone here, I think that we are kind of range bound and not necessarily in a end of the world meltdown trade so much as a sideways correct over time. Leaders can continue to lead. Losers can kind of stop being held up by all of this just relative sectoral strength, and we can start to see some divergence, some decoupling in the sector, and give some room for the market as a whole to catch up in some other areas. That being said, I'm looking at my watch list and it is a bloodbath. I gotta say, not a lot of strength in a lot of these names. So I'm glad we were biased short. I'm glad we had the hedge in, but even then, our long-term holdings not having a great time today. Some of the high beta, some of the prior leaders that we were hoping could retain their strength, well, they just couldn't. The Credos actually not looking so bad. This might be a good short coming up with that heavy short volume here and without cracking below that quite yet. So potential for a nice short on there. We're seeing some names follow through much more aggressively. Here's Air Semiconductor just puking off of this extended distribution range here. Fan favorite in Penguin, PENG. We've been talking about this one a lot. It is still holding the range, looking better than most. This one does have a potential get out of jail free card because we have earnings coming up after hours. So we'll be talking about this one in a little more detail, and perhaps this one can help save the sentiment in the sector. That being said, just look at the blood. That being said, there are pockets of strength. Where are those pockets of strength? Boom, net with the strong breakout. We were talking about this in my server yesterday. I did not pull the trigger though, so I'm a little bit salty about that, but this still looks amazing. I will be buying any and all dips on this bad boy here, and I got to drag this to the top of my focus list or else I will forget about it. So loving the strength here, noting Reddit completely flat on the day despite the blood elsewhere. We have Rivian, big down, 16% down off the dilution. Interesting action there. Well, I don't know if it's interesting. It's really grim, honestly, because I thought this thing was breaking out beautifully with this close with the potential to go much higher. But management doesn't believe in the company as much as I do because they diluted at 20. I was hoping they would dilute at 25, 30, 40. But no. So back in the casket, Rivian. We're not interested quite yet. Pythagoras in the house. Your FDA microneedler pumping again. What was the ticker on that bad boy? We can definitely take a look there. Skin. There it is. Skin. Thank you. Skin. Wow. All right. So shout out Pythagoras. Collect your flowers, my friend. Nice continuation here. You talked about a pre-market pumping, came and caught that hourly 9 moving average. That looks like a nice area to risk off of that $1 level. Trading at 107. Not too much of a chase over the VWAP. Maybe you get involved off that 105 if it puts a bottom wick in there. Nice look here for continuation if we can continue this strong pressure. That being said, there's going to be a big seller at the high of day. We really have to watch these guys get squeezed, and then we can go up to 150 and potentially much higher. But that is where we are at right now on that bad boy there. Let's catch up on some comments here. Howdy, Hunter. Good to have you in here. Good to have you in here. Yes, knowledgeable degenerates. I think that is a fair assessment. Hurtful, but truthful. You know, we take some risks, but that's why we use our trade the pool accounts more often than not when we take those risky trades. That way I can be in stuff like, I don't know if you see my list here. I'm in a whole bunch of biotechs. I love biotechs right now. I'm just feasting on biotech, and it's a little bit spooky, I will say. So I trade them very small in my personal. I trade them with much bigger size in my trade the pool account because I love it. So talking about some winners today, we picked up Beam today when it was up about 0.5 to 1%. This one's currently trading at the top of its trading day or range today, up 6%. Loving the look on this genomics play, genomics. So what do? I don't know. I don't know, man. I got to do a little more research. They are one of the top names that keeps coming up in my genomic scans. I really like the chart, and I'll be honest, that's good enough for me when the whole sector is pumping like this. Beautiful, beautiful setup here. Looking to ramp on and out. If you're looking for some more names in this space, NTLA, similar chart there, very pretty. It's got the big gap and the falling, but the well above us 200-week moving average is a target there at 24. Nice reach targets there. Going on down the list, we have CRISPR, probably the most popular of the genomic sector. This one has been doing a whole lot of nothing for a really long time, but eventually it will be time. I think now is a good time for them to give it a shot, give it the old college try at running through this downtrend line that's been built on top of this bigger downtrend line. Really liking the action on just about all of these. We will also talk about the laggard here. My baby, my buddy, RXRX. I've been trading in and out of this thing for a while. I love the narrative. The market doesn't love it as much as I do. It has been punished and punished and punished. I thought it was breaking out here, got stopped out pretty roughly. I thought it was breaking out here. I didn't take it, but I know some of my friends that got stopped out on this one here. So shout out my boys, Suffering and RXRX. I see you, Rira. I know you're out there somewhere. I know your ears are burning. You know I'm talking about you. But I think the better times are ahead as these names start to base and curl on up and out here. This 50-day moving average, 50-week moving average, going to correlate nicely with the 200-day moving average. There it is in purple. Once this pops, I think it will not stop, at least not for a while here. What's up, Larry Boyd in the house? Good to see you, brother. Let's see, HPE call 50, July 17th did well today. Let's take a look at HPE. Interesting to see relative strength there. Because, well, the whole sector, or the sector as a whole, having a little trouble. I'm assuming, You got a nice fill yesterday, perhaps, and we're selling into that falling 9-day. Good call there. Good sell there. Still not sure what these guys are doing. I think they looked a lot better up here. Now they're flipping these moving averages. We got to kind of wait. Another one in the same boat. Dell. 2 L's. Whoops. This one looks actually a lot more stable, a lot more steadier. So not too shabby there. When I talk Dell, I got to look at the other Trump grift play. Is it a grift play? I don't know. I own IBM. Small amount. Got in. I wanted to get in this day. I chased it the next day. So 262. I think I bought right at open there, 261 or so. That one's working nicely. I wish I bought more. It's just a starter, but I like the action there. What else we got going on in the house? Talk selling puts like a junkie on SpaceX. So we are going to talk about that. We are going to talk about that shortly. I think that's very interesting. Want to talk about it. Yeah. Sorry about the list being small there, guys. I'm happy if you're looking for my watch list, just ping me in my server. I'll give you a link to my Discord. You're more than welcome to bother me there 24/7. I just live in there, and I'm always happy to give out any alpha that I got. Let me pull that for y'all real quick. Yeah, it's been a good day in my server. We're just soft launching the first of my Gamma Exposure Suite. All the features, the integrated Discord bot, all that good stuff. So it's not 100% yet. Take it with a grain of salt, but we're getting automated trade plans every morning for 0DTE action. You can, of course, trade the pool account with shares as well. I usually do TQQQ or SQQQ and trade my plan with those. So here is Steve's trading Discord. Steve's free trading Discord, might I add. That'll be in chat in just a second. Sorry, typing and talking. Not my strong suit with massive ADD. Anyways, there is that server there. Talk asking Steve, we trading range bound? Let's take a closer look. That was the prognosis. Past couple days, it's been really tight. I think that we're basically trying to hold ground flat, break even on SPX while everything kind of moves around us. Under the hood, we're seeing a lot of shaking, a lot of baking, a lot of shifting going on here. And we can say that pretty clearly by the bifurcation of our sector scorecard. You know, almost everything is either up big or down big. Interesting to see financials being a rock here, being an anchor. So interesting action here, and I think it's just healthy rotation trade there. So we shall see. Adrian, what do you mean by this? How could you say something so shocking and brave, so provocative? You saw statistics on 0DTE volume, and boys, we are cooked. What does it mean? What does it mean? I use this high volume in 0DT contracts for really solid edges. I don't know if we're cooked or market makers are cooked. Somebody's cooked though, but definitely volume over the past couple of years, absolutely dwarfing any other expiry. That 0DT expiry, that flow holds a lot of water, a lot of weight there. Let's see what else we got in the house. He's saying the leverage in the market and the 0DT volume is kind of nuts. Here's my pitch. Here's my elevator pitch. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. I think it stabilizes the market because when you have all of this volume in 0DT flow, you might think, man, there's a lot of degens out there. No. This is the most efficient way to hedge a large portfolio without buying and selling. You know, you just hold, or I'm sorry, you don't hold, but you take positions. You use these zero-day calls and puts to hedge your large positions. That way, you don't have to sell. You know, you can hold until you have long-term gains. You can hold and just sell contracts on your shares that you believe in general. In general, I do believe this is a stabilizing force on the market, and I don't know if I'm just getting to be a better trader over the past couple of years or if the market is becoming more predictable due to these flows, but either way, my system is coming together very nicely around these 0DT flows. So don't you ruin this for me, Adrian. We're not cooked. I love this. I love it. Anyways, Ricky, new name in the chat. Welcome, brother. Is Peng, P-E-N-G, a buy before earnings release? Well, you're beating me to the punch here, brother. I am going to be talking about this. We're going to be breaking down, doing a little presentation for you on the earnings plays today. Just about 6-7 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. A few more things I want to get through, and then we're gonna hop right into there. So stay tuned. We've got Peng. We've got a few others as well. I'll give you a little sneak peek here. Earnings board tonight after close. Penguin Solutions, definitely our top watch. Definitely our top watch. We got the 2-day whipsaw flag here, plus 10% on Monday on NVIDIA partner news, down 6% into the print. So a lot of shaking and baking there as well. Here's a fun one that I bet you guys aren't aware of. Did your Furu know that Kura Sushi, KRUS, was a Trump play? I bet they didn't. This guy does. So this will be very interesting to see because I don't know why, but Trump has a large stake in this. It's a small cap company. It's freaking sushi. I mean, I don't know. That's not his first order thinking is like Dell or IBM. Like those make sense. Yeah, he buys those. Sure. Why is he buying sushi? Is there like a domestic like security risk? Do we need to start domestically manufacturing sushi? Is that what's going on here? I'm not so sure, but it's interesting and I want to keep tabs on it. 2 more for your radar. EPAC, Enerpac Tool Group. This one, not a huge deal, as well as the Saratoga investment. Not a big deal, but I wanted to put them on your radar. EPAC, a little more interesting with the 8% implied move. We might be able to catch some action on that, but really it is going to be all about Peng. Peng, and this is the fun one here. So we'll be getting more into details there in just a second, but that's kind of the story on the day here. One more little note for you. We are seeing the money rotate into defensives, into energy. Like I said, tech's bleeding, the bids showing up in real estate, in energy, in utilities today, communications as well. So it's positioning more than panic. Like I said, I think it's healthy to have some red days. I know you guys don't want to hear it, but it's true, It's true. Not everything goes straight up, and the faster things go straight up, the more you have to worry about a crash, a major correction. I want sideways corrections via time primarily, and we are seeing this, and I think that is essentially what's happening as we see SPY masking that damage under the hood. So the headline hid the split. SPY gave back. It's only a third of the percent, like we're talking about. A percent, like we're talking about. QQQ losing nearly 5 times that as the defensive sectors carry the weight. They're going to carry those boats for a short term. So the index, it's calm, but it's genuinely ugly if you are a large semiconductor investor. That's why I've been telling the loved ones in my life, the people in my Discord, hey, we had an amazing run, guys. This is some of the best months of my investing career, just in terms of like the percentage gains we're getting on some of these. I'd be lying if I said I was trading them incredibly aggressively and I was, done for the year or anything. But you know what? This is a hell of a move that we've caught here in semiconductors, especially in a lot of these leaders that we've been in for quite a while. The Clacks, the Teradynes. Come on, load for me. The ARMs. Got to go to the weekly to really show just how powerful these moves have been in the past couple weeks. We can't get mad when profit is taken. So I've been telling people, it's time to wrap this trade up. Doesn't mean we're done overall. No, the AI trade, it's going higher, but I'm just saying this is not where I want to be focused on. This is not where I want to be heavily concentrated in, especially going into the next round of earnings. As Adrian's mentioning here, the financial reports coming in next week. I see more room up in a lot of other areas of the market. Here's how I'm looking at it. If we have reached peak euphoria, if the top is in for the year, if we're just in for a bloodbath or a choppy BS rest of the year, well, I don't want to be in chips. If we're in a rotational period where the leaders are cooling off, it might be like 2023 when the AI trade cooled off for 3 months. We're a lot higher than we were in 2023, guys. I think it's a similar situation. I want to see the healthy rotation, and there's just other areas where if we're going up, I'd rather be in, and if we're going down, I'd rather be in, right? So financials, maybe a little energy, a whole lot of healthcare. That's the biggest. And for me, this is kind of where my mind's been at ever since I saw, what's his name? Drunken Miller, Mr. Stan. He shifted very heavily out of the AI trade on his last 13F. And you know what he really piled hard into? Lot of healthcare and pharmaceuticals. And you know what? As usual, he was right. And here we are ripping and ripping and ripping. And it doesn't even look like we're slowing down. Every single week, I check in with my basket of biotechs, all of these guys. And you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a lot of charts that are just starting to get going here. We got Beam. I'm in this one pretty big as of today. CRISPR, haven't taken a play in this one. I think I'm sticking with Beam for the genomics. TNGX, interested in this one. Tango Therapeutics as it does a breakout flag here, looking kind of similar to our baby LLY. This is my rock in the port. This is the centerpiece. This is the crown jewel right now. It looks like it's breaking out of a megaphone. I think this is an amazing thing to just dump some money into. If it goes down 20%, I'm not going to sell. I'm going to buy a whole bunch more. So that's the kind of names that I want to be in when we're this extended in the market as a whole. And is it even that extended? I don't know. But the tech, the leaders sure are. So loving the lilies, stuff like that. Still looking for some other really strong moves across the board. Here's a Campus Pharmaceuticals. These guys are going to be in the kind of psilocybin, the kind of what's it called? It's drugs. We're long drugs. This is the gist. We're long all the stuff that you did in high school, but now it's legit. Now we can buy it in a stock. PSIL, here's the index. This one's very, very encouraging for me. Beautiful cup and handle, just starting to poke its head out here. Nice volume at the 20 handle being pushed off of in the past couple weeks. There's so much room across the sector. I'm just going to drop my mouse on a random one up here in my list. VCell, that's strong. What about ABCL? That's strong. All of these names look great. Here's another one that I entered today and yesterday. I'm accumulating PRME under $4. Loving this one. And it's a fun time to be an investor because I don't have to buy the same boring shit that I've been. It's not boring. I mean, it's fun going up all the time. But geez, I want some variety here. And so I love getting involved with different sectors like this. It gives me more to talk about, gives me more to do. I mean, geez, when's the last time we talked about PayPal? And we weren't dunking on it, I took a bullish PayPal trade today or overnight. It's the end times, guys, or it's a brave new world, and we can, anything's viable nowadays. So lots of room in this market to make a lot of money. Sorry, we got a lot of comments here. I love the engagement. I'm going to get to as many of these as we can, and then we're going to head on in to our little earnings report. What's shaking, guys? Let's get back into an intraday chart here. Sorry, I'm so zoomed out here because I'm really excited from a bigger perspective, and I got all my trading done the first 10 minutes, which always feels great. So we're trying to hold the higher low, and this is what I'm definitely going to be watching as we progress here. Interesting stuff, but not looking like it's ready to catch quite yet. Talk mentioning ISRG has been running. Yeah, absolutely. So I do not own any ISRG. I actually don't own any medtech stuff, but I wish I did. I think I'm going to take just a starter position in IHI. Maybe I wait for a moving average or something. It's kind of a weird kicker candle today, making me think that I might get my spot again at like 51.50 or so. But I love the space. I think these are great companies to be in. Hallucinogenics is the word I was looking for earlier. Thank you. Long drugs, long hallucinogenics. Talk and MindMed, while we were talking about that theme, they've re-tickered. They're now Definium, DFTX. I missed this one. It was a ripper. Shout outs, our resident robot, Michael Noss, amazing trader. And he's been all over this for so long. But of course, whenever his stocks gap up 50%, 100%, it's a 100% move. He wasn't going crazy. We just got the casual little, oh, well, would you look at that? And that just goes to show he ain't surprised when his plays work. And that's why you should follow Michael Noss, CMT, Chartered Market Technician. Really, really great trader there, and just want to give him his flowers. If we're talking about this theme, I got to shout him out. Amazing move here, and I think this one still goes much higher. It's just a matter of letting price catch up, letting these moving averages catch up, and just it's fine if it trades sideways for a while. You see what it does. It gaps up 20%, trades sideways for a few months, gaps up 20%, trades sideways for a few months, gaps up 100%. Let's trade sideways for a few months. That's fine. Maybe my campus gets some love in the meantime. CMPS. I really like this one as well. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. So that's kind of where I'm at with the market as a whole. I'm loving my biotechs. I'm loving my genomics in particular. A lot of oncology drugs looking really strong. If you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, come on into my server. We got some real smart cookies there. Adrian calling out my other favorite sector of the market, SaaS. So Adrian put Zeta on my radar, got some confidence from some of my other buddies, and this one, very strong. I'm not in it. I wish I was. I need to pick my spot. Hopefully they give me the 20 handle. I'm kind of thinking they won't. Kind of thinking I'll have to chase if I want this guy here. I got a good amount of Microsoft, though. Got a good amount of Microsoft, and it hopefully will give me the close that I need that's over this weekly 200. A few more names to put on your radar before we're going to hop into the earnings report here. Well, we have the index as a whole, IGV, worth checking in. And you notice I'm just on the weekly charts here. There's a reason, because if I'm position buying, if I'm looking for these these quarterly rotational plays, well, I want to get in on basically, I'm not gonna fuss over pennies here. I'd rather wait for a weekly close over my key levels and feel very confident about holding these instead of just getting chopped and screwed left and right on these names, which have been really tough as they carve out the bottoms. It's been really tough to plant your flag and not get scared out. So I took one stop on Microsoft. I tried it again. I wrote it up. I wrote it back to break even. Now it finally seems like we're finding traction, and I'm finally ready to add a little bit. Palantir, I don't know. I'll be honest, Adrian. I freaking hate Palantir. I just hate Alex Karp so much. And I know I'm always the guy who's saying, don't let your personal biases, don't let your feelings stand in the way of making money. I think I'm going to let my feelings stand in the way of me making money here. I can't buy this yet. Maybe if we get a nice high or low, I can get involved. It's just weird. It's just weird, and I think he's a creepy dude. So I'm gonna leave Palantir alone, but I hope it prints for you. ServiceNow, though, I love this one. Love this one. I think it's being benefited by being in the Dow as well. Just that rising tide carrying all boats in here, even the sad ServiceNow boat. I think this is a higher low. Just an absolutely brutal rejection off of the confluence between the 200 week and the 200 day. So they both just crossed, like just absolutely just brick walled up here at 140, and we just got slammed from there. That being said, everybody was like, that's so cruel. They pump IGV into the end of the month. It looks like we're getting rotation out of chips, just hammered all the way back down. Well, that's positioning, baby. You know, we're shifting into something, and they're not going to make it easy. It's not going to be just straight up, right? So this is how higher lows are formed. This is how W's are built. This is how rotations look mid-rotation. It doesn't feel good if you're early. It doesn't feel good if you're late and you're trying to buy semiconductors up here either, right? So we want to be ahead of the ball. We want to skate to where the puck is going, not where the puck is. That's hopefully what I can help you guys get under your belt here. So, man, there's so much going on in these comments. We got Pythagoras screaming, help, help me. What can I help you with, brother? What can I help you with? I don't know what. But it sounds pressing, so I'm going to look out for your comment here. IGV in the stock picker place, I love that. We're seeing some divergence, some decoupling, where some of the names can get up off the bottom. Doesn't mean they all have to pump, but it's starting to look like a investable sector. Man, I'm just scrolling down this list. There's just blood in the streets. A-Lab, darling A-Lab, down 12%. Get wrecked. Man. Look at that. AVA, so OUST, I still have some OUST that's getting beat on. Absolutely beat on. Thank the Lord in heaven I was trimming at 50 and at 60. 62. But my last third of the position, it's almost break even again. I got in at 38. Feels like they're going to come knocking on my door here, and I might stop out break even there. These names are hard. You know, you got to take what they give you. Let's see what else we got. I know I want to get into these earnings, but man, so many comments that I want to get into. Thank you guys. Yo, we got some carp stands in the house. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to shit on your guru here, your new Jesus, but I don't know. He's a little bit creepy. I think it's mostly, I don't know. He's just skeevy. He just makes my skins crawl. I think it was that clip where he pulled out a katana in front of some intern. He's like, guys, look how cool I am. Dude. Whatever. All right. Enough about me. Oh, Pythagoras was calling out the ticker help. He was not in danger. I was like, what is it, girl? Did Timmy fall down the well again? What's going on? Help. This is another in the psychedelics, in the long drugs space. We got this nice neckline here, this nice W, this nice Oh, I love how this, look at this. So my dashed line, this is the point of control. It's the highest volume node. We have the 200-day just lining up right there. It also aligns perfectly with this base of, my mouth's moving faster than my mouse. There you go, of this W. So, you know me, just nice and simple. One thing to note, this is a lower low. Not a perfect W, it's not an A+ setup. But these can be more explosive if they do play out because they're squeezing people like me who are going, it's just not right. Where's the higher low? That's not natural. Anyways, those shorts might need some help pretty soon if this thing does break that previous high. If it can hold this this level here at $6, I think we might see some sideways action as it digests in this zone between 7 and 6. If we get the flip over 7, this thing can rip. All right. Moving on through the list here. Man, there's so many good things to talk about here, guys. So I'm going to do my best to get to everything. And we are going to go over, don't worry, we're going to be hanging out past the bell. Don't you go anywhere. Hynix coming into the U.S. SK Hynix, one of the biggest memory players in the world. This is half of the South Korean market. This is half of the Kospi. It's SK Hynix and Samsung. And I guess there's some other stuff in there. But let's be real. Who cares? Those are the ones that have been moving not just their market, hundreds of % this year, but ours as well. We got to give it to our South Korean friends. Those degens, they're putting us all to shame. Look at this. This is their index, guys. This is their SPY. This is what they're just passively investing their 401ks into. I don't know about that. Maybe they're doing more. I would be doing more SPY just because I would not sleep well at night holding an index that's up 133% in a year or so. Crazy moves. And is it the top? I don't know. You could see this was the area that I've been marking out all week long. Bing bong, bing bong. What's it going to do? Heck, I don't know. But I bet you it's explosive when it leaves this triangle. And we have some really important things coming up that could make it crack. We thought it could be the Samsung earnings missing the bottom line or the top line just a little bit, just 2%. That was enough for I don't know. What is this? 8% pullback? I don't know. Cracks are forming. When you have high leverage, you can wash out really hard. You can also see degenerates just pour back into this, right? We're in a trend line where we come back into the support, buy the dip. So what's going to happen? I don't know. We have to see how the market digests this SK Hynix release. Could this IPO, not IPO, but US listing, what is that, ADR? I forget. Could this listing mark the top of the sector, mark a euphoric peak as the long-term holders cash out with this new US liquidity? Yes. Could we see new US buyers just chad this thing up? Yes. So we'll have to see what happens with SKHY. That'll be the new ticker coming out on Friday. All right, I'm speed running the rest of these comments here. Let's see. Ricky talking penguin. Good to have you in here for the peng print. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you hanging. In just 1 minute, we're going to get into it. We're actually going to start right now. Snowman giving me a hard time. It's not blood. Pullbacks are good. I agree. Pullbacks are good and natural. This is what we want to see. A market needs to go down to go up higher. Let me see. So Ricky, by the way, was mentioning Penguin at 62 seems like a bargain with earnings being released and next week's financial report. You know what? It's interesting. Let's get on into it. Let's talk about it. Thanks for bearing with me here. This is something else I'm working on. All right, bear with me. So, earnings. I'm going to go with a little bit of a condensed presentation here, so I might skip over a few data points here. If there's anything you guys are wondering about, want me to touch more on, we will talk about it after the print as well. By the way, important to remember when the numbers are actually coming out. So 4:05, 5 minutes after the bell, we're getting both Penguin, KRUS, both releasing 5 minutes after the bell. Let's be real. We'll be talking about Penguin. So, getting into it here. You guys want me to pull up some charts while we talk about this? Yeah, let's do that. Cat. What if we do something like that? Give you a half and half. Bear with me here. All right. That's better. Yeah, that'll work. All right, so Penguin on the right, daily chart here. We're actually going to go to a weekly. Just zoom out just a little bit. It's important to remember what we've been doing here. You know what? We're going to go to the monthly because we want to see what we've accomplished in the past 3 months, in the past quarter, since the last earnings. Great 23% surprise beat on earnings, small beat on revenue there, but really it was the forward guidance that sent this thing through the roof. Through the roof here. This was a $20 to $30 stock for quite a while, for about 5 years before it just absolutely smashed through here. So now we're having to look at how extended we are and what it will require on this call to continue this party. Drawing our fibs here from the low of the range to the high of the range. There's some art here. It's not pure science. Maybe I could draw it like this. That sure looks cleaner, doesn't it? The 1.6. So let's do this. That looks good. We could even draw it from the opening, from the IPO price here. And that also looks good, right? Because now we're at this 1.27. We're deciding whether we can continue here. So I like that. Just playing off the inner range. We're looking for support to step in about $50. That was my cost basis when I got into this trade. Sure seemed like a chase then, but then it went up 50% again. I cashed out at 75 because I'm a genius. No, just because of the fib. Seemed like too much. Very small position for me. I made like $200, I think. But $200 is $200. Now we're watching to see if the downside is going to hold here. But in general, whenever I'm like, you guys are like, oh, what are you doing? You're moving your fibs all over. What's the real one, right? Well, each one is going to have algorithms firing off of them. Each of them is worth observing. In general, I like this 62 handle here, 62.50, as well as 50 to the downside. So that's the technicals, but let's get into the details. What is Penguin? Are we buying, I don't know, is like a zoo REIT or something? Are we buying like Antarctica? That'd be pretty cool, but no. This is AI infrastructure, and it's a fun one. Let's talk about it. So, we really are just all over the board today. AI infrastructure, okay, pretty standard. Revolving sushi chain, okay, sure. Industrial hydraulic tool makers, why not? Business development company, sure. Okay, so all across the board, we're hitting a little bit of everything here. 4 different corners of the market, 4 different reads on what's actually happening, but always we got to go back to the headliner in Penguin. So it's had a wild 2-day setup here. We're going to get into the daily chart here and take a look at this swing. Actually, I think hourly is going to tell the story better because it has not been easy to read. Past couple days, we flushed out severely from the $70 handle after trying to break the range at 75. We found a big seller, got hammered back to the bottom of the range. For my system, I'm always looking for these daily triggers. The daily trigger sitting at 62. We just tested that in the past hour here. 5 minutes till the bell, by the way, guys. So 9 minutes until this report comes out. We are going to speed run through here, but just remember, wrap up those trades if you got anything on the books here. We do not know what is going to happen. Really quick, for 1 minute, we should talk about the close on the indices here. Hourly candle here, trying to form this higher low. I don't hate this for a place to try a swing if we think that we are just consolidating near this trend line break before the actual breakout. Let me zoom out just a little bit more for y'all there. See the downtrend line? See this monthly buy-side liquidity? That's our target if we can hold this higher low. If we lose the higher low, 7475 on SPX, I would definitely expect us to have a date with our daily trigger down south. That's sitting at 7435 currently. Right around there is roughly where I would like to see bear's target for the first leg. Probably like to see the overall sell finish up somewhere around 7350. So that's what we got for SPX. Not a bad look into the close. We're going to zoom in once more here, get super granular in the 1 minute. Let's get granular. And look at that, just zooming back up to the VWAP there. What a push. Nice little push there just in the past couple minutes after airing out pretty nicely. So overall, nice higher low. We want to believe in this. Unless we lose this lower low, this low here, I think that it wants to test to the upside. That's what we got here. One last thing for you here. Let's look at that weekly candle. Always important to check in here. And this was what I thought what it was going to be, but I mean, I don't know how much you can really glean from a big old doji. But hey, it's worth noting, big old doji here. We tried to expand above, and if we do print a weekly candle down here, I wouldn't be surprised. print one down, test the 9-week, print one up, test the uptrend line, print one down, test the 9-week higher low, print one up, and then expand out. That's what I'd like to see. Something like this week, this next week, back test, go. Something like that for the next month of July here. That's what I'd like. The monthly candle would be somewhere on up here, 7580. That's what I'd like to see test, that pivot. So that's what I'm looking for there. I will stop yapping about the indices because I want to talk some penguins. Such a fun ticker. I'm so much more interested in a trade when it's got a funny ticker. Bring me your helps. Bring me your pengs. You know, I'm all about those. Just 4 random letters that I'm going to forget and mistype 5 times when I try to call it out. Less exciting. All right, back to the presentation here. Thanks for bearing with my ADD. Okay, where are we? Here we go. All right, so this is the old Smart Global Holdings. They rebranded to Penguin. The ticker went from SGH to PENG, and the whole identity shifted with it. So this is how this is now an AI infrastructure story. It's got full stack AI systems on hand here. So they design, they build, and they run the compute and memory environments for enterprise and hyperscaler customers. So the setup here is fascinating because it's a 2-day story. Monday, this thing ripped over 10% on a headline. They were named an NVIDIA AI Factory specialized partner. So a partnership with NVIDIA, never a bad look. When you have a company that's this small, what's their market cap looking like? Relatively small here. Market cap sitting at 1.5 billion. So not tiny. Definitely a lot higher than it was a month ago. But small change compared to NVIDIA. So we got that headline. It pumped 10%. Today, it's giving back about 6%, about half of that move, and it's sitting at 63.60 into that print. So the arc is spike on news, then cool as the actual report approaches. Net, it's still up over that 2-day stretch, I do believe at least. Let me double check. I wrote this a little bit earlier. Barely up from a couple days ago. Kind of testing this lower level, and now this is a close under the 21, into a close over the 9, into a close under the 21. What does this tell us? Not a whole lot, to be completely honest. By the way, 2 minutes until the bell here. 2 minutes until the bell. So getting on into it further. It matters because it changes the setup, essentially. So yesterday, I would have told you the bar was raised and the beat was kind of half priced in when it was trading back at the 70. Now, not so sure. I'm really not sure if this is just a nice auspicious dip into a great earnings, just scaring people out with this close under the 21. We're still over my daily trigger, by the way, for whatever that's worth. Where is it? You can't see it. Anyways, I'm a little bit unsure about how this one's going to play out. So I want to watch it with you. I want to see it play out to the upside. I think the company's fundamentals are very good, but I just wonder if the overall weakness in the AI complex is enough to kind of just rain on their parade, even on a good result, and perhaps see a washout continued move down to this 50-day. I'm just thinking if this couldn't push here, it couldn't push here, getting kind of long in the tooth, and semis are not looking that appealing right now. So the market may punish it down to this 50. There's the bell, guys. Pencils down, pencils down. So we got 5 minutes to finish up prepping for Penguin. But just for the starters, the levels I'm watching on the way up, 64, that's the 21-day. 66, 65, 75. That's the 9-day. These are both important levels. Beyond that, this thing can surge to the top of the volume shelf. 72.50 is where the party really gets started. Closes over there, we can start to see the sweeps through the high of the range, 77, and potentially higher over the course of the next coming weeks. So in terms of what we can expect today, we're looking for about a 13% move in either direction. So 13% up will be 71.24. 13% down would be sitting at just about our daily 50. So I would love to pick up some Penguin here at $54. In fact, I'm going to set a limit order for $54 for a small, just a little taster, a little tester, a little nibble, just in case we do work our way down there. So let's get into the estimates really quick. And I just want to throw this out on your radar. We are going to be doing a raffle draw as well after the earnings print, after we see the first 5-10 minutes of action or so. We're going to be getting into that before I wrap up, so be sure to stick around. We're going to be getting into that. We will have a winner drawn, so don't go anywhere. Don't turn that dial. We're going to switch into the 1 minute chart here after hours, just to show what price is doing after the bell here as we kind of inch up into this print. Nice close or nice candle here. They want to buy this. If you are just, hey, I'm a big bull, I think we're going up, I think it's a rocket ship, you could define your risk into this VWAP and say, hey, if we lose the low of the day, it's about a 5% stop, I believe. 2.5%, 3% stop. You could take a swing here. You could take a swing here if you're willing to either hold down 20% if it does miss, or if you're willing to take a 3% haircut on the loss of this low. Just be sure to define that risk. So let's get into these numbers just a little bit more. On the estimates, the street wants 56 cents, and the estimates have been drifting on up into the print from 52 to 56 over the past 90 days. So that's a little bit of a confidence tell there. Revenue consensus is 421 million, nearly 30% growth over the 324 they did a year ago. So last quarter, they beat by 23%. The option straddle is screaming 26% on that raw number. To be fair, that is on the July expiry. That's on the July expiry. So, it's not the same as if it was expiring in 3 days. I don't think there are weeklies on this. And as we do see, there is a lot of volatility here, a lot of shake and bake. This is going to be spicy, a little bit spooky when it pushes up right into that pivot like there. I was hoping it would hold that VWAP. So far, not the case. Personally, if I entered there, I would stop out a little bit down here and just say, okay, I was wrong, and I think that I might have to get cooked here. I do kind of want to be a buyer much lower, and maybe I'm crazy, but I think it's possible. Let's talk about it just a little bit. I do think that it's a good company, though. 2 minutes till this print, so I'm going to have to speed run here. Let's just talk about the bull and bear case real quick. What matters? So essentially, underneath the headline of the AI, the AI partnership deal, the business is running well. Their integrated memory segment grew 63% year over year. Last we heard, that's the piece most directly levered to the AI and high performance computing demand. These systems are memory hungry, and Penguin sells into that number. Management's been leaning forward. They reaffirmed full year fiscal 2026 guidance and said that they now expect both earnings and revenue at the high end of the prior ranges, citing in their words, very strong agentic AI driven demand. Whole lot of buzzwords. We like it. So Rosenblatt raised their price target on that AI momentum, and we are 1 minute from the print here, so I'm going to stop yapping for just a sec. We'll get into more color after, as well as, when the actual print results, but just right now, we're looking for a raise plus hyperscale color to reignite this move. Today cooled some of the froth off and leaves room to run back through that 70 handle if everything is looking good and on track for Penguin. The bear case is a meet and reaffirm. Essentially, the NVIDIA pop was the move. That was the fake out, breakout, and now we need to cook back down into the mid 50s and chill and find new buyers like me off of that 50-day, perhaps lower. So that's what we're kind of looking at there. That's the bull and the bear side of things. I'm going to start pulling up some info for us as well. Still a few seconds away from this print. Running over to Twitter to get this print as soon as we get the number. Boom, big move to the upside already. Wow. All right, so I'm assuming that was the release. I'm still loading my page. We'll have that in just about 10 seconds. We're at 71.69 already. Look at that rocket ship, guys. Boom, big move up into this pivot. It's always a good idea to monetize. If we test 70 again, I would take a little trim off there. Let me get you some color on this print, though. Boom, look at that candle. This thing has a wild range to it. 13% move to the upside, so it tagged its measured move already. Now coming back, and we want to see if it can hold the 50% of that move. The 50% of that move is going to be right where we're currently trading, 66.88. Wow, easy come, easy go. Let's find those numbers. Held so far. We like that. We like that. Okay, Penguin Solutions. Third quarter net sales, 478.7 million. Estimate was 400.7 million. So that's a 78 million beat on the net sales. Little grain of salt. This is the first numbers I'm seeing. I will confirm with further. But let's see. Penguin Solutions, third quarter adjusted EPS, 84 cents, estimate 54 cents. This is a smash beat, guys. This is a smash beat on a name that we liked. And I want to see how this is pumping the rest of the sector too. So we got Penguin 1 minute on the left. I want to pull up the 1 minute for just SMH in general. First off, we're seeing nice follow through there too. Not too crazy, but a little bit of sentiment boost on this name here. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Let's see. As Adrian said almost 20 minutes ago now, because man, you guys have been rocking and rolling. We've had a lot to talk about. But Ricky, it may feel like that, but it's a pure gamble to buy before earnings. That being said, starting to play out pretty well so far. Let's get back to Penguin here and see what's cracking. All right, so we got the second top wick potentially over 70. We're either going to squeeze the measured move, or this is a great place to take profits. Great place to take profits intraday for this little scalp. If you got in, if you weren't scared like me, if you weren't a coward like me, I would have taken a dollar loss there. I didn't know what was going to happen. I had a bee in my bonnet. I thought we were going to get back down to the mid 50s, that 50-day. Not the case. Big push up, now fading just a little bit. Like I said, always good to lock some in. Here we are back again at 70. It seems like we want to digest and eat through, but you just never know. So I would be taking a small chunk off here at the very least. But congratulations, any longs here. I know my boy Callie Otter, shout out Callie Otter if you're in the chat or in the Discord. I know you're throwing a little party here because holy moly, nice move there. I also want to pull this up on, let's go 4-hour chart and get some perspective here. Still holding this flag, guys. Take this noise off our screen. Still holding this flag. And you know what? I'm going to put a little more detailed fib on here so we can get some more levels to play off of. Let's go default. There we go. Just a few more. We're going to reverse this as well. There we go. All right. Just some more levels to watch here. Might give us some more information. But in general, I would expect this to be the big move. Now, if it's going to do the squeeze, the crazy squeeze, through that expected target, go straight gamma squeeze mode, then we would have to see probably really, really good color commentary on the actual call. So far, I want to see big bottom wicks just like that. We'll see where this candle closes in 30 seconds. But in general, I just want to see some sideways action and basically waiting for this moving average to start catching up. So now we're a little bit out of the danger zone, just in a sense that the first big spike up has now had about 5 minutes to settle. We are seeing sustained buyers up to and into this 70 handle. Definitely a level to watch. It could reject still, but now we have the moving averages starting to catch up. So there will be some buyers at least trying to buy off this 9-day. So this is crossing over the 50. That provides some nice areas of confluence there. Ricky says he's expecting it to hit 75. I think that's a pretty safe bet. That would be essentially as far as it could go without busting the lid off this bad boy. I think it might even hit the 75 or 77 new all-time high here. As Adrian says, congrats to anybody who played it. Still going, baby. I do think so. I do think so. What else we got going on here? I need water. I forgot to drink. I forgot to breathe. That was fun, guys. Woo. All right. I see you in chat, by the way. 155. I see 155, probably even more. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out, joining us. We are going to be doing a drawing quite shortly here. So, how we feeling, guys? Anybody catch that? Ricky, you make some money there, baby? Show them gains. Let's see what we got. Still posting the bottom wicks just like we want. Correct via time, not price. That's the good news. That's what we want to see. Ricky's 75 handle is my 1.27 extension fib. That'd be real nice, neat, nice and tidy if it can reach up there and then maybe cool off after that push. Maybe on the earnings. Maybe we just get a straight shot continuation. I'd love to see it, but I'm going to flash back over to my Twitter here, see if I can get a little more color, see if we can get some commentary from the C-suite here, see what's shaking and baking. Great move so far, though. Algo's had it all over the place, but at the moment, up 8% in post-market on the first glance. Just reading some stuff from a few names that I like here. Let's see, some swanky numbers in the report. That's from our boy what's his name? Fund My Fund. He's a really good follow. Fund My Fund, great for biotech and for cybersecurity as well as drones. He knows a lot about drones. So good stuff there. Scrolling on through. Let's see what else I can find. I mean, we got the solid double beat. I think we just need that color on the actual call itself. Not seeing a ton out here. Here's a little bit. This is from management. We are seeing very strong AI-driven customer demand for memory and AI infrastructure solutions. As inference and agentic AI workloads become more persistent and context-rich, memory is increasingly becoming one of the primary performance and scalability bottlenecks. Penguin is well positioned at the intersection of memory and AI infrastructure to help customers address these evolving requirements. Given a robust demand and disciplined execution, we are raising our full year outlook on both net sales and EPS. All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Give it. The trends, turning this into, I don't want to say a shitco. They're not a shitco. They've always been a good company. But when a really good company triples in a couple months, you got to start thinking, is this justified? Is this warranted? Seems like it is so far. That being said, we're getting our first test at this 9-minute moving average. Let's watch price and see how it cooks, see how it handles it. On this 4-hour chart, we got the start of a W, but we are finding sellers over that crux, that neckline, that midpoint right there. As you can see on our 1-minute chart, just kind of banging our heads on it up to that 4-hour wick where we sold pre-market on last Thursday. So now we are under the 50 fib. I want to see this candle close above it. I'd like to see it close above this 9. Otherwise, this might just be a tough trade where they kind of moved it to the expected move, and now it could still go either way after earnings. We could still see heavy selling in the semi space, and this could get dragged down with it despite its good earnings. It could start to decouple. It could potentially, the whole sector could catch, and we could see this being a kind of area to look to long into tomorrow as we look for expansion. But at the same time, we got the measured move. So that's what I was saying. We hit it. We did the thing. Good time to take profit. If you're a long-term investor in the future, you can always sell into the expected move and just rebuy when it's on sale. Just say, hey, I pocketed some cash. I still love this company. I still want to be in it regardless. That's one way you could play it. What else we got? Let's see, Ricky is in the UK. I'm in the UK, so can't realize my earnings till market opens up. But if it remains like this, going to be a very good week. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Awesome. Appreciate you coming in, tuning in from overseas. Hope to see you around more. I like anybody in this space that has something to say about it. Can help me, color my bias. Because you know what? There's too much. There's too much information for one small brain guy to cover. So I appreciate each and every one of you bringing more stuff to the table. Shouting out Pythagoras again. He was very active in my Discord earlier. We were in voice chat. And you know what? I learned a lot. There's a couple things on my watch list that just wouldn't be there otherwise. So shout out Pythagoras. Shout out Mr. Ricky. Shout out all you guys in the chat. Appreciate all y'all. What else we got cooking here? All right. So we got a little bit of a breather here. I want to touch base on sushi. I want to talk sushi real quick. And then we're going to get into an earnings drawing. We'll wrap things up around the horn. I'll answer any questions you have, and then I'll head out of here in a little bit. But, man, good move here, and it is nice. That was what I was hoping for. So 16 seconds left. We're seeing the bid stabilize, try to hold over this 9-minute moving average. 10 seconds for this close. Just good omens, just auspicious, feeling good if it can close over there. 4, 3, 2, 1, into the 68 handle. All right, I like that candle close. Still chilling. Pythagoras saying, I'm thinking it's the infrastructure aspect that will keep this baby flying. Absolutely, I like it. Pops is asking, what about sushi? Great question. Well, we were caught up watching penguins, but let's talk sushi. First off, down on the print about, 20. Wow, this is a big drop. This thing is down 11% and counting so far. Woof. All right, let's find some numbers on that. KRUS is the ticker. Looks like we got a mixed decision here. We got a revenue growth beat. We got 16% beat year over year at 85.9 million in sales. Comp sales was a miss, minus 0.4% on comps. Net income coming in at 0.4 million, which is 0.03 per share versus 0.6 million or 0.05 per share estimate. Sorry, brain took a while to load there. Restaurant level margin 19.1%, up 90 BPS year over year. So this seems like it's going to essentially be a tariff story. They're trying to battle through tariffs with efficiency gains. They did open up 7 new spots, and they did raise the bar on their profitability metrics. The expansion machine keeps rolling, but the market ain't buying it. The market doesn't like it. So we can look at the technicals, see what might be holding it or what might be holding it back. Very clearly, the first thing that comes to my mind is this 200-day. They needed a stronger beat to clear this big bar. And you know what? It's a big hurdle. They missed, bopping it back on down into the lows of the range, but still holding the lows of the range. So I think you get really worried if it starts losing this 42.50 handle. Till then, I don't know. Not a business you really want to be in, right? I'm not seeing massive gains ahead for the sushi industry personally. So that's what I'm seeing there. Let's pop back to Penguin, and then we're going to hop into an earnings report, into a drawing. We're going to get one of you set up with a nice new challenge account, all free. A little bit of selling coming back in. Let's keep an eye on this. But I'm going to get the the drawing ready for y'all. Okay. Thanks for your patience. 1 second. Okay, guys, get ready. We are going to be drawing for... We're going to be drawing for something, all right. There's a small chance that this may be bugged. Give me 1 sec. How about that? Did anybody catch the Argentina-Egypt match today? That was wild. I got my trading done early, so I was watching that one. And I got to say, I was really thinking Egypt was going to pull it off. 10 minutes left, up 2-0. Tragic. Really crushing. I wanted to see those Argentina fans eat crow. I don't know. They're too cocky. They're too cocky after last year. Too many Messi fans. I don't know. Shout outs. You got to give credit where credit is due. Amazing performance by the Argentinian squad to lock that up. But man, was that wild. All right, now we're cooking. Here. Let's get on into it, guys. So we're going to be doing this for the USA versus Belgium match. Ugh, guys, that was another tough one to watch. It's been some tough football lately. But you know what? At least somebody's going to make some money off it here. So we're going to draw for a challenge account here, y'all. Let's get ready with I know I got a drum roll in here somewhere. That ain't it. Okay, hold on. There we go. Drum roll. 7S is our winner. Congratulations, 7S. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, but congratulations. If you're in the chat, let me know. We need your email. Go ahead and reach out to us. You can reach out to Joe on the Trade the Pool Discord. You can reach out to me on the Trade the Pool Discord. You can drop your email here if you're comfortable. Whatever you like, we are going to find a way to get that account to you. Thank you so much for playing. Awesome stuff here. Meanwhile, Penguin looking nice, carving out the space exactly where we want to see over this equilibrium. Loving the price action there. And I think the call is going to be auspicious. I think it's going to be bullish. I think that this stock is going to be higher in a week, in a month, in a year. How much? I don't know. Let's find out. But I'm really liking the price action so far. Let's go back to this 4-hour chart. See where we're at. Yeah, the level to watch, definitely this 7130 to 71 or to 72 kind of level. If we can get over there, we should sweep the wicks up at 77. Through there, it's anybody's guess. I like doing these measured moves, just like so. Go from the high of the range to the low of the range, and next target for me sitting at $83 or so. And I think this thing wants to work its way up onto 100. That's what I'd like to see. I really wanted that buy off of the 50-day moving average. But hey, what can you say? Good show, Penguin. Good show. You got to love when a company in a lagging sector at the moment, a sector that's trying to hold its ground after major move up and then a pullback that's pretty severe, you got to love when the narrative just keeps on confirming that we're going higher, guys. It might take a while, might take a couple weeks, might take a couple months for the rest of the sector, but hey, you know what? I do believe that they will be buyable dips, just not quite time yet. So, guys, we are going to go another 9 minutes, I think is good, to the half-hour mark. I'm going to start working through some old comments, see if I can answer any questions that we probably missed. Adrian's got some fun speculation here. Sushi, looking rough. Boys, Donald probably bought this to offset some taxes with the losses. What does Donald know about sushi? I don't know. Seems like most of his business is pretty fishy, to be honest. So maybe this was right in his wheelhouse. I don't know. It was great to see Adrian. See you tomorrow. And we're going to keep on working through these comments. If you got more charts you want me to check out, definitely throw them this way. We can take a peek on just about anything here. Adrian was talking AMKR, Amcor, another big winner for us earlier in the year. Starting to look for good for an ad. I got shook out of this quite a while ago. I was out around the 50 handle because I was in from the 23, 24 area. Missed this whole explosive leg all the way to 94. Insane move there. Now we're trying to hold the bottom of the range. This kind of looks like Penguin, doesn't it? Kind of looks like Penguin, just a bigger overshoot and undercut. But this daily trigger, this marks where I would like to see support coming in. So far, looking pretty decent. I want to see it develop more. We did get the tick low from this range. Could be distribution. A little worrisome. But I respect that it is in an area where you could look for a dip buy. I think it'll probably be clearer on a weekly. Yes, there it is. That's why Adrian's looking at it. He is a moving average trader, and he uses those weekly charts, which I respect. I need to do more of that, even though I am a big weekly chart guy. So here we see the 21-week moving average. This is where trends hold or die. So that's where the rubber meets the road here. 65, give or take, 65.50 or so. But you can see what happened last time. Undercut, strong reclaim, back test, higher low, then it's good to go. So we get the undercut here, just like we got the undercut there. I'm wondering if we do a similar pattern, which would be mean reversion bounce, get caught just over the 9-week, higher low retest of the 21, and then build up on and out. Definitely a possibility. Very, very, very strong name in the chip packaging space. Great stuff there. Been holding it the last year, says Adrian. You traded this better than I. Like I said, in at 23.50 or so, out all by 50 on the double. Pythagoras says, check out Vera. We have some buys happening. Let's check that out. He was calling this out midday 2. This is one where I do like it. I just think it might need just a little more time, another couple sideways days here or so. Pardon me. Sleepy boy. Lots of action today. We've got this nice, clean downtrend line. Let me fix that just a little bit. There we go. And a nice undercut back test into the 200-day. Great buy there if you got filled at the 38 or so. Now screaming back up, already trying to push even higher. Down just a little bit pre-market. I'm sorry, post-market after hours here. But as long as it holds this point of control here at 40.65, call it 40. We're forgiving. Call it 40. I think this thing moves onwards, upwards, starts to carve out a nice upper area. What I'd like to see a sweep of the previous spike up, which would kind of give us an incentive to believe in that narrative, that bullish upwards trajectory. What I'd like to see is that get popped, and then I'd like to see some pullback happen. Probably something like that. Then this would form a little bit of a head and shoulder, inverted head and shoulder. Get one of these. Get one of those. And there you go. Liking this. I'm liking all of the biotech, guys. It looks so good. Another incredible continuation day here for XBI, and you just see just the expansion week after week after week. It doesn't look done to me. Whenever you're in a very strong trend, it can keep riding this 5-day moving average until it doesn't. So until this 5-day gives out, I'm looking to add to biotech. I'm not looking to sell. I mean, it is getting a little hot. I should sell some. So for example, I had been trimming a little bit. Well, really, I trimmed on the big pops. Cure, crazy move that we got here. CLPT, I had less of this one, but same thing for me. I trim on a big gap up. It just makes sense. ABVX, the last one. I don't have enough of this to really trim too much, but we were buying this under 100, and big move there. Probably should be trimming some up here. Either way, great plays around here, and just looking to keep adding into the sector with the wins, letting the wins stack up. This is the wrong one. Yeah, I don't own this one. I wish I did. Crazy move there. PRME is the one I was thinking of. This one I own. Hanging out. When it's ready, it'll go. I think it's going to be a good one. My other ads today, very small here. IMVT, Immunovant. I think this is breaking out. I just bought the breakout here at 40. Currently, I'm break even on it. I literally have like 3 shares as a tester, like $100 in this, just because I think it has the potential to keep on going much higher. It is very extended. Is it very extended? It's flagging over the 9. I wouldn't be so sad if it dropped down here. I'd be a bigger buyer at 36 for sure, 36, 37. But I just love the biotech space. One more for you. This is probably my favorite chart. I don't want to gatekeep y'all. Beam, B-E-A-M. Absolutely beautiful. Weekly on the left, daily on the right. Carving out this nice little, man, all these top wicks, but all these bottom wicks just waiting for these moving averages to catch up. Then today, as it pushes up out of the range, retested this morning, the 9-minute moving average. I did not get filled there, but I was in around 35.50, 35.70, somewhere around there. So nice gain so far. I think this one keeps rocking and rolling. Good stuff, guys. Hunter Gem, calling out CHRN. That's a name that I have not heard of. Chronoscale Holdings. What are they? What are you? What even are you? What the hell even is that? This doesn't help me. All right, we'll figure out what it is in a second. What does it do? Chops violently, apparently. This is chaos. What I would say is this is a very, very bullish volume candle there, and nice follow through as well. So what you might do is take those levels, draw them on out, because we know a lot of volume came in there to there, and see we're kind of stuck in the muck, stuck in the mud. I do like the back test and the tentative hold of this rising 50-day. Probably pretty decent. I like it more that it's basically doing its very best to flip this 200-week, same roughly spot as this 50-day. I'd really like to see a proper retest of the 200-week in combination with that 21-week. We're getting a nice crossover here. So if it comes back down and finds a nice strong buyer off 15 to 15.50, then I think we could start talking about a rebase and a push higher. I think it's a strong chart. I don't know what the hell it is, so let's find out really quickly. What the hell is CHRN? No, I did not mean Chen. CHRN is Chronoscale Holdings, a technology company operating as an accelerated compute and cloud infrastructure platform, purpose-built for AI training, inference, and high-performance computing. That's a whole lot of buzzwords. Okay, I could get down with that. Interesting. This is a spinoff from Applied Digital, a company that I very much like and I hold, even though it's getting beat on right now. That is my one allocation into the NeoCloud space that I do still hold. I have a cost basis of 30. Okay, I'm break even on it. Jeez, that's rough. Predicted this whole move up. Did trim some, good amount into 50, but still, feels bad. Whatever, someday this will be a good buy. Punishing me. Anyway, CHRN, their spinoff, doing decently better. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Interesting stuff. I don't really know too much about them, so I don't want to talk without confirming more behind the scenes, but hey, not a bad look. Oh, and here I am, doing the work that Hunter's given me the information 2 minutes below there. APLD spinning off its cloud computing business to churn on May 5th. Is it doing a cup and handle, he's asking? Could be. What I see more is an inverted head and shoulders, potentially starting. So you see this guy here, a little left shoulder, little head. Potentially could see a rejection of the 200 week for a little bit, coming down to the 50 week, which is the 200 day. So often you'll get the ping pong, the bing bong back and forth from the 200 week to the 200 day. We have the rising 200 day, a beautiful volume shelf here. Very high volume shelf at 13. If this comes back to 13, we are buyers, I believe. 13 to 10, that's a big range. Somewhere in this big old chunk. If we're down to 10, we're buyers. Anywhere from 10 to 13, I'd be looking for a carve out. That's what I'm seeing here. Not bad there. Been trading at 18 to 22. Well, nice trade there. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little sloppy. That's what I'll say. In between the 20 and the 200 week, the 200 day, just a little sloppy. Could do a lot of things there. Michael Anthony in the house shouting out CRAN. CRAN can fall to $10. That's not enough. Oh, churn can fall to $10. Not enough info. Yes, I agree with that, Michael Anthony. Like I said, I think 10 is where the real volume steps in. Hunter giving us some more color here. Yeah, they hired high-level people from SMCI. How's SMCI doing? Not great. Not great. Gnarly mitigation. Look, where the sell-off really started here, just absolutely brutal. Gap down, gap down, gap down, gap down. Look where we scream back up when there is incentive to squeeze shorts all across the sector. Well, we squeeze exactly to where people got caught with their pants down. Mechanics are key, guys. Mechanics are king. Look at that. That was what it was reaching for. Even way down here at 31, it already was knowing that it wanted to reach 50%, 70%, what is that, higher? 65% higher to mitigate this sell. As soon as it did, light switch just flips off. Goodbye. Thanks for playing. Do not collect go. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just brutal. So, if the sector heats up again, what do? Same playbook. Long to fill the gap. Long to get people out at that 200-day moving average. Sorry, I'm getting off topic here. But correct. Steve is your correct name. Correct. I am Steve. At your service. Steve Tileman here with Trade the Pool. So that's what we're looking at here. I'm running overtime a little bit. We're going to give 2 more minutes. I'm going to look through some of my favorite charts. Any more stuff you guys want to look at? Oh, we were going to talk fizz. Yeah, there you are with the fizz. Look at KDP to buy the dip tomorrow. They sell soda and coffee that will rebound. That sold fizz today. Interesting. So KDP is Keurig Dr. Pepper. I have friends in boring places. No offense, Michael. I consider you a friend. I also consider some of your stocks a little less exciting than some of the others. Those can have amazing opportunities. So I love having you fundamental traders, you fundamentalists in the chat. Really interesting look there. I like Keurig Dr. Pepper. I think it's a good company. I think long-term, great value here. I believe they have a nice dividend as well. Hey, Bennett, what's up, dude? SMR, we can take a look at that for sure. So I have some old crayons here. We were saying it looked a little weak. That did play out. I didn't touch it. I didn't make any money off that. Now we've done the same thing. Here we go again. Here we go again, guys. Big blue level, big purple line. We dump it, we gap down. Street gets caught off guard. Big institutions who hold this get caught off guard. They get dragged down. Peak to trough here, 30%. 30%. Wash them out. Get anybody who's not willing to hold through some pain out. Then you high or low, and you rip it on back. You fill the gap, and then you find a seller. So now we're in a holding pattern here, I would say. Earnings are not for a while. I like that it's holding the 9-week moving average. As you can see, I think Michael's right here. I think this is a buy tomorrow if you're looking to get involved in this name. Because to me, this is in an uptrend. Running just a little bit hot here, but this could easily keep on grinding higher. Not technically overbought on the weekly yet, in my book. And what I'm seeing is once, twice, 3 times in the past 2 months, you've gotten a chance to buy off this 9-week moving average. Each time it's been a stellar place to get involved. Almost instantly, by the end of the week, you know if you're right. Even if you're only up a few percent, this thing doesn't move very fast, you know? But if you get in a good spot, these things just trend, right? If they've bottomed long term, they should trend at least pretty decently here. So over the 200, we'd be looking at filling this gap, 35. And then the kind of look that we'd be looking at, if we do get the 35 gap fill, well, then we've surged over this big old chunky volume shelf. We could back test that, and that could be a nice place to add. Where? Again, off of our moving average ribbon. Maybe it does like that and follows price. And see, you get an ad spot there. So I like it. I did not have a chance to look more into the fundamentals of Fizz, so I apologize for that. But it looked like it was going to give me a few days to make a decision, right? It looks like it's kind of hanging out. Big move up, big move down. Now it's oscillating, holding here. Let's watch into the end of the week, and maybe I'll have some more color for you there. Talk, still in the house. Good to see you, brother. McCormick had a day. I always get that and McKesson mixed up. MCR McCormick. I also can't spell. MKC. There we go. Had a day, did it? Looks boring as heck, dude. Did it have a day? We looking at the same things? If you say so. Let's look at SMR for Bennett. Good to have you in here, brother. Ooh, it's ugly. So I took it off my focus list when it ruined this potential wonky inverted head and shoulders. I got cooked. I actually flipped short, and I remember scalping from like 16 to 14, I think. Yeah, I think it was just literally this one day I was probably short. Then I stopped looking. Clearly, I should have let that idea play out a little more. It looks terrible, dude. It looks freaking bad. I gotta be honest. It looks ugly. Does not look like it's going to get relief. It looks like it is going to die more. It's pushing off of this major pin, this major volume node, which tells me this thing's got to get beat. I see an imbalance way the heck down here at $3. Not saying we necessarily get there, but the next area of interest here, if we lose this big shelf, $6. This looks like a good short, dude. This looks like a really good short. That's what I'm thinking there. Pops Mafia still in the house saying, Steve, what stocks are going to do well with the Penguin earnings? Anything AI infrastructure related. So it should be good for sentiment for both memory and just chips in general. But HBM, high bandwidth memory, probably is going to be the most affected sector. So let's look at MU after hours here. See how that's responding. Not really doing much of anything here after hours. Honestly, I think Micron is more tied to the degenerate levels of leverage in the Kospi as opposed to the actual fundamentals of the trade, because the fundamentals are still great, guys. Fundamentals are still great, and I would love it if mechanically MU could get hosed, because I want to buy great fundamental companies after they've been mechanically beaten on down. So I took the short off 1,000. 1,020 or whatever. Michael Burry followed me. Not the other way around. And yeah, I monetized 3/4 of it because I'm scared. I'm sure Michael Burry's going to hold way lower, and then he's also probably going to get squeezed until it's up at 3,000 again. You know, I'm not Michael Burry, for better or worse. Probably for better. So I am mostly out of my short into the 900 level. Still anticipating this 865. That's where I'd like to monetize the last tranche, but that is now a true hedge, not a directional play. It's a true hedge for the last remaining shares I have of ARM, I made a list this morning. I don't even look anymore because they're paid for, right? And now covered as well. So I don't even think about semis. I know everybody's trying to buy the dip. I'm not ready. Too many other good things on my watch list here. Sean Spoon in the house. What's up, dude? How you doing? USAR? Probably don't like it. But let's talk about it. This was a path I drew for somebody else when they were trying to long it off the 200, and I said it just looks weak. The oscillators do not look constructive yet. So, yeah. Sorry, reading some comments there. Glad that this one didn't trap us in there. Kind of came back down to the horizontal target. It's kind of finding a little bit of life. This is a big volume shelf. It's an area of interest, but it's not showing me that the selling is done. I don't know. It's a little tough, right? What I'd say is let's watch this spot. If it can reclaim point of control, if it can hold this 17, this could be a nice low. I do believe in this company. It could punish me for quite a while. I believe in this company the same way I believe in LAC, Lithium of America, which is to say, I think someday if you have way more resiliency and willpower than I do, you will get paid very handsomely for buying in this $3, $4, $5, $2 range. For me, it sucks. You know, this thing sucks. I have short attention span. I think this is an amazing play at some point, but sure as heck hasn't been for a long ass time. Instead, it's been a sell each rip type play. And, well, USAR been very similar in that regard. Sell each crazy rip. That being said, eventually it will be a buy the dip name. Is this now when it's under this 200 day? Not 100% sure. Do we have a 200 week moving average on this yet? No, we don't. This is still a very new stock, baby stock. I think we're in an upward channel. We're close to the bottom. This channel's kind of breaking, isn't it? Maybe I just redraw it. Something like that. There we go. Problem solved. I think that if you want to plant your flag in the rare earth metal space, there are better ways to do it. 2 ways I'd recommend. The first, play the leader. Play the blue chip. Play the one that isn't pre-revenue. Play the one that we don't need to see a massive acquisition, or we don't need the government to socialism buy this, for it to pump. MP. MP's a great company, guys. It's a great company. It'll go higher. I don't know when. It'll go higher. We need magnets. Rare earth metals are not common earth metals, They are named what they're named for a reason. We will go higher. Obviously, don't need to sound dogmatic. Anything can happen. I sure think we're going higher. I don't own any, though. Because I think we're going lower first a little bit. That being said, under 50, I think is a great level to own this. Long term, we have monthly rising support at 44.40. We have the low of the range at 44.40. We have the previous swing high in this kind of 50 to 45 range. I think that eventually it'll chop its way into a nice base. It won't be easy. They're catalyst driven. They're going to do some BS like that, and eventually it'll go much higher. This is one you can hold, and you don't have to worry about it. Same with like my FCX. They're the biggest copper producer in the world. Does it suck that it tried 4 times to break 70 and failed? Yeah, it's still kind of chopping and bopping around prior all-time highs. I still believe in copper. I believe in it, What can I say? So I just hold this, and it makes me sad usually when I look at it. But one day it won't. One day it won't. And I also got to stop complaining because I'm in from 35, from 45 to 40 to 50. I can handle a little pain. But that's where I'm at with metals in general. One more way to play rare earth metals. You can try to lean into the potential precious metals rally that I think we kind of want to see. I'd like to see it. I don't know if we're going to get it. I'm hoping that gold put in a nice bottom here. And this is what I wanted, this little higher low. Somewhere into the 370, 372-ish area. So we're going to keep an eye on there. Maybe it holds here. Maybe that's perfect. If we do get the turn up in precious metals, you can look to play on one of these kind of combo names that does precious metals as well as rare earth minerals. IDR is my favorite, Idaho Strategic Resources. This is one that I think you throw in your Roth and you don't care about it for a long time. This is domestic rare earth metals and domestic silver mining and gold. All things that are not bad if you want a little bit of exposure. That being said, they'll beat it back and forth in this wide swingy range. This is a small position size thing, but those are the 2 ones that I like in the rare earth space. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, no problem, Sean. Anytime. Ricky asking, what is your MU dip that you would buy? Great question. Great question here. And I know we ran over here, but now we're already over. Let's do another 15 minutes, guys. Joe, I hope I'm not keeping you. If you're even here, definitely feel free to go on your way. That's our producer here. Shout outs, Joe, in the chat. You're our glue. You're our rock. We love you. But I'll hang out for a little bit. Why not? Why not? Where am I buying the dip? First obvious spot's the 50-day. Am I blind buying it? Maybe a little. I'm kind of a degen. Is it smart? Probably not. Really, wait for it to flush and reclaim. Right now it's sitting at 875. I think that we could see this gap fill. That gap is sitting at 750, 780 to 815. Let's mark that out. Here's the thing. This is the last stop for the daily chart for support. If we lose that, I got to switch to a higher time frame. Is it possible that we hold the 9-week? Yes, it is. That's why I sold a good amount of mine here under this into 900. I don't know what we do. It's tough. Sorry, I'm fading a little bit. It's been a long day. So I'll give you real answers, I promise. If we lose the 50-day, that's right here, 875. I think the next stop is this dip buy at 775, and we could overshoot. I think we probably need to transact this 21-week. We probably, at that point, are in a big slide. Everybody's over-leveraged. It probably flushes out even more. I would love to get involved off of my weekly trigger. Is that my weekly trigger? Yeah, my weekly trigger is here at, it'll be at like 700 in like a week or two. I'd love to buy off 700. I'd love to buy on a reclaim of 750. I'd love to buy on a reclaim of 875. For me, I don't really care. I don't really care. It's not like a number for me. It's a where does price react correctly? So that's what I'll say. When we get a flush and a reclaim of one of those three zones, I'm a buyer. In general, I really like filling this gap, trading back into this low, high volume area, knifing through this low volume area. You see, if we lose today's low, which I sold the low of, by the way, $5 over the low. You're welcome. If we lose that, sorry, I'm feeling myself this week. If we lose that, I think we fill this low volume node to 810, and then we're sitting right into the gap. So I think the gap gets tested. Maybe it doesn't fill, maybe it does fill, but then you're also looking at basically trading back into this previous swing high here. So those are some areas of interest for you there. Talk, by the way, oh, this is a great thing to mention. I always forget. Honestly, the best, probably the best way to play rare earths is to not just only be in U.S. rare earths. So REMX has a lot of exposure to Chinese exposure as well, I believe. Chinese mining operations. This one is going to take its sweet darn time, but eventually it'll push much higher. We've got the big high time frame inverted head and shoulders. We've been bulls of this one since about 50. I did not play it. I played USAR and I played MP, both for very nice gains on this run. I don't think they were as nice as REMX. I think that Talk nailed this and that was the better play overall. Definitely easier. Yeah, REMX had it all, like he's saying there. Great call there. What else we got? We got Michael Anthony waxing philosophic on Trump here. Michael Anthony I'm thinking Trump will fire missiles tonight that the USA will stop Iran selling oil is why the move in oil today. Okay. Let me think on that. I should probably think on that before I pull it up for stream. Let me think on that. I don't know. I wouldn't put anything past us. What else we got, guys? What's that? Caramel? I always think it's caramel. CRML. Critical metals. It's fine. Yeah, sure, it's fine. Here's the thing. Either one of these gets a deal, it goes up massively, and the others go sideways or even down because they were being priced in for getting that deal, getting that nod, getting that the big Trump daddy US check. You know, they want government money, these companies. They're all saying, hey, this is a strategic bottleneck. This is something that we need to have a tactical like fund, a reserve fund, yada, yada. Then we're going to see big moves. Until then, I don't know how to pick winners on this. I'm a tourist in this space. So for me, REMX, that's a safe way to play, or I'm sticking with the leader that has the big contracts, the blue chip. This is not Avatar. Blue chip, we're looking for the high quality, and that is MP. So that's how I would play it personally. What else we got? That's my caramel talk, exactly. Tyler in the house. What's up, baby? AMAT, Teradyne, the former stars of the show, losing some shine here. AMAT, they got their tag on the 9-week. That's where I want to see them hold. If not, we got to revisit the 21-week. As a play gets legs, gets extended in its move, it has an amazingly strong move, like we're seeing on these lithographers, especially the US ones. Europore's having trouble. I'm in ASML. It's definitely underperforming AMAT, but also underperforming on the way down too. Overperforming, outperforming. You know what I'm talking about. So, AMAT, what are we seeing? Well, there was a chance it could hold the 21. It did not. Now we're starting to accelerate down. It did find buyers. It's oversold. Those buyers are playing off the weekly chart. I think they're the smart guys. They're not going to get shaken out from little movements. They're going to be adding if we get to the 21. I don't think they'll be stopping out off the 9. Maybe they will be because that has been the trend hold. historically, this whole rally up, that was the time to buy. Very similar to this one here, but note, we can trade sideways for a few weeks, a month or two. I think the leaders in the space trade sideways for a few weeks or a month or two, down to sideways. I think that is what the market would be most healthy for the market. Teradyne, another amazing play in the packaging chip, kind of supply chain bottleneck that we were targeting. I've been shouting from the rooftops all year long on these. These were in my January focus for how I wanted to play AI, the next leg of AI. I wanted to be in the supply chain and the packaging areas here, those bottlenecks right there. So we talked Teradyne, big winner. Amcor, big winner. We talked ALMU. This one went up and then went down. Still a very interesting chart. But from our entry at the beginning of the year, I didn't actually enter, but I called this out. End of the year, right at Christmas at 18 bucks. Immediately pumped to 24, then washed the hell out all the way to 10 bucks. Wild mover on this. We did get just about our measured move target of 31. I didn't touch the whole thing, but I am keeping an eye on this one too, at this space here, because these bottlenecks are still very much in effect. The last one here, full transparency, this one was a whiff. But even then, it did have a great move from the beginning of from when I called it out. I just missed it. So called it out on Christmas. So we'll say 650 or so. Thing ripped to 10 bucks. Right off the rip, instantly. Just screaming every day. I was angry. I took a position here, and I've been wrong there too. At 6 bucks is my entry. So this one did not play out yet. I still think it might, but man, are they punishing me. Small position. This is a forever hold. Either it goes to 0 or I sell it at 20 plus. We'll see. SHMD. That's a fun, very speculative one for you. But that wasn't what you asked, Tyler. I'm just rapping. I'm rambling. Yapping and rambling. Rapping. Teradyne. Watch the 21 week. I'm going to say the same thing for a lot of these previous leaders. Watch the 21 week. We saw how it should act off the 21. If it doesn't do that and eventually reclaim the 9 pretty soon, in the next week or two, probably the start of a pullback. Long term, maybe 9 month at 316, or we might need to air out pretty significantly. Somewhere around the 250 perhaps. Those are some areas to watch. In general, just be down to runners. I don't think this is one that we need to be buying dips on. I think it's too aggressive. We can maybe look off the 200. 275, the low of this range. That's a good area. That's what I'd say. The 200 day. Michael Anthony, good point here with oil being up. Metals have more room to the downside because of news today. Yeah, metals don't like it because you know what you have to do to mine metals? You have to drive a bunch of big trucks. And you know what they use? Oil. Then you have to drive the big trucks to pull the stuff out of the earth. Then you have to put it in the more big trucks, send it somewhere else. All that uses gas. It's that's why you see that. What else we got? Pop's talking about Penguin apparently reverting some of that move. Let's take a look at it after hours, see if it stuck the landing. I think it's fine. I think it looks just fine here. Looks like a nice tight flag here. I like that. Oh, Michael Anthony, you are an interesting investor. I got to say, a lot of things that I would not expect anybody in here to know. BSET, Bassett Furniture. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. My quant. I have a friend from Hong Kong. He's a fundamental analyst. He's either a genius or completely insane. I'm really not sure. But shout out, Richard. You're the man. He loved this thing. He's been very right. This thing ripped. This thing is incredibly tariff dependent. So they just had earnings. Huge volume into this earnings. Great surprise beat. Interesting. So he's saying watch BSET to buy at 13. That's what I would buy this at a discount. 13. Man, if it gets back down there, I don't want to touch it for another couple months, probably. But that's a fundamental investor in you, and I respect that, Michael. I respect the hell out of that. That being said, for me, the dip buy is probably, you can see this old trade that I didn't take, but I saw it. Nice expansion there. The dip buy for me would be off of the 9 or 21 day moving average, somewhere between 1750 and 1850 there. Michael's theory here, his thesis, is I think BSET will bounce around 15, but fail the bounce and then go to 13. That's major support. Lazy Boy is the best. Both of them are the best of the rest in the group or sector. Interesting stuff. We can look at Lazy Boy real quick there. LZB, fun ticker. Interesting. Okay, this is nice. I would like this off of 38. If it can hold 38. A flush and reclaim of 38, 39, that'd make me feel real nice. That'd give me the warm fuzzies. Maybe it fills this gap and I get in right at 38, 35 and it holds this big chunky shelf there. Then we got this big W playing out. We tried to pop the top. Now we're chopping in this part. So if this was a 1 minute chart, this would be where I would be looking for little dips that hold over this previous swing low to get involved for the measured move to the upside. That measured move is where you take the middle of the W, you pull it on down to the bottom of the left W, the first elbow or whatever you'd call that. Then you project upwards and outwards. So just like clockwork, I knew we'd see this. When you break the range, the first thing you test is this 1.27 fib. This is where sellers will try to cap the rally. Top wick, boom, right back down to the neckline. Very textbook. Then you start seeing those short sellers start to tranche out just in case they're wrong and this thing does what I think it's going to do. Because it did, this was like a big breach that shorts, they got clobbered and then they said, okay, we're hammering back in here. It was earnings, there's going to be volatility, we're going to hammer it right back in. So very interesting price action there. If it can hold this chop here, if it can hold the higher low, then this thing should expand to the 1.6 and hopefully to the 2x measured move of the base. Interesting stuff there. Yeah, Pythagoras mentioning more biotechs. How about some more biotechs? Straight into my veins, baby. Give me all of the biotechs. I'm here for it. I'm collecting them like Pokemons. VRDN. It's a great chart. Geez, dude, I'm trying to... This is not making it easier. I'm just collecting these things. All right, VRDN. I like this. Looking like the same thing. You hear me say it over and over and over. W, 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 W. Just racking up dubs. Change this to a color that's more visible. There we go. Nice neckline. Nice higher low. Measured move from the low to the middle. Extrapolate upwards. Next up, 2175-ish, 22-ish. I'd really like to see this first measured move to the 1.6 transact, and that would be up to the 200-day. I love that, up to 24. I don't know what the hell I do. I'm going to have to look into it. Viridian. I've heard of them. I like the name. Also reminds me of Pokemon. Viridian Forest, right? It's ringing a bell. Go catch some Pidgeys. Viridian. That one's looking good. I'm in this one. IMVT. I took a very small position today. I think I mentioned it. Maybe that's why it's on your radar. I just noted that it was breaking out through 39.50. I got in just a little bit late. I was all wrapped up in my other plays. Got in just under or just into 40. Very small. I expect it to come down on me. If it doesn't, well, I'm in enough that I won't cry about it. But really, it's $100 for me. It's a very small play as of now. Kind of diversifying my hedges. Buying a little bit here, a little bit there. What else? MITK, MyTech Systems. Never heard of this one. I've never heard of most of these, though. Let's be real. Very strong. Can't buy it. Crossover on the daily looks a little overbought. Probably goes much higher. I would definitely imagine that it sweeps this high. I don't know how much it needs to pull back into it. Safe buying area would be more like 18, 17. Feeling a little better about that. Really, 15 is where I want to get involved in the discount off of the retest of this high. So call it 1650 to 1550, somewhere in there. Absolutely. Gonna talk about this one. Talking Fix. Fix is, I forget the actual name of the company, but they are air conditioning. They are HVAC. They are cooling all of these GPU clusters. So we love Fix. Fix looking great. Long term, just buy the dips on these. Look into the 21 week. We like that. Some more options for you. Flex. Flex called this one out in my community. It tried to break out and failed. Womp womp. Trying to hold this 50-day. Look at the massive buys. That's why I wanted to be involved with this. I was buying with these guys. Didn't really work out. I do think it's just a longer term play. Flex, great name. Fix, great name. There's a few more that I'm forgetting about. One cool ETF you can look at that captures all of these, AAPL. So this one, they have, I believe, 35% of their port dedicated specifically to cooling solutions, thermal solutions. Interesting one there. I don't know if it's time to buy these yet, but I don't hate buying them just kind of on sale, kind of in the ribbon. As long as they're in the ribbon, I'd like to buy it off this 21. I didn't quite get there, but 30 seems like fair price for this. The only thing is, okay, never mind. What I was going to say is I hate buying a new ETF because I always feel like I'm buying the sentiment peak, the euphoria peak. A good example of that was the Photonics ETF. Look at that. Bag 'em. Bag 'em. Oh, that's really rough. Talk about timing it perfectly. You launch your ETF and then everything in the sector just pukes and it's all super high beta. So your ETF's down 20% in 5 days. Woof. Should have launched LAZD, laser down. Oh, well. Pythagoras on DraftKings. Interesting chart there. Interesting chart there. I was looking at this one too. I like this one. This is like the ultimate sentiment reset. Great base, great follow through, gets slammed. Great fake breakout into a fake breakdown, reset the tape, and now it's reclaimed its point of control here at 25. I'm a bull as long as we're over 25. I'm more of a bull once we close candles over this falling 20 or 200 day. Once we do, we can start to squeeze. Let me see if I can find an analog here. There it is. So, falling big moving averages are brick walls until they're not. Nothing lasts forever. Something Ozymandias, I don't know. First tap, smacked on down. Second tap, another great short. Third tap, another great short. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rejections. But then when it finally flips, you just buy, and then you buy the dips, because now it's bullish. One more example of this trend. It's going to make some of you punch air. Makes me punch air every time I look at it. We're looking at Micron. Way back here. Big, high time frame moving averages, especially the 200, they reject until they do not reject there. See the change in character? Every single time, harsh sellers, harsh sellers, harsh sellers, despair mode. Despair mode. You know how many people I was talking to in my server at this time who were long somewhere in here and they believed in the memory supercycle and they got hosed and they were in despair for a month and a half? Well, we can laugh at their tears because they held and they got paid very handsomely for it. But always watch for these multiple taps that flip. So same thing that happened with DraftKings happened here. Now we can look at the new DraftKings. Sorry, just, the recent price action. And it might take some time, right? The second test, it might not be enough. But when we do close over there, when we start digesting price right under it, then I get really interested. That being said, looks like a good swing trade up to that 29.30 handle. Earnings coming up, like Pythagoras said, maybe we get a run up into the earnings at the end of the month. I don't hate it. I like it. Tyler says, I lose enough money on DraftKings. I'm not going to double down. Come on. Come on, man. I feel you on that. I don't sports bet, but that's because I know me as a person. I know who I am. I know it. I don't need more. I gamble enough. Gamble enough. Pop's talking Marvell, and we are over the hour mark. So, guys, I am going to have to put a hard cap here. I'm going to have to put a hard cap. We're going to do 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to wrap it up. But, guys, don't worry. Don't worry. We're going to do the same thing tomorrow. We got Levi's earnings after the bell. I'll hang out with y'all. We will talk a lot of good stuff. It's also Wednesday tomorrow, so you will catch me on the midweek update. That is going to be at 1 o'clock market time. Also, tune in the morning on the the Fivers Futures stream. Search 5ERS Futures on YouTube. Look for the live one. You'll find me there bright and early, 30 minutes before the open. We're going to be trading some futures with me and Boxy Dave. Dave, great guy, great trader, loves to trade his box ranges so we get some nice, fat, measured moves whenever we're on stream together. So be there, or be square, be boxy. There you go. Yeah, come on in. We do that, 9 to 11 market time? 9 to 11 market time. And yeah, so I'll be in and out all day long. You know where to find me. If you want me to touch on anything that we haven't yet, come and find me. So you can find me on stream, of course. You can also find me in my server. Let me give you a link to that. This is a free Discord trading server. I basically was in way too many. I was in about 10, 20 trading Discords. There were good guys in each of them. I got tired of bouncing back and forth, so I just brought them all with me. Really, really good traders. I always say the best thing about my server is I'm not even close to the best trader in there. Some of the other good traders may disagree with that, but I am humble, and I know that they are putting up huge numbers. So, if you like what I talk about, how I trade, well, come on in and see us do it live. There's the link. You're more than welcome to join. And if you do like what I do, I also do a paid version as well. You can get grandfathered in at the low rate of only $20 a month right now. That's going to change quite quickly. So if you like that, you get a newsletter every week, nice professional newsletter, institutional grade analysis, in my opinion. Also, live signals, live trade signals. You can essentially know exactly what I'm buying, when I'm selling, why I'm doing it, and everything in between. So if you like that, feel free to pop on in there. And the last thing I'll say, soft launching our GEX, our gamma exposure, whole suite of features. Right now, we've got the bot running. It gives you a really cool trade plan every single morning. Actually, while I'm here, while I'm pitching my book, I'm going to show you because I'm proud of this thing. It's fun. Give me one sec while I switch my screen. So, this morning, you got a whole gamut of information. Right now, I'm just throwing a lot of stuff and seeing what sticks. I will be refining this to get everything down nice and neat and tidy. But essentially, we get our morning update with resistances, as well as the gamma exposure levels at each, showing how strong each resistance is. I also translate it to SPY levels. I know a lot of you guys do SPY trading. We have the gamma flip, big important number there. Bullish above, bearish below, buy the dips above, fade moves below. Expect expansion below. If you're not familiar with gamma exposure, well, you can come on into my server, go into the bots channel, type the help command or the guide command, and you get a whole big old PDF guide on how to use this information, how to trade it. But real quick, you get a whole lot of good stuff. Yesterday's high, low, open, close. Today's important daily moving averages, levels to watch. Also oscillators, so we know on which time frame things are bullish or bearish. We get the actual gamma exposure dashboard snapshot here first thing in the morning, showing us where the high concentration nodes are, yada yada. This was actually for the week, showing that we do have a big concentration up above that we may try to reach for. This is updated, or this is 15 minutes before the bell, showing options positioning, market maker positioning. We also talk trading plans here. There's some specific playbooks that I have for specific situations. When the criteria fills, well, they will be populated in this trading plan scenario map, so we know what to play. As the actual market fleshes itself out, 15 minutes after the bell, we start to get a better picture on the actual gamma exposure flow, the new stuff, the new orders coming in that day. Those obviously very important. So based on this, we recalculate our levels, see what's relevant, see what's not, and look at the trade plan. And the last thing here, also the 15-minute opening range. So today, this opening range short actually did play out and went right to target, actually overshot, but there was a really nice play set up there. And if you follow this, nice and easy win. So that's what we got going on there. What I'm going to be working on after hours is getting it all hooked up. So every 10 minutes in this category, we will get a little snapshot like this with an update of the actual live profiles as is. So all free for the next couple weeks. Eventually we'll be moving to a paid thing, but I want to get everybody in and learning about this gamma exposure because it's a game changer for me. Absolutely game changing. So I've been chatting your ears off, guys. I appreciate all of you. I'm seeing new names in the chat. I'm seeing the viewers holding up too. Shout outs Bullseye. Shout outs Talk, of course. Josh Blinzer in the house. Tyler Smith. All the OGs. But we got some new people in here too. Awesome. I love all of you. Thank you so much. I'm mega burnt out, so I'm going to wrap it up here. But you know where to find me. Like I said, tomorrow morning on the Fivers Future stream, then all day long on Trade the Pool live. We're going to be doing it live. We got a lot of good trades on deck here. Lots of fun stuff to talk about. So come on in. Come on in. The water's fine. On that note, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to head out. Take care and be safe. Have a good one, guys.